Remember Me in Good Hope by Cindy Kirk. Narrated by Amy McFadden. Prologue. Detroit, Michigan, January 31st. The squeak of shoes on highly polished linoleum, followed by the sense of someone hovering over her, had Natalia Costa jerking upright in the hospital bed. Her eyes flashed open, panic spurted, her fists balled, and she prepared to fight. "I'm sorry, Natalia. I didn't mean to startle you." The nurse's voice, soft and clearly intended to soothe, came from her left. Natalia expelled a shaky breath, her heart hammering against her rib cage. She unclenched her hands and reminded herself she was safe. There was no reason to feel frightened. Yet the fear remained, wrapped around her like an icy glove. Was it because she still didn't know why her car had left Lakeshore Road and hit a tree? Or where she'd been going that late at night? Or why she'd been traveling at such a high rate of speed before she'd lost control? The entire night remained a blank. She hadn't even known that her purse, phone, and briefcase were missing until the police, who'd stopped by to question her, said they suspected someone had stolen her personal items before a Good Samaritan had seen the crumpled car and called 911. "How are you feeling?" The nurse, Janice, had kind eyes. "My head hurts." Natalia brought a hand to her bandaged head and winced. Although every inch of her body throbbed, it seemed simpler to focus on her head. "On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the worst, where would you say your pain is right now?" "An 8? Natalia winced. "Maybe a 9? "I can get you something—" "No." Natalia shook her head. Big mistake. A sharp, stabbing pain lanced her skull. "I want to stay alert." The knowledge that she'd been unconscious for 72 hours when she'd first been brought in by ambulance was scary enough. But when she'd finally regained consciousness and they'd asked her who she was, where she was, and the date, she'd discovered she'd lost a significant part of her memory. "I don't want to lose any more time." When she began to feel overwhelmed, as she did now, Natalia assured herself that each day she was getting better. Each day, she was stronger. This morning, the doctor had hinted she'd soon be ready for discharge. Realizing the nurse was speaking to her, Natalia refocused. "The acetaminophen won't make you drowsy or cloud your thinking. It will just take the edge off the pain." "Let's wait." Natalia hoped the pain in her head from jerking upright would go away soon. If not, she'd accept the Tylenol. "Have you been able to recall anything about the accident? Or anything from those missing months?" Janice's tone was casual. Too casual. Natalia knew the nursing staff had been told to document any signs of her memory returning. When she'd regained consciousness, the doctors had initially attributed the fact that she couldn't recall the date or details about the accident to acute trauma. It soon had become apparent that not only could she not recall any details of the car accident that had landed her here, but she also had no memory of the past 3 months. "Any little thing?" Janice offered an encouraging smile when the silence lengthened. "No matter how small?" Although thinking made her head hurt more, she tried. "Nothing." Apparently hearing the distress in her voice, Janice sat on the edge of the bed and took her hand. "It will be fine." "I lost 3 months of my life." Natalia's voice rose. "Randall said—" "What words of wisdom did I impart now?" Humor laced Randall Harcourt's cultured tone as he strolled into her room as if he owned the place. Dressed in a hand-tailored suit, her boss and CEO of Harcourt Mortgage cut an impressive figure with his wavy blonde hair, athletic body, and handsome face. Randall had it all: money, looks, and an abundance of charm. "Mr. Harcourt." Janice stood, and her demeanor instantly changed from warm friendliness to professional. "Sir?" Natalia wondered if a Harcourt served on the hospital's board of directors, or maybe the Harcourt family planned to donate money for a new wing. They were prominent enough and had enough wealth to do both. "How are you feeling?" Ignoring the nurse, Randall moved to the side of the bed, concern blanketing his face as he focused on Natalia. "I'll leave you to your visitor," Janice told him, then shifted her focus to Natalia. "You're lucky to have such a nice boss. He's been here to check on you more than many families I've seen." She was right, Natalia supposed. Having lost her father when she was a child, and her mother while still in college, Natalia didn't have family. Randall and her co-workers were the only people in her life. Janice's voice cut through Natalia's somber thoughts. "Ring me if you change your mind and decide you want something for the pain." Randall arched a blonde brow. "My head hurts." Natalia offered a wan smile. "As well as every other part of my body." "You were lucky you didn't break anything." Instead of sitting on the side of the bed as Janice had, he pulled up a chair and sat. "Except my head." Though she had plenty of bumps and bruises, her head had taken the brunt of the impact when her car had veered off the road and slammed into a massive oak. What had caused her to leave that winding stretch of lakeshore, and why she'd been driving so fast in an area not close to her apartment or work, remained a mystery. Randall cleared his throat. "Don't tell me. My mind was wandering." Her lips quirked upward. "Again." "Totally understandable, and to be expected. I find it quite remarkable you're doing so well, considering the extent of your head injury." Randall's tone turned solicitous. "I was asking how today went. I would have come sooner, but I had a meeting that kept me in the office most of the day." "In their investigation of Harcourt Mortgage Company, federal authorities have—" "Background noise can be so distracting." Randall hit a button to turn off the television. "I'm surprised they have it on. I thought you were supposed to minimize your screen time." He was trying to distract her, obviously not wanting her to worry. A rumor had started last summer that Harcourt Mortgage was being investigated. When she'd asked about it, Randall had dismissed the investigation as a smear campaign because his father was considering a run for governor. "Have they dropped the investigation since your father decided not to run?" A strange look crossed Randall's face. "How do you know he decided to sit out this election?" "You told me." Natalia offered a tentative smile. "Before you and your friends went on the golf outing to Hilton Head in mid-October." "You have a good memory." Her smile faded. "For some things, there are still so many gaps." Sympathy filled Randall's eyes. "What about the accident?" "Nothing. A huge blank canvas." Natalia expelled a long breath. "The doctor told me today if I don't get those memories back in the next few months, they're likely gone for good." Randall's concerned gaze searched hers. "That has to be difficult." "There are 3 months of my life, of who I am, that have disappeared." Natalia licked suddenly dry lips. "I want you to know I'm determined to return to work as swiftly as I can. Even if I never recall those 90 days, it doesn't mean I can't do my job. Once I'm recovered, I should be able to jump back in as if I'd never left." "Don't worry." Randall's voice remained calm as he reached for her hand. "I'm not just your boss, Natalia. I'm your friend. Harcourt Mortgage is a family company. You're part of the family. Family takes care of their own." Chapter 1. Good Hope, Wisconsin, June 3rd. Natalia barely noticed the pretty town square. Her mind kept circling back over the months since she'd left the hospital and how Randall had ended up being such a jerk. She'd been foolish to buy into the work as family spiel. For months, she'd tried to fit back into office life. While she could remember how to do her job, she'd tired more easily, and it had been hard to keep up the fast pace. Still, she hadn't been worried, because Randall had kept reassuring her it would be fine. She just needed to take care of herself. Until that care took too long, and he'd fired her. Lowering the window of her rental car, Natalia breathed in the fresh air and forced herself to steady. It felt as if this was the first time she'd truly relaxed since being given 3 weeks to pack up her corporate apartment and get out. She hadn't amassed a lot of personal stuff, aside from her clothing. There were no borrowed items to return to neighbors, because she'd never met her neighbors. No housewarming gifts to carefully box up, because she'd never really had friends come over. When she looked back at the parts of her life she remembered before the accident, she felt like she was remembering someone else's life. She hated feeling so disconnected, even from the life she did remember. She hoped when she was able to close the 3-month gap in her memory, she would feel whole again. The problem was, she'd begun to fear the gap would never be closed. Then she'd stumbled across a clue that had sparked a faint memory. That clue had led her here, to Good Hope. She hoped her trip here might bring even more revelations. Natalia shifted her gaze to the sea of people in the town square. "You can do this. You have to do this," she told herself. "You have no other options." Picking up the clue, Natalia took a deep breath and pushed open the car door. Luther Gannon hadn't planned to attend today's festival in the town square. If he missed this one, he knew there would be another. Never before had he lived anywhere that celebrated so much. He heard they even celebrated cherries in August. But once his conference call with the board of directors had ended, he'd found himself feeling edgy. The thought of sitting inside his newly built home had held little appeal, especially on such a beautiful summer day. He'd thought about who he might call to play a round of golf or a game of tennis. Other than Theo Holbrook, no other name had come to mind. Neither he nor Theo, the town doctor, had grown up on the Door County Peninsula. He and Theo had bonded over the fact that they were newcomers in a town filled with people who'd lived here for generations. Luther had gotten marginally better acquainted with people in Good Hope in the months that he'd lived here. By now, he knew many of them by name. More important, he knew where to get a great meal, something sweet when he was in the mood, and an amazing cup of coffee. None of that changed the fact that Good Hope was a community of couples and families, people whose roots ran deep. He would never truly fit in here. Fortunately, that didn't bother him. He wasn't looking to fit in. Moving here had been an impulse, a desire to get out of Detroit for a few months and away from the scandal that would soon hit Harcourt Mortgage. A scandal that would cost Gannon Financial Corporation millions because of the lines of credit they'd extended to Harcourt Mortgage. Luther wasn't sure why he was still here, other than he'd impulsively purchased some land, just as impulsively decided to build a house, and was someone who liked to see projects through to completion. Why he hadn't sold the house once it was done was a question he'd yet to answer. Across the square, impeccably dressed in tailored pants, a button-down shirt, and leather shoes, Tim Vanderkoy, the top real estate broker on the peninsula, and a young man who appeared to be an associate, talked with animated gestures to a couple Luther didn't recognize. Luther had to give it to Tim. He was making the most of the festival. His feeling that this was a business conversation rather than a casual one was confirmed when Tim pulled out his phone and appeared to be working up some numbers. Luther wasn't in the mood to have Tim tell him, again, just how eager he was to sell his home for him. So instead of heading in the direction of the mobile cocktail truck parked just behind Tim and the couple, Luther turned in the opposite direction. He'd gone only a short distance when he saw Theo's wife, Izzy, chatting with Sheriff Cade Rallis, his newest deputy, and another woman near a semicircle of camp chairs. Though the other woman's back was to him, something was familiar about her cloud of dark hair, long legs, and willowy frame. While Luther was deciding whether to approach the foursome, Cade noticed him. The sheriff lifted a hand in greeting and offered a come-ahead motion. The woman turned, and Luther nearly stumbled. He didn't, of course, and by the time he reached the small group, he was in total control of his emotions, hiding his shock behind a casual smile. Conscious of the curious glances, Luther kept his tone cordial.
"Natalia, this is a surprise."
Cade's sharp-eyed gaze shifted from him to Natalia.
"We overheard your old friend asking around to see if anyone knew where to find you. She said she came to Good Hope to see you."
The term old friend was stretching credulity, but to dispute the assertion would only raise more questions. I was in the area and thought I'd swing by and say hello. Though she smiled, her gaze remained watchful, as if she was unsure of his reaction to seeing her. What a wonderful surprise! Why don't we all sit and get acquainted? Izzy offered Natalia a wink. You can tell us all of Luther's embarrassing stories. That would be, let's get you something to drink first. Luther cut Natalia off, taking her arm in a firm grip. We'll catch up with you later, he said to the others. Once they were out of earshot, Luther lowered his voice.
Why are you here, Natalia? Did Randall send you?
I don't work for Harcourt Mortgage anymore. Surprise skittered across his face.
You were Randall's right arm.
Until that right arm was irreparably damaged. She looked away for a second, then refocused on him. I was in a serious car accident in January.
I'm sorry to hear that.
He stopped walking and turned to face her, fully taking her in. Her normally bright eyes looked slightly tired, as if she hadn't been getting much sleep. Her skin was as smooth as ever, so whatever accident she'd been in had not left any scars that he could see. His gaze fell on her lips, which had always been quick to turn up in a smile. But right now, they were pressed together in a firm line. The tension in her jaw was unmistakable. Natalia looked stressed. Beautiful, but stressed. He cleared his throat.
You look good?
Looks can be deceiving. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She slowly exhaled, then locked her gaze back with his. Luther, I've had a really traumatic 6 months. I'm sure you're surprised I'm here. I'm surprised I'm here. But if you give me 1 hour, I will explain everything. Luther looked back toward his friends. They didn't seem to be watching them, but if he'd learned anything in his short time in Good Hope, it was that someone was always watching.
Okay, but not here. We should speak in private.
Luther considered.
Come by my house tomorrow at 10. Do you have my address?
She shook her head.
In the area I'm in, GPS is a problem. It's easier if I give you directions.
Pulling out her phone, Natalia opened the voice memo app. Just explain how to get there. This way I'll have the voice memo as a resource if I need it. Confusion furrowed Luther's brow. The woman he'd known had excellent recall, and the directions he'd planned to give her were easy to follow. Shrugging, he then pushed the button and spoke the instructions before handing the phone back to her. Thank you. She pocketed the phone, then extended her hand. I'll see you tomorrow at 10. Luther watched her walk away and wondered what was so important that it would bring her to Good Hope. To see him, especially considering the way their relationship had ended. He glanced around the town square again, not eager to return to his friends and field questions about Natalia. She's a lovely young woman. Luther turned, and there was someone. Gladys Berthoff stood tall and regal in her Madame Gitana fortune-teller outfit of flowing robes. A scarf adorned with gold coins partially covered her dark-as-midnight hair and her signature bold swath of silver. Her pale blue eyes snapped with curiosity. Is she an old friend? Luther only smiled, his gaze returning briefly to Natalia before shifting back to Gladys.
I need a favor.
Gladys inclined her head.
Would you tell Izzy and Cade that something came up and I had to leave?
Gladys looked to where Natalia stood in line at a truck specializing in churros, served with a variety of delectable sauces.
I'm happy to help.
Gladys's mouth curved in a sly smile.
I understand how it is to have a hankering for something sweet.
Chapter 2. The doorbell rang at precisely 10 o'clock. Luther's lips twitched. He wondered if Natalia had been sitting out in the driveway waiting for exactly the right moment to arrive. Her preciseness was something he'd noticed and appreciated when they'd dated. If he'd said he'd pick her up at 8, she'd been ready when he arrived. When they'd met for drinks at a local bar, she'd been there at 7, as promised. Striding to the door, he pulled it open and blinked in surprise. While it hadn't taken him long to embrace Good Hope's casual lifestyle, hence the cargo shorts and a cotton shirt, Natalia appeared ready to step into a Fortune 500 boardroom. He remembered the suit, the deep wine color that flattered her ivory skin tone, the cut showing her lithe figure and long legs to full advantage. Instead of the high-necked white silk blouse he remembered, she wore a lace camisole beneath the jacket. Her hair, which had always been slicked up in a high bun for work, now hung in loose waves to her shoulders. Her makeup accentuated the blue of her eyes and high cheekbones. Her mouth, with those wide, full lips, were a bold, dark burgundy. She looked formidable and sexy as hell. Steeling himself against the attraction, Luther stepped back.
Please, come in.
As Natalia strode past him, Luther caught a faint whiff of strawberries. How was it that he found this sweet scent as enticing as the most expensive fragrance? Natalia stopped inside the entryway and glanced around, her admiring gaze taking in the thoroughly modern home. Tipping her head back, she studied the soaring ceilings, then dropped her gaze back to the marble flooring.
This suits you.
Natalia smiled. I'm not sure how I know that, but I do. She knew because they'd talked late into the night in a bar about their mutual love of modern architecture. Even before that conversation, he'd known that they had that in common. He'd seen her apartment, knew she loved the spacious, open feel. Gesturing her forward, Luther followed her into a large open room anchored by a huge stone fireplace. Gazing at her heels and businesslike attire from behind had him wondering if she had another meeting this morning. She wandered to the fireplace, her hand stroking the black onyx mantle. She turned back to him. This is nice. Really pops against the white stone. Taking a seat on the sofa, she crossed one long leg over the other. At a quick glance, she appeared relaxed. The flutter of her heartbeat in her neck told him she was nowhere near as composed as she appeared. The sweet smile she offered put him on alert. Luther didn't want to be suspicious, but he knew that the investigation into Harcourt Mortgage was nearing an end. The next step was convening a grand jury. Luther told himself he was being paranoid. There was no reason Randall would have sent Natalia here. Anything her former boss needed to know, his attorneys could tell him. Still, she wouldn't be here without a reason. Might as well find out what it was.
Why are you here, Natalia? Is fraternizing with the enemy your way of getting back at Randall?
Enemy? Two lines formed between her brows. Luther resisted the urge to roll his eyes.
Look, we both know Harcourt Mortgage has been involved in illegal practices and—
Illegal practices? What are you talking about? They were being investigated, sure, but it was just mudslinging because of Randall's father's possible gubernatorial bid. Her breath picked up speed. Harcourt is a good company, but neither Harcourt nor Randall is why I'm here. Sensing her distress, and having already been down this road with her, Luther decided to let the subject of Randall's dishonesty drop. For now. He inclined his head. A shadow passed over her pretty face. In January, I was in a car accident.
A serious one, you said?
He nodded, recalling her words in the square. Yes, very serious. The police said the force of the impact told them I was driving fast. I guess I lost control.
You guess?
I have no memory of that night. She expelled a breath. I was in a coma for 3 days. When I woke up, I didn't know what day it was. Ever since I left the hospital, I've been trying to find my way back to me. An odd remark, Luther thought, but he said nothing, sensing she had more to say. Initially, the doctors thought I couldn't remember the accident because of the trauma. But it's more than that. When I think of my past, it feels like a whole different world. I know the woman who worked all those hours and lived for her job was me, but when I look back, it doesn't feel right anymore. I feel like a stranger to myself. His skepticism must have shown, because she continued, talking fast now. It's like my clothes. I have this closet full of beautiful clothing, tailored suits, killer heels, lots of girl boss work outfits. I know they are mine. I know I picked them out. I can remember buying them, but when I put them on now, they feel like costumes. She paused, as if searching for the right words to say next. Luther sat back, steepling his fingers beneath his chin. It's not just clothing, but other stuff too. She flung out her hands, and he saw frustration on her face. Physically, I'm the old me, but there are gaps in my memory. Actually, one big gap, to be precise. 3 months of my life are missing. Gone. I remember nothing from the beginning of November to when I woke in the hospital at the end of January. Luther sat up straighter.
Still? All this time? And your memory is still gone?
She nodded. Despite Luther's best attempt to keep his emotions out of this discussion, he found himself wanting to comfort her.
What do the doctors say?
Uncharted territory? Brain trauma is very individual, as is the recovery.
I've heard of amnesia, but nothing like what you're describing.
A thought struck him.
The months you lost were during the time we dated. If you don't remember that time, how do you remember me?
When I left the hospital, I hoped my memory would return once I was back at work and in familiar surroundings. A bleakness filled her eyes. I tried to remember, but those months have remained a big black hole. I was struggling to find myself. When Randall fired me...
Harcourt fired you?
Luther's voice rose.
Why?
I couldn't keep up. I was improving, but not quickly enough. I believe I could have kept up eventually given time, but... She stopped herself. I can't get stuck on that now, because I've got bigger problems.
Bigger?
Luther couldn't hide his surprise.
Work was the most important thing in your life. More important than friendships or relationships or...
You? He shrugged. None of that mattered now. Whatever they'd shared fell into the category of ancient history. Luther, I didn't remember anything about our time together until I found this picture of us. Opening her purse, she took out a photo and handed it to him. Luther recognized the photograph as one taken at a black tie fundraising gala he'd attended in early November, shortly after returning to Detroit for the holidays. When I came across this picture, I felt a stirring of something. I can't explain it, but I had this sense that you're someone who could help me, who would help me. He handed the photograph back to her without saying a word. From how you reacted when you saw me yesterday, I got the impression that our relationship didn't end amicably. If I could remember what I did to hurt you, I'd apologize. But until I do, I can't, because the words would be empty. And maybe, whatever it was, means I don't deserve your help. But I'm asking for it anyway. She startled him by leaning forward and grasping his hand, her pleading blue eyes firmly fixed on his. Please, Luther, will you help me? Izzy's brow furrowed as she studied Luther from across the table. Luther resisted the unaccustomed urge to squirm. When Theo had called shortly after Natalia left this morning to invite him over for dinner that evening, promising steaks on the grill, he'd said yes without hesitating. His acceptance of the offer hadn't a thing to do with his love of a good cut of beef, though. Natalia's visit had thrown his orderly world into a tailspin. Theo and Izzy were his closest friends in Good Hope, and he hoped they could help him put this latest development into perspective. After dinner, he laid it out for them, just as Natalia had done for him. Wait, I'm confused. Izzy lifted a hand. How can she not remember anything? Luther rested his beer on the table.
It's not that she can't remember anything. Her accident was in January. She remembers everything up until November, but after that, nothing until she woke up at the end of January.
Izzy shuddered. That is so awful. But I still don't get it. You said she's not sure who she was. If she can remember everything up until November, why doesn't she know?
She remembers things, but says there's a disconnect now. Like when she looks at her clothes, even though she can tell you when she purchased them, it feels like they belong to a different person. I admit I was skeptical.
Luther turned toward Theo.
But she seemed sincerely upset.
Theo nodded.
What she's experiencing isn't unheard of. There is a lot we still don't understand about brain trauma. Movies love to paint amnesia as a blank slate, but it's a lot more complicated than that. What I don't understand is why she came to you.
Luther paused. Over the past few months, he'd grown close to Theo and Izzy and considered them friends. Still, he'd been careful not to go into too much detail about his life to anyone in Good Hope. Perhaps it was time to change that.
Remember when I returned to Detroit last November and stayed through Christmas?
His parents had wanted him home for the holidays, and the construction crew had been trimming the inside of his house, so returning to Michigan had made sense.
I went to a fundraising gala my first weekend back. Natalia and I weren't there together, but our paths crossed, and we spent the evening talking and getting to know each other. We went out a handful of times after that. We quit dating shortly before Christmas.
Because?
Izzy prompted. She was extremely loyal to Randall Harcourt and his company.
As information about the case the feds were building against Harcourt Mortgage had been disclosed in the media, Luther felt okay with sharing.
The improprieties at Harcourt Mortgage were just coming to light. For me, the worst part was that I'd vouched for Randall when my father hesitated to involve our banks in financing loans for Harcourt.
Luther went on to explain how an independent audit had shown that Harcourt had sold millions of dollars in loans out of trust by failing to repay various Gannon banks when the loans were refinanced or otherwise paid off.
Once we realized what was happening, we immediately terminated future warehouse lending to Harcourt Mortgage. But not before we'd lost millions.
Sympathy filled Izzy's eyes. I'm sorry.
Natalia was a staunch Harcourt loyalist.
Luther's voice betrayed no emotion.
Despite the mounting evidence, she believed in Randall implicitly.
Theo rubbed his chin.
I can see how that could torpedo a budding relationship.
Luther thought of that last argument, the angry words and accusations. Most of all, he remembered the look of hurt and disbelief in her eyes at his parting salvo. That was the past, he told himself.
I believe she now sees Randall for the person he is.
I still don't understand why she'd come to you for help. Puzzlement blanketed Izzy's face. Why not go to her family?
She doesn't have any. Luther took another sip of beer. Her dad died when she was just a kid, and her mom passed away her junior year of college.
What about friends? Theo asked.
She started working at Harcourt right after graduation. Her friends worked at Harcourt. When the company let her go,
the friends dropped her too. Izzy shook her head. It kind of makes sense why her job became her life. She was young and all on her own. Harcourt gave her a community, a place to belong.
It has to be difficult, Theo mused, losing her support system all at once. Are you going to try to help her? I am, though I'm not sure how much help I'll be.
Izzy inclined her head. Where's she staying? Luther cleared his throat.
With me.
Theo and Izzy traded a knowing glance before Izzy broke out in a sly smile. Is that so?
It's not like that, Luther clarified. It's high season. The only room she could find was in that little place on the edge of Highway 42. Not exactly luxury, Theo conceded. Even they only had a room for 2 nights. She's been through a lot.
Luther's tone turned matter-of-fact.
If I'm going to help her, then it just makes sense for her to stay with me. It's not like I don't have the room.
Izzy leaned forward, or at least as forward as her very pregnant belly would allow. You're going to help her try to recover the memories she lost? Luther nodded.
That's admirable.
Theo studied him.
Now, how exactly do you plan to do that?
Chapter 3. The next morning, Luther carried Natalia's bags to a bedroom on the 2nd floor that offered large windows and Art Deco-inspired furniture. Natalia resisted the urge to gush about the vanity with its blue glass and cobalt mirror and asymmetrical design. This room was a far cry from the one at the Sweet Dreams Motel, where she'd spent the past 2 nights. Dropping down to sit on the black and gold scalloped duvet, Natalia ran her fingers along the cotton sateen cover and sighed with pleasure. Though her stay here would be temporary, just until she filled the 3-month gap in her memory, she was going to enjoy sleeping in this room. She unpacked quickly, eager to join Luther in the kitchen for her first cup of coffee of the morning. By the time she was on her 2nd cup, Natalia was fully charged and ready to answer Luther's questions, starting with why Randall had fired her. I had to stick to a 40-hour work week. The headaches would come if I was on the computer too long or pushed too hard. Natalia took another sip of the rich Colombian blend before continuing. I wanted to work more, but the doctor insisted I limit screen time and get plenty of rest. Luther drank from his cup, his gaze never leaving her face.
That had to be difficult. You were used to putting in a lot of hours.
Yes. Natalia thought back to all the years she'd driven to work in the dark and come home in the dark. It wasn't unusual for me to work 60 hours a week. I'm surprised I had time to see you.
Work has always been a big part of both of our lives.
She nodded, accepting the truth in the statement. When I first arrived to look for you, the people I met in the park said they were friends of yours and that you were on your way there to meet them. She tapped a finger against her red lips. Does that mean things are different for you here?
Things are definitely different for me here.
He chuckled.
Though I haven't yet fully embraced the Good Hope lifestyle.
It seems like a nice lifestyle. Natalia's tone turned wistful as she recalled the groups in the town square, laughing and talking. The camaraderie she'd observed hadn't surprised her. People in these types of communities were always connected. She'd never been connected. Natalia wasn't even sure she knew how to do connected.
Everyone is friendly and interested in your business here. That makes it difficult to remain anonymous. You and I are going to be fielding lots of questions.
That won't be a problem. Natalia waved away the concern she heard in his voice. If you want, just say I'm an old friend visiting for the summer.
What I was getting at was that the people around here will not only want to get to know you, they'll push you to participate in activities.
He took a long drink of coffee.
I tried to resist, but found myself getting sucked into various activities anyway.
Natalia considered the implications. I don't think I'd mind, she said at last. In the past, I didn't socialize much. I think it may be good for me to try something new.
Your call.
He hesitated for a second.
I should let you know that I told my friend Izzy and her husband Theo of your situation. They're my closest friends in town, and they would definitely question you showing up. I can assure you they'll be discreet.
She placed a hand briefly on his muscled forearm, the touch generating a sizzle of electricity. Casually, she dropped her hand. It's okay. I don't mind people knowing about my accident and memory loss. Natalia wrapped her fingers around the mug, resisting the urge to touch him again. I won't be here long, but I hope I can make one or two friends of my own while I'm here. At his questioning look, she added, Right now, I'm fresh out. I thought I had friends at Harcourt, but once I was fired, I became persona non grata. Luther studied her over the rim of his mug.
If you're looking for friends, you won't find any shortage of possible candidates here.
Snagging a friend or two while I'm here will be secondary to filling in that 3-month gap. Her tone turned teasing, which means I'll be sticking to you like glue. She didn't mind sticking close. Luther was not only easy on the eyes with his dark hair, golden eyes, and killer bod, but he was also kind. How many other men would let her move into their house and help her when they were no longer dating? Had they broken up simply because he was returning to Good Hope after the holidays, or had something else pulled them apart?
Physically, is there anything else that you're still dealing with from the accident?
The question pulled her from her reverie. I still get headaches if I'm on the computer too long, but my stamina is improving every day. Somehow it seemed important for him to know that this issue, the one Randall had cited when he'd fired her, wasn't permanent.
I take it Randall couldn't wait for you to start working day and night.
He was solicitous at first, but at the 3-month mark, when the doctors said I likely wouldn't be getting my memory back, and they still didn't want me working more than 8 hours a day, I sensed a change. He became more demanding and less understanding. A look of sympathy crossed Luther's face. Last month, he called me into his office. I was given a severance package along with the company's best wishes. She offered a humorless laugh. As I lived in a corporate apartment, I lost that as well. Luther's dark brows slammed together like two dark clouds ready to rumble. Jerk. Natalia was not about to get into a discussion about Randall. She already knew, or thought she knew, how Luther felt about him, and right now, she wasn't feeling all warm and fuzzy about her former boss herself. When Randall had told her she was being let go, she'd wanted to cry. It had taken every ounce of inner strength she possessed to take the news stoically. Only after she'd pulled his office door closed behind her had she let the tears fall. At least I get to keep my health insurance benefits for 18 months. She kept her tone light and even managed to add a smile.
Yippee.
His droll comment had her smiling again, this time for real. Harcourt is my past. No longer working there is for the best. That's what she'd told herself when she'd walked out of Randall's office with her head held high. Today, she found herself believing it. A stirring of excitement filled her when her gaze locked with Luther's. You, Mr. Gannon, are the key to my future. His lips curved in a slow and incredibly sexy smile.
I'm still not certain why you think I hold that power.
Seeing that picture of us together sparked the first memory I'd had of that period.
You remembered meeting at the gala?
She shook her head. That's still a blank, but I did recall something that happened earlier that day. He quirked an eyebrow and took another sip of coffee. Don't laugh.
No promises.
But the humor dancing in his amber depths had her confiding. I remembered that I went to get my nails done earlier that day. I'd invited a friend to go with me, but she canceled at the last minute. I went anyway. I chose this gorgeous purple nail polish, but took it off right away. Luther inclined his head.
That's it? Nail polish is what you remember?
It's not much, but it's a memory. If a photograph can do that, I'm hoping being with you in person will unlock even more memories.
I suppose it's possible,
Luther agreed with obvious reluctance. I'd like you to tell me what we did on our dates. She paused. Or even better, can you go with me to places we went?
Is this your way of trying to wrangle a date, Miss Costa?
Luther joked. You found me out. I hit a tree, nearly died, and lost a chunk of memory, all in order to get you back. She chuckled and shook her head. You're cute, Luther, but not that cute. He laughed, the warmth of the sound wrapping around her heart and easing away the last of her tension. Coming here had been the right move, she assured herself. Staying with him made sense, too. The more she was around him, the better chance she'd have of something he did or said stirring up an old memory.
Look,
he said, his expression turning serious.
I'd really like to help you, but we didn't do anything special. We went out to dinner, for runs in the park, met for a drink after work.
What about the gala?
We didn't actually go together. We both had to be at the fundraiser for work.
His amber eyes searched hers.
And all our dates were in Detroit, which means we're not going to be able to recreate them.
Natalia lifted her hands. I understand, but I don't feel it's necessary to do the same things in the same space. I just need to produce a similar feeling. The mind is like a muscle, so I hope if I put myself in like circumstances, then maybe muscle memory will take over. Luther studied her for a long moment.
In that case, I have a suggestion. It's not a formal gala, but it is a fundraiser for a good cause.
When Luther had suggested that their first date be at a bar called the Ding-a-ling, Natalia hadn't known what to say. A bar hosting a dart tournament and offering a burger and fries special for $5 on a Sunday night didn't seem on the same scale as a gala. Still, it was a fundraiser involving food, drink, and socializing. The plan was to enjoy the food as a way of supporting the fundraiser and see if being in a party environment jogged her memory.
This is Wrigley Road,
Luther announced as he turned onto a 2-lane roadway that appeared to stretch endlessly into the distance.
The bar and the other stores aren't far. From what I understand, the plan is to eventually develop this entire area.
As the development along Wrigley came into view, Natalia inhaled sharply. Her eyes widened. What the?
Anamorphic art. Izzy's work.
Luther understood her awe. He'd felt the same when he'd first seen the frontages of the buildings. From this angle, the stethoscope and thermometer in front of Theo's medical clinic loomed out. The stairway in front of Echoes of Yesterday looked as if you could climb the steps and pick up one of the antique toys.
This block, with all the stores sporting 3D frontages, have become a tourist attraction in their own right.
Brilliant! Natalia breathed the word, then slanted a glance at Luther. Your friend is an incredible artist.
She is.
Luther pulled into a community parking lot, another recent Wrigley Road addition. After getting out of the car, Luther took Natalia's arm as they walked to the bar. When they reached the street corner and turned toward the ding-a-ling, Luther smiled at the sight of the stacks of books appearing to reach to the skies in front of book and cup. From this angle, a large mug of beer pushed out from the front of the ding-a-ling. "I'm finding more to appreciate about this town every day." Natalia flashed a smile. "I hope Izzy is here tonight, so I can tell her just how talented I think she is." Luther took another look at the buildings, seeing them through Natalia's eyes. He'd thought they were impressive when Izzy had finished, and he admired the foresight of the Triad group, which had funded the effort. He'd also taken it all for granted. When had he become so cynical, unable to fully appreciate everything this community had to offer? Chapter 4. The first thing that struck Natalia as she stepped through the swinging bar doors was the noise. Not surprising, considering the number of patrons already here. On the short drive to the ding-a-ling, Luther had told her that Sunday night had been chosen for the event because business was usually slow on Sundays. Though, he'd added, the dart tournament was expected to draw a crowd. If this was slow, Natalia would like to see the place when it was busy. The line for the karaoke stage was long. 2 women were performing a rendition of It's Raining Men, their enthusiastic hand movements simulating rain. The joy on their faces made Natalia smile. On the other side of the bar, the dart tournament appeared to be in full swing. Overhead, a country song about trains and love lost filled the air. "I don't see any open tables, but there are a couple spots at the bar." Luther spoke near her ear, ensuring she could hear what he said. The closeness did a number on her insides. It was the same reaction she'd had when he'd taken her arm. The warmth of his breath against the side of her face had her wanting to turn her head so their lips would be only inches apart. Reluctantly, she kept her gaze focused on the curved bar in front of them and reminded herself she needed to stay focused. If only he didn't look so good and smell so incredible. "Sitting at the bar works for me." Instead of waiting for his response, she strode to the 2 empty seats he'd pointed out. She took one stool, and Luther slid onto the one beside her. The bartender, a big guy with a shaved head and full beard, offered a friendly smile. "You 2 look hungry. I'm guessing you're here for the burger special?" "You guessed right." Natalia slanted a look at Luther and received a confirmatory nod. "Cheese?" the bartender asked. "Sounds good." This time it was Luther's turn to speak. "I'll skip the cheese," Natalia told the bartender. "Can I get tomato and lettuce?" "You got it, pretty lady." Natalia expected him to take the order to the kitchen, but he obviously wasn't done with them yet. "To drink?" "Whatever you have on tap." Luther glanced at her. "Club soda, with a lime." The bartender grinned. "I admire a woman who knows what she likes and what she doesn't. Name is Ted. If you need anything, you know where to find me." "Thanks, Ted." Natalia offered him a smile. "You're very welcome." Ted's gaze lingered on her for a heartbeat before he turned his gaze away. "Appears you have a fan." "I'm a charmer." She laughed and glanced around. "The light is dim in here." "Don't even try to tell me that you think it makes this place more romantic." "Hardly." She chuckled. The strong beat of bass from the karaoke stage had Natalia wanting to cover her ears with her hands. "I'm still slightly more sensitive to light, so I try to avoid brightly lit venues." She winced as a chorus of voices shouted, "Love Shack!" from the stage. Noise can sometimes be an issue, too. Luther studied her for a second. Was he going to tell her, as several of her work friends had, that she needed to adjust, that this was just the way things were for her now? "I'm not whining," she began. Simply stating facts is not whining." He laid a hand over hers, his warm touch stopping any further apologies.
Let's see if this helps.
Taking one of the napkins off the counter, he tore off 2 small sections. After wadding each up, he held them out to her.
Put one in each ear. You'll still be able to hear, but it'll muffle some of the sound.
Natalia did as he'd instructed. A second later, she smiled. You're right. It definitely takes the edge off.
If noise continues to be a problem, let me know. There are lots of other places where we can have dinner.
I will. Natalia let her gaze linger on this handsome, thoughtful man. Had he been this considerate when they dated? She wished she could remember their time together.
Luther!
A hand clapped him on the back.
Good to see you.
Natalia turned to see a tall man with dark hair and smoke-gray eyes. A pretty blonde woman stood at his side. The man's gaze shifted to Natalia.
I don't believe we've met. I'm David Chapin.
She took the hand he extended. Natalia Costa.
Pleased to meet you, Natalia.
David looped an arm around the woman's shoulders.
This is my wife, Hadley.
Hadley smiled. It's good to... Before she could say more, a loud male voice rang out over the din of conversation and music.
Hey, Chapin! Get your butt over here! You're up next!
David shot an apologetic look in Natalia's direction. He might have said more, but several other voices calling to him had him expelling a breath.
Duty calls. It was nice to meet you.
Hopefully we can talk later. Hadley wiggled her fingers, then left with her husband. Who are they? Natalia asked.
Neighbors.
Luther took a sip of beer. Luther's neighbors were only the first of many to greet him as they passed by on their way to a table, a dartboard, or the karaoke stage.
Here you go.
Natalia smiled her thanks as Ted set down their drinks.
Food won't be long. The kitchen is on fire tonight.
Natalia widened her eyes, but relaxed when Ted laughed.
No real fire, just hitting on all cylinders.
Ted winked.
Your food should be right out.
What were we talking about? Natalia asked Luther. He was precluded from answering when another man, this one with hair the color of rich walnut and the body of an athlete, slapped him on the back.
I see now that it took a pretty woman to get you out of your cave. My house isn't a cave.
Though Luther spoke in a dry tone, his lips quirked.
And I get out plenty.
The amused look in Luther's eyes told Natalia that this man was more than a neighbor or casual acquaintance.
I don't believe you've met Natalia Costa.
Luther shifted on the bar stool.
Natalia, this is Dr. Theo Holbrook, Izzy's husband. Natalia and I knew each other back in Michigan. It's a pleasure, Ms. Costa.
Please call me Natalia.
Only if you call me Theo.
Natalia smiled, liking this confident man with the friendly smile and engaging manner. What your wife did on these frontages is amazing. She's extremely talented.
She is.
Theo slanted a glance in the direction of the dartboards.
I'd love to stay, but I play on a team that's competing this evening, so I best get over there and do my part to help them win.
Is Izzy here? Natalia glanced around, but didn't spot her.
She's at home, working on a new project. She won't start the actual work until after the baby comes, but she wants to get the planning out of the way. Once I toss a few darts, I'm headed straight home.
Good luck. Natalia smiled. Tell her I said hello.
I'll do that.
It feels as if you know everyone, Natalia told Luther when Theo strode off. He gave a snort.
Hardly. As promised.
Ted set the baskets of burgers and fries on the bar, along with plastic bottles of ketchup and mustard.
Can I get you anything else?
Natalia looked at Luther, who shook his head.
I'm good.
I think we're all set. Natalia smiled at the bartender. Thank you, Ted. They ate for a few minutes. She was the first to break the comfortable silence. You say you don't know many people, but a lot of them appear to know you.
That's because I bought the property my house sits on from a couple who is very well connected.
Ignoring the ketchup, Luther bit into a fry.
People think they know me. Really, all they know is my name and where I live.
Natalia arched a brow. Whose fault is that?
Touché.
She laughed, then frowned. There was an itch between her shoulder blades. She glanced around, shifting on the bar stool.
What's wrong?
Luther asked. I have this strange feeling someone is watching me. Luther laughed.
There are dozens of people watching you. Watching us. I'm still a newcomer, an oddity who hasn't drunk the Good Hope Kool-Aid. You're even more of a newcomer, and there's a hint of mystery surrounding your arrival.
Natalia shook her head. I'm not mysterious in the least.
You are. You show up here out of the blue looking for me, then you move into my house.
Luther took a bite of burger and chewed, then washed it down with a drink of beer before continuing.
Now they see us together at an event I wouldn't have been caught dead at 2 weeks ago. Trust me, I'd say everyone is studying us right now and trying to make the puzzle pieces fit.
Before the night ended, Luther had filled in for a member of a dart team who was a no-show, and the two of them stepped onto the karaoke stage with a group of 10 to sing Bon Jovi's Livin' on a Prayer. When they finally left and arrived home, Natalia was too revved to sleep. She gratefully accepted Luther's offer of a glass of wine on the back porch. Stars flooded the clear night sky, and the moon cast a golden glow over the prettily landscaped backyard. Taking a sip of the very fine Shiraz he'd poured, Natalia relaxed back in the comfortable chair. I didn't realize you know how to play darts. He chuckled.
Knowing how to play and being proficient are two completely different animals.
Whether you want to admit it or not, you enjoyed yourself this evening. When he'd been called over, she'd left her stool to watch him throw, or toss, or whatever it was called. You forget, I was there. Natalia tilted her wine glass at him. I saw the excitement when you scored 3 4s.
Luther grinned. It was more fun than I thought it'd be.
I enjoyed watching.
I heard you cheering.
Guilty. Something in his voice told her he hadn't minded a bit. His gaze locked on her.
I felt bad about taking you out for the evening, then leaving you standing there alone while I played.
I didn't just stand there. I talked to the others in the cheering section around me. She smiled. Which is how we ended up on the karaoke stage.
That, he admitted, was a surprise, especially considering your issues with noise.
The napkin in the ears helped. Natalia took another sip of wine and tried to recall exactly how the time on the stage had come about. Shelby Walters? She was the redhead standing by me, thought it'd be fun to get a group together to sing karaoke. She asked if we'd be interested.
That was your opportunity to say, thanks but no thanks.
She offered a rueful smile. You know, I nearly did. The words were poised on the tip of my tongue. He inclined his head.
What stopped you?
Maybe because I turned down so many opportunities in my past without a second thought. Natalia paused and took another drink of wine. I decided that in addition to using this time to try to remember those lost 3 months, I'm going to do my best to enjoy my time here.
By singing karaoke?
You didn't have to join me, Natalia reminded him, her voice sounding unnaturally stiff, even to her own ears. I made that clear. You said,
I make my own decisions.
His eyes softened, and he reached over and gave her hand a squeeze.
I got on that stage because I wanted to experience karaoke with you.
Something about the look in his eyes had her heart skipping a beat. She cleared her throat. Did you like it? He chuckled.
If I say I did, it doesn't mean I want to do it again anytime soon.
She laughed. Understood.
Then, yes.
His smile flashed.
I had fun.
His fingers remained loosely around hers as they sat beside each other, enjoying the warm summer night. How long, Natalia wondered, had it been since she'd felt this content? Was this the way it had been when they'd dated?
Did the night bring back any memories?
She inhaled deeply, and a memory surfaced. She shifted in her seat to face him. You hate galas. Surprise skittered across his handsome face.
I don't.
I remember you telling me that. We stood next to an ice sculpture of a swan. Her lips curved. You were gorgeous in black tie and smelled terrific. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips.
You remember how I looked and smelled?
She sniffed. The cologne was the same one you have on tonight.
Do I still smell terrific?
His voice had gone husky. You sure do. Their gazes locked, and the air around them seemed to take on a watchful waiting. I don't recall what I wore, she said, unable to tear her gaze from him.
A red dress, with a back that scooped low.
His amber eyes glittered in the dim light.
I wasn't the only one who looked and smelled terrific that night.
Pleasure rippled through her at the look in his eyes. Then she frowned and took a sip of wine. I didn't put on any fragrances tonight.
Strawberries.
Natalia blinked. What?
You smell like strawberries tonight.
She laughed. Body lotion.
I like it.
His gaze locked with hers.
Very much.
Natalia felt a rapid thump, thump, thump in her chest and fought to find her voice. I used to love getting dressed up for galas, but I don't recall ever having as much fun as I did tonight. It was so incredibly easy to mingle and strike up conversations with strangers. Reaching over, she gave his arm a squeeze. Thank you for taking me, for introducing me to your world.
It's not my world,
he protested. Keep telling yourself that, Luther. She smiled. You're a part of this community, whether you want to be or not. Chapter 5. When Luther had mentioned that Hadley and David Chapin were neighbors, Natalia had pictured the couple living in the same area of town, not just 3 houses down the road. The Chapin home couldn't have been more different than Luther's. Although, according to Luther, it had been built within the past 10 years, the outside fit in with the other homes along the road built in the 1920s. Late Tuesday afternoon, Luther pulled to a stop in the long driveway.
It'll be interesting to see the interior.
I can't understand how you've lived here for a year and have never been inside your neighbor's house.
How many of the neighbors in your apartment building did you know?
His raised eyebrow had her smiling as she pushed open her car door. Good point. She quickly discovered that the interior of the Chapins' home was as warm and welcoming as the smiles on the faces of the couple who greeted them at the door.
Welcome!
David stepped aside. I'm so happy you could come this evening. Despite the infant strapped to her chest, Hadley extended her hands to Natalia. The gesture put Natalia instantly at ease. Natalia hadn't been sure what to wear, so she had gone with a flirty dress and heels. When she saw that Hadley wore a simple summer top and skirt, she was glad she hadn't gone for dressier. Sounds of laughter exploded from upstairs. David's lips curved in an indulgent smile.
Bran is keeping Carter occupied before dinner.
A dog barking in another room had Natalia turning. That's Ruckus, Hadley told her. He's a shepherd mix. He's got a big bark, but is very gentle.
Some people don't like dogs, so we put him on the back porch.
David motioned them farther into the massive great room. I like dogs. Natalia cast a glance at Luther, and after getting a slight nod, she returned her attention to David. We don't mind him being around.
In that case, David flashed a smile. I'll be right back.
Please, have a seat. Hadley gestured to a comfortable-looking sofa. Can I get you something to drink? Dinner will be ready in 15 minutes. Natalia reached the sofa, but made no move to sit. Nothing for me. For now, anyway.
I'm fine, too.
Luther moved to the fireplace. He studied it for a moment, then glanced up.
This stone really fits the room.
David paused in the doorway.
It's a Boston blend round. We went with wide grout joints.
The architect quickly returned with the largest German shepherd Natalia had ever seen. The dog merely eyed her and Luther before dropping down on a red plaid dog bed. Luther's gaze shifted to the staircase.
Beautiful woodwork.
David rested a hand on the highly polished newel post with a starburst pattern.
The newel, balusters, and rail are typical of the 1920s. You went to a lot of work to make the house look authentic.
Luther rubbed his chin.
I'm impressed.
I'm impressed by the warmth, Natalia blurted. When all eyes shifted to her, she flushed. What I meant was, your home has such a cozy feel.
Thank you for that.
Pleasure rippled through David's voice.
That was exactly the feel I was going for.
Would you like a quick tour? Hadley asked. We have time before dinner. If it wouldn't be too much of an imposition, Natalia said.
I'd like to see it,
Luther added. Hadley slipped her arm around her husband's. There's nothing we like more than showing our home. They started the tour with David explaining to Luther the reason he'd stuck with the 1920s style.
Your house is at the end of the road. It's striking and unique. The modern style fits. Our home is nestled in between other homes of a certain era. I loved the style of that time, so I decided to make the exterior fit, but then modernize the interior.
Wait until you see the kitchen. Pride filled Hadley's voice. It's my favorite room in the house. Natalia gaped when she stepped into a room filled with amazing scents and equally amazing appliances. The kitchen had 2 sinks, double electric ovens, and cabinets that went all the way to the ceiling. The gas range is a commercially adapted high-output one. Hadley smiled. I love to cook and bake, so having this kitchen is a dream come true.
She and Bryn, she's our 12-year-old, certainly put these appliances to good use, David commented. Bryn?
Surprise skittered across Luther's face.
Isn't she kind of young?
Hadley chuckled. Not at all. My mother worked a lot when I was growing up, Natalia said. It was just me and her, so I took over most of the cooking when I was younger than Bryn. She shook her head, recalling those early meals. I had some epic failures at first, but Mom never complained. I enjoy cooking, but since I got out of college and went to work, my meals have been mostly simple and quick. Sounds like we have a lot in common. Hadley's eyes grew soft. It was just me and my dad growing up. Like you, I taught myself to cook. And yes, I too had my share of epic fails along the way.
Knowing your talent in the kitchen, I'm sure they weren't too epic.
David planted a kiss on his wife's temple. When the baby whimpered, he ran a gentle hand down his son's back. Trust me, they were bad. Hadley chuckled, then her eyes grew dark with memories. Though my grandparents taught me to bake during the summers I spent with them, I was on my own in terms of cooking. I can't count the number of times I wished I'd had someone to guide me. Hadley stopped herself. But I didn't. I think that's part of why I enjoy teaching Bryn and working with her in the kitchen. I also enjoy cooking for my family. Cooking for one isn't as much fun. Totally agree with that. Natalia gave a decisive nod.
Even when I had time, it hardly seemed worth the effort for just me. She glanced at Luther. Perhaps we can exchange cooking for room and board? Luther frowned. I don't expect payment. Helping out isn't payment, Natalia insisted. It's being a good guest. We'll talk about it later, Luther said smoothly, obviously catching the glance David and Hadley exchanged. The tour of the rest of the house commenced with Ruckus padding along behind as they checked out the upstairs. Thank you for showing us your lovely home, Natalia said when they'd returned to the main floor. Everyone is always curious about the houses along this stretch of roadway. Hadley cast a glance at Luther. You should consider throwing an open house. I know there are lots of your friends who are eager to see the inside of yours. Luther waved a dismissive hand. I'm sure most couldn't care less. David chuckled. You've been in Good Hope long enough to know that isn't true. Natalia nearly said an open house sounded like fun, but clamped her mouth shut at the determined set to Luther's jaw. His house, his decision. Over dinner, the talk turned to sports. Natalia learned that both men had pitched in college. Hadley and Bryn kept the conversation flowing throughout the meal of chicken fajitas, black beans and rice, and cinnamon-sugared churros for dessert. When Luther expressed an interest in a new architectural software program David had recently begun using, Hadley put the baby to bed, and she and Natalia moved to the porch. I'm so glad you and Luther came over this evening. Hadley motioned to a rocker on the porch, then took a seat in an identical one. Thanks for inviting us. Us, Natalia thought, as if they were a real couple. She brushed aside the thought. Your dinner was amazing. I really enjoyed getting to know you and David. And, of course, Bryn. Not sure what to expect this evening, Natalia had been surprised to see the precocious preteen at the table and her brother in a booster seat while the baby slept nearby. The dinner parties she'd attended in the past had never included children. Your daughter is wonderful, Natalia added. David and I like to say that Bryn is 12 going on 30. She's as comfortable with adults as she is with her friends. Pride filled Hadley's voice. She's passionate about the latest service project her friends are working on for the Giving Tree. I know some of the money from Sunday's event at the Dingaling went toward that same charity. Natalia took a sip of the cucumber limeade that Hadley had brought out for them. Since Hadley was nursing, the after-dinner drink was alcohol-free, which suited Natalia just fine. I'm not familiar with it. Well, first off, the Giving Tree is a neighbor-helping-neighbor fund, not a charity. It's a way to help those in our community who've fallen on hard times. Hadley's gaze grew thoughtful as she sipped her drink. There are numerous fundraisers and events throughout the year to replenish the coffers. Last year was a particularly hard one for many of our citizens, so right now the fund needs a lot of boosting. Are there any other fundraisers coming up? Natalia sipped her drink and relaxed against the back of the rocker. The breeze that had whispered through the screens while they'd eaten now kept bugs at bay. From where they sat, Green Bay stretched out before them, the setting sun reflecting off the blue waters. There are fundraisers nearly every week, like what you saw at the Dingaling, where a portion of profits are donated. Individuals also offer their services as a donation to the Giving Tree. Hadley smiled at a memory. Last fall, we had a Battle of the Beauticians in the town square, where the Golden Door stylists offered free haircuts for a donation. Natalia blinked. For a small community, there's certainly a lot going on. Hadley's lips twisted in a smile. You have no idea. After a moment of comfortable silence, Hadley inclined her head. Do you read? Natalia blinked. I'm literate. Hadley laughed. I'm sorry. That question was poorly worded. What I meant was, do you read fiction? You know, for pleasure.
Natalia had once been an avid reader. She couldn't recall the last time she'd read a book for pleasure, though. Reading had been one of the things she'd had to cast aside when her free time had become non-existent. My last position was very demanding. I had very little time for myself, so reading got pushed to the back burner. Though, now that I'm here, I'd like to make it more of a priority. Then the event my sister-in-law Bea is hosting this Thursday at her bookstore is perfect for you. Excitement filled Hadley's voice. I don't know if you've seen her store. It's across the street from the Dingaling. It's called Book and Cup, Natalia blurted, then flushed. Sorry for interrupting. Hadley waved away the apology. You've seen it? How could I not? Natalia laughed. I thought the stack of books painted out front was going to tumble out onto the street. The anamorphic art along that roadway has been a huge draw. Hadley took another sip of her drink. I don't know if Luther told you, but David is part of the group developing that area. They are definitely doing it up right. Natalia smiled. Tell me more about the bookstore event. It's called A Good Book and a Good Snack. All books are discounted, and Bloom's Bake Shop brings in pastries. This week, a percentage of the money spent that evening will be donated to the Giving Tree. It sounds like something I'd enjoy. Natalia sipped her drink. Will you be there? Probably not. We could get family to watch the kids, but Graham is so little, I don't really like to leave him. I'm sure that sounds overprotective, but it doesn't. In your shoes, I'd feel the same. He's little. His brother isn't much older. Natalia shook her head. I don't know how you keep up with two little ones. They keep me on my toes. Hadley's smile turned rueful. I'm sorry about Carter flinging that piece of roasted zucchini at you. Trust me, it was nothing personal. It didn't bother me at all. He's sweet. I can't wait to have children of my own someday. Natalia blinked, startled by the admission. Hadley inclined her head. With Luther? Luther and I are friends. Natalia spoke quickly, not wanting there to be any misunderstanding. There's nothing romantic between us. You're living in his house, Hadley pointed out. Hadley assuming they were a couple was something Natalia should have expected. I looked into other options, but it's tourist season, and he has the space. He insisted. It's been really nice, but I don't want to impose any more than I already... Reaching over, Hadley squeezed her hand, stopping the nervous prattle. It's nice having someone my own age, someone I like, living so close. Touched by the simple words, Natalia felt her heart swell. I'm not sure how long I'll be here, but I'm glad too. Do you think you'll stop by the bookstore? If you think you might, I'll tell Bea to be on the lookout for you. Natalia realized her first impulse was to say she couldn't make it. She shut her mouth and reconsidered. Was saying no to any offer her natural response? She reminded herself that she no longer worked for Randall and no longer had to be available 24/7. As long as she was in Good Hope, she had time, not only to read a book for pleasure, but to shop for one in a cute store for a good cause. Though Natalia had enjoyed the evening at the Chapins, when she and Luther arrived home, okay, it wasn't really her home, but for the time being, that's how she was going to think of it, she couldn't keep from yawning. Kicking off her heels, she dropped into a chair near the fireplace and sighed loudly. I had fun, but I'm glad to be home. Me too. Luther took a seat on the sofa. Though I agree, it wasn't horrible. Natalia couldn't stop the laugh. It appeared you and David had a lot to discuss. He's a good guy. Luther relaxed against the back of the sofa. I enjoyed talking with him. David is intelligent, business-savvy, and focused on enhancing life in Good Hope. He's part of the Triad group, the one that's developing Wrigley Road. Did you know Hadley's sister-in-law Bee owns the bookstore on Wrigley?
Book and Cup?
That's the one. Have you been in there?
I haven't.
Apparently there's an event Thursday evening to benefit the Giving Tree.
Natalia stretched. It sounds interesting.
Luther studied her, then smiled.
We should go.
Did we ever go to bookstores before?
No.
He chuckled.
But we did visit an outdoor book fair hosted by the Friends of the Detroit Public Library once.
Natalia laughed. Close enough. Yes, let's definitely go together. Perhaps being around books will stir some memories. She shrugged. Even if it doesn't, it'll be fun.
Did tonight stir any memories?
Natalia shook her head. Did we ever socialize with other couples?
We never did.
Luther studied her.
You and Hadley appeared to have a lot to talk about.
You sound surprised. He merely shrugged. We talked about books. Do you know I can't recall the last time I read one?
Yet you want to visit a bookstore.
His tone turned teasing. Things are different now. I have time to indulge in simple pleasures. Natalia met his gaze. Like cooking. I'm taking that on. Luther began to shake his head before she'd even finished.
Not necessary.
It may not be necessary, but I want to do it. She paused, at least until I can find a job and start paying my way.
A job?
A look of startled surprise crossed his face.
Why would you get a job?
To pay my way, she repeated. To help with household expenses.
Cook, then, if you feel you must, though no payback is necessary.
Leaning forward, Luther took her hand.
But don't look for a job, Natalia.
Obviously sensing her hesitation, he quickly continued, as if determined to make his case.
Your desire to jump back into the workforce is admirable, but you've worked hard your entire life. In fact, I believe it's safe to say that work was your life until the accident.
She offered a reluctant nod.
We just came up with this plan for filling in the gaps in your memory. Why don't you give it some time to see if our plan works before rushing into anything?
Finally, she nodded again. Okay.
Good.
He smiled.
Now that we've got that settled,
When Hadley mentioned the book event and asked if I'd be going, my initial impulse was to say no. Luther arched a brow.
Why do you think that was?
Possibly because I was used to having so little free time, or, he prompted when she didn't continue. Or I kept everyone at arm's length. Natalia swallowed hard at the rising lump in her throat. Maybe that's how I ended up with no friends.
I vote for the first.
Luther's tone softened.
The woman I knew enjoyed socializing a heck of a lot more than I did. It was just that Randall kept you extremely busy. You had little free time for anything or anyone else.
Including you? She asked.
My life was hectic, too.
She found his matter-of-fact tone reassuring. It comforted her to know that she hadn't been the only one with little time to devote to a relationship. I enjoyed getting to know David's family. Did you and I ever talk about family?
Only that I know you lost yours, and that neither of us was looking to start our own anytime soon.
I'd like to be a mom someday. If Luther was surprised by the pronouncement, it didn't show.
You'd be a good one.
You'd be a good dad. He chuckled.
I don't know about that.
I remember. Her voice grew halting. A time we were walking in Patterson Park. A little boy fell off his bike. You ran right up to help him.
I did.
He reached over and took her hand.
It appears tonight sparked a memory after all.
You were so concerned, so very kind to the boy. Her gaze searched his. You're a good man, Luther. I may not remember everything about our time together, but I remember that. Chapter 6. Despite it being a Thursday night, Wrigley Road held a festival atmosphere. The Ding-a-ling, open for business and drawing in customers with its 2-for-1 fish tacos, was part of the reason. The fact that Good Hope Outfitters was open late and offering deals on bikes and cycling gear helped too. Even the antique store, Echoes of Yesterday, had people going in and out, taking advantage of the shop's discount on garden items. A brightly lit book and cup had a steady stream of patrons. Hadley's sister-in-law had to be pleased with the turnout. Stepping inside the small store, Natalia glanced around and spoke to Luther in a low tone. "Which one is B?"
Over there.
Luther gestured with his head to where a very pregnant woman stood beside a blond man.
That's B and her husband, Clay. Clay is David's brother and the principal of the high school. Or maybe it's the middle school? Anyway, he's a principal. B and Izzy are close friends.
Now that she knew her target, Natalia wove her way around several browsers, conscious of Luther sticking close. She waited until B and Clay concluded their conversation with an older couple before stepping forward. "Hi, B. I'm Natalia Costa." She extended a hand. "Hadley was going to mention I might drop by." Ignoring the hand, B stepped forward and shocked Natalia by wrapping her arms around her. "Welcome to Good Hope. I'm so glad you came tonight. Hadley said she had so much fun chatting with you that I couldn't wait to meet you myself." A solid kick from the baby had B stepping back. She cast a laughing look at her husband. "Baby Chapin is doing it again."
Sorry about the kick.
Clay smiled at B.
I'm B's husband, Clay. I'm also glad to meet you.
Clay gestured in Luther's direction.
Good to see you out and about, Gannon. When my brother told me you were over for dinner, I thought he was kidding.
Natalia took a step back to stand next to Luther. She saw the teasing glint in Clay's eyes, but considered reminding the principal that Luther had a right to keep his distance from every single person in Good Hope, if that's what he chose to do. Before she could respond, Luther laughed.
Hadley's cooking would make a bear leave its den in the middle of winter.
Clay laughed.
That's the honest truth.
We are featuring pastry bites from Bloom's Bake Shop, B said. Hadley's specialties. I'll have to try one or two before I leave. Natalia cast B a friendly glance. I thought I'd just look around first, if that's okay. That's very okay. B smiled, resting a hand on her belly. When is your baby due? Natalia asked. End of next month. B exchanged a smile with her husband. We can't wait. Boy? Natalia inclined her head. Or girl?
We're waiting to find out.
Clay slung an arm around his wife's shoulders. We want to be surprised. B relaxed against her husband's chest. Well, congratulations. Sensing that a nearby couple was waiting to speak with B and Clay, Natalia wiggled her fingers and took Luther's arm. They'd barely gone 5 steps before a man Natalia recalled seeing in the square the day she arrived stepped into their path.
Luther Gannon!
The man flashed a smile, showing a mouthful of perfect white teeth. Somewhere in his 50s, he had thinning brown hair, intense eyes, and a salesman's smile.
You're the last person I expected to see here.
Luther's polite smile told Natalia that, at best, this man was some sort of business acquaintance.
Tim, I don't believe you've met my friend from Michigan, Natalia Costa.
Luther went on with the introductions, and Natalia learned that Tim was indeed a salesman. In fact, Tim made sure to mention he was the top real estate broker on the peninsula. Natalia cast a curious glance at the dark-haired man waiting patiently at Tim's side. He appeared close to her own age, Could he be Tim's son? She offered him a smile. I don't believe we've met.
Oh, Grant, I apologize for not introducing you,
Tim began.
No worries.
Grant offered both Luther and Natalia a friendly smile.
Grant Nixon, I'm also new to Good Hope. I'll be working with and learning the business from Tim.
Luther glanced at Tim.
I didn't realize you hired someone.
Tim flashed the salesman's smile that appeared as much a part of him as his shiny loafers.
We're growing. Good Hope is growing. Grant is the first person I've added to my crew in several years, but I hope to have even more additions to come.
As if he now had Grant out of the way, Tim turned back to Luther.
Just remember, if you ever decide to put your house on the market, we're your guys. I'll let you know.
Natalia didn't quite know what to think when Tim fixed those intense brown eyes on her.
Are you in the market to buy?
Without waiting for her response, Tim pressed a card into her hand. I'm not, but thanks.
If you decide you want to look at rentals.
Grant handed Natalia his card.
I'm taking over that part of the business. Natalia's staying with me while she's in Good Hope,
Luther said firmly.
Well, you've certainly got the room.
Tim slanted a glance at Grant.
We'll drive by his home tomorrow. It's one of the finest on the peninsula. That's kind of you to say.
Luther put a hand on Natalia's shoulder.
Now, if you'll excuse us, we have some books to look at.
It was a pleasure meeting you both. Natalia's gaze shifted to Grant, and she held up his card. If I'm ever looking to rent, I know who to call.
I'd appreciate it.
Natalia turned down a row holding a display of books, then came to an abrupt stop and inhaled sharply. She lifted a book off the shelf. Recognize this one?
E.V. Drake Starts Over.
Curiosity flickered in Luther's eyes.
Have you read it?
I did, after you gave it to me.
Are you sure that was me?
His brows pulled together.
That doesn't sound like something I'd do.
We were at the book fair, she told him, the memory clear in her head. We were talking about books, and you said you liked historical thrillers. I told you romance and women's fiction were more my speed. I even mentioned how I'd read some reviews about this book and wanted to read it, but I never had the time. You bought it for me and told me to make time. He laughed, and the sound wrapped around her heart.
Now that sounds like me. So you eventually read it?
I did, and I loved it. She shook her head. It took a long time for me to finish, not because the story wasn't interesting, but because, no time.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
He smiled and squeezed her shoulder.
You remembered. Our plan is working.
An unexpected wave of sadness washed over Natalia. Tears stung the backs of her eyes. She blinked them back, but not before Luther noticed.
Hey.
His voice softened as he tipped her chin back.
What's wrong?
I've forgotten how nice you were to me. She sniffled. It's sad to think that I'd forgotten something that important. An odd look crossed his face, but was gone so quickly she wondered if she'd only imagined it.
Well, I'll just have to remind you, over and over again.
She chuckled, her sadness forgotten as her gaze was drawn to another display. Reminders of him, she announced as she picked up the book and scanned the back cover copy. This has fabulous reviews. I should... Natalia didn't have a chance to say more when an older woman stepped into the aisle.
Why, Mr. Gannon, how wonderful to see you again.
The woman offered Natalia a warm smile.
I've yet to meet your charming companion. I was wondering if you'd introduce us.
Natalia set down the book while Luther made quick work of the introductions. Gladys Berthoff was a handsome woman who, Natalia guessed, was somewhere in her 80s. She had a commanding presence with her model-thin frame, piercing blue eyes, and upsweep of dark hair that had a swath of silver. From Luther's introduction, she learned that Gladys had been a star of the community theater stage for nearly 70 years and was very involved in the community. Natalia liked her instantly, liked her bold, assessing gaze and the sharp intelligence in the older woman's pale blue eyes.
The fact that you made the trip all this way to Wisconsin just to see your old friend touches my heart.
Gladys emphasized the words he'd used during the introduction. It's really not that far, Natalia demurred.
I'll get right to the point. The whole town is speculating. As you know, I have a very successful track record of helping young people in Good Hope find love. I'd like to offer you my services.
Confused, Natalia pulled her brows together. Luther chuckled.
Gladys and her friends like to play matchmaker. We do not play, and there is no game.
Gladys spoke firmly, her expression daring Luther to disagree.
We help young couples see what's important to them.
It's true what Luther told you. He and I are just friends. Natalia didn't plan to say more, but she sensed the older woman's sincerity. We dated a handful of times in Michigan. He came here. I remained there. Gladys arched a dark brow.
You stayed in touch?
Natalia shook her head. We did not. I was in a bad car accident at the end of January and lost some of my memory. Luther has graciously agreed to help me fill in some of the blank spots. Gladys shifted her gaze to Luther.
That's very kind of you.
He offered Gladys a polite smile. Natalia wasn't sure what to think when the older woman pulled out a deck of cards and pressed them into her hand.
These are for both of you.
She caught Luther eyeing the cards curiously. Thank you, but I don't need another deck of playing cards. Natalia attempted to hand back the deck, but Gladys lifted her hands.
These aren't playing cards. They're relationship cards. When a person is faced with big decisions, the questions help you find your way.
Natalia and I aren't in a relationship, Luther told Gladys. Natalia glanced down at the cards in her hand, then back up at Gladys. Their gazes locked, and Natalia experienced a connection. She sensed this offer sprang from a sincere desire to help. Instead of handing them back, Natalia's fingers tightened around the deck. Thank you, she told Gladys. If they can help even a little, I'm willing to give them a try.
I love your attitude.
Gladys gave a decisive nod, then her gaze softened, and she placed a bejeweled hand on Natalia's shoulder.
Insights can be gained when one answers the questions, but...
Gladys slanted a glance in Luther's direction.
Like many things, it's often better with two.
Natalia turned the deck of cards over and over in her hands on the drive home. Luther shot her a quick glance when he stopped to turn onto the highway.
I can't believe you took those cards. Heck, you even thanked her.
She was nice, Natalia told him. I think the cards will be fun to look at, though.
I suppose.
She laughed. Tell me how you really feel. He couldn't help but smile. He was doing a whole lot more of that lately. You know, I've been in Good Hope 5 days. She tapped the deck absently against her thigh. I think I've met more people here than I met in 5 years in Detroit.
I hear you.
Luther chuckled.
Honestly, I find it overwhelming at times, but I'm also growing to like it.
Yeah, I see that.
Are you remembering something more?
Just what I told you about earlier. You know, you buying me the book and ordering me to read it. His lips twitched.
Ordering is such a strong word.
if the word fits. He laughed. I can't believe I walked out without buying anything. She huffed out a breath. I really wanted that book.
Which one was that?
Luther asked, feigning ignorance. The Colleen Hoover one.
Natalia shrugged.
That's okay. I'll go back and get it another time. She glanced at the sack he'd tossed in the back seat. What did you buy? He'd waited until she was engaged in conversation with Shelby, the redhead she'd sang karaoke with at the Ding-a-ling, to make the purchase.
A book?
He told her. She rolled her eyes. I guessed that much.
What were you and Shelby talking about?
She asked if I wanted to go shopping with her tomorrow. It's her day off.
What did you tell her?
I said it sounded like fun.
Natalia's brows furrowed.
We don't have any plans, do we?
No.
He smiled.
No plans.
When they reached the house and went inside, Luther brought the sack inside with him. Well, I think I'll head up to bed. He placed a hand on her arm.
Before you do, I have something for you.
She inclined her head at the sack he held out to her. Your book?
Not mine.
His lips curved.
Just look inside.
Slipping her hand inside, she pulled out the book she'd wanted. Her gaze lifted to his. A look of wonder filled her eyes. You bought this for me?
Well, I sure didn't buy it for myself.
With a strangled laugh, she flung her arms around his neck and kissed him on the mouth. The kiss would have been light and sweet if she'd pulled away, but she let her mouth linger as if she couldn't bear to break the connection. Slipping his arms around her, Luther pulled her close, savoring the feel of her in his arms and the sweet taste of her on his lips. He didn't know what to think when she suddenly jerked back.
Everything okay?
He asked. We've kissed before. She brought her fingers to lips that visibly trembled. I remember. His lips curved in remembrance.
We did our share.
Did we? She hesitated. Did we make love, too? Not surprising she couldn't remember doing that, as it had never happened.
No,
he said gently, resisting the urge to touch her, to brush back the strands of hair against her cheek.
We never got to that point. We were still in the getting-to-know-you stage when things ended.
She nodded, and he could almost see her adding the information to her list of how she'd been before. Then her lips quirked in a wry smile. I'm not sure if I should be relieved or disappointed. He chuckled.
If we'd made love, you'd remember.
Keep thinking that. He liked seeing the light chase the clouds from her eyes. You know, I can't believe I could have forgotten how nice you are. She held up the book. Thank you, Luther. This means so much. Luther watched her climb the stairs, a sick feeling taking up residence in his stomach. Nice? He gave a humorless chuckle. He could only imagine how she was going to feel when she remembered what a jerk he'd been to her. Chapter 7. Luther finished a conference call and was on his second cup of coffee when Natalia appeared in the kitchen doorway. She gestured to the cup he held. Got any more of that?
I thought you'd probably want some. I made enough for both of us.
Oddly touched, she flashed a smile. You know me so well. He hadn't, but he was starting to know her. So far, he liked everything about her.
I'll get you a cup.
He started to push back his chair, but Natalia waved him down. I can get my own. When she walked past him on her way to the coffee pot, she trailed her fingers along his back. Deliberate or not, the simple touch shot his body into overdrive.
Not surprising, as last night's kiss had sent all sorts of thoughts tumbling through his head. He hadn't wanted to stop with a single kiss, but it was clear she wasn't ready for more. Heck, he wasn't sure he was ready for more. With the way he was starting to feel about her, sex with Natalia wouldn't be simple or uncomplicated, which meant he needed to proceed with caution. Even more important, Luther thought of how her feelings for him could change. Once she remembered the argument that had put an end to their budding relationship, it could be all over between them. Again. "Thank you again for the book." After pouring herself a cup of the Ethiopian blend, Natalia dropped into the seat across from him. She looked exceptionally pretty this morning, dressed casually in a summer dress the color of daffodils, her hair loose around her shoulders. He smiled. "I hope you like it." "I already love it." Luther cocked his head. "I started reading it last night." She took a long drink of coffee. "I was having difficulty sleeping after all the business of yesterday. Reading relaxes me. I'd nearly forgotten just how much." "I should have gotten a book for myself," he murmured, almost to himself. Her gaze met his, her eyes clear and very blue. "You also had trouble sleeping?" "Like you said, yesterday was a busy day." No way was Luther telling her that thoughts of her had kept him awake. "What's on your agenda for today?" "Shopping with Shelby." Natalia glanced at her phone. "She'll be picking me up in 30 minutes. Do you know Shelby lives at the Senior Living Center?" "You're kidding. Isn't she a few decades too young to be living there?" Natalia just shrugged. "It seems odd to me, too. But apparently you don't have to be a senior to live there. She says it's affordable and much nicer than any other apartment she could afford in town. I was thinking of looking to see if they have any other units open for me to consider." "Please don't." Dramatically, he placed a hand on his chest. "I don't think my heart could take being dumped for an octogenarian." Rolling her eyes, Natalia laughed. "I wish I'd known you wanted to go shopping. We could have planned a trip." Though not a favorite activity, he'd have liked spending the day with her. He reminded himself that it was good she was branching out and meeting people in town. "I really enjoyed our visit to the bookstore last night," she said. "Once I'm more settled, I'm going to ask Bea if there are any book clubs in town open to new members." "You're interested in joining a book club?" "Yes, I think it'd be a fun way to meet people." She waved an airy hand. "Enough about me. How'd your Zoom call go?" While Luther had been convinced that he liked solitude, he was realizing just how nice it was to have someone around, someone to inquire about his day, someone to share coffee and conversation with in the morning. "We closed a deal on a couple of banks in Upper Michigan we'd been hoping to acquire." Since college, Luther's position with Gannon Financial Corporation had centered around acquisitions, rather than lines of credit and warehouse lending. That had kept him, for the most part anyway, out of what he considered the Harcourt mess. Though he received regular updates, his father and the corporation's fleet of attorneys, as well as federal authorities, were handling anything to do with Harcourt Mortgage. "That's exciting." A broad smile blossomed on Natalia's lips. "Congrats." He nodded. "With technology the way it is, it's been easier than I thought to work remotely and still get the job done." "That keeps your options open." She lifted the cup to her lips, peering at him over the rim. "Do you think you'll stay in Good Hope and continue to work remotely?" "I have no immediate plans to leave." "Well, if you should decide to move." A twinkle danced in Natalia's eyes as she reached into her small purse and pulled out 2 business cards. "I happen to know a couple of guys who'd be eager to help you sell your home." She slid Tim's and Grant's cards across the table. His laughter mingled with hers. Like I said, right now, I'm in no hurry to leave. Good Hope is proving to be an interesting community.
One he was only now beginning to explore. Until Natalia had arrived, he hadn't realized how isolated he'd kept himself. While he could tell himself that he'd been too busy with the house and work to get out and meet many people, he knew those were only excuses. He'd deliberately held back from forming attachments. I like it here, too. Natalia made the pronouncement as she got up to snag a muffin from the basket on the counter. Very much.
You sound surprised.
I guess I am. I never thought I'd like living in a small town. There was no reason to look elsewhere when everything I wanted was in Detroit. She dropped back into her seat, her expression thoughtful. But there's nothing tying me to Michigan, and there's so much about Good Hope that appeals to me. The people are friendly, there's no shortage of things to do, and I like how everyone here works together with the goal of making the community better.
Yeah, well, just wait until they try to suck you into a committee or a task force.
I take it that's not your thing? He snorted.
What was your first clue?
She chuckled.
What's so funny?
I'm not much for those kinds of group projects, or at least I haven't been in the past. She paused. I think it was because I simply didn't have time. What's your excuse? Instead of answering, Luther decided her muffin looked good and stood to get one of his own. At the counter, he turned back to her.
Your job with Randall left you with very little free time.
Truer words. She laughed and kept her focus on him as he resumed his seat.
Did you ever consider looking for another position somewhere else? One that would have given you more free time?
Never crossed my mind. She shook her head, her smile rueful. I loved working for Randall. The people at Harcourt were my family. Luther knew that, in a nutshell, was the reason she'd stayed. She had no parents, no brothers or sisters. Harcourt had offered a place that had felt like home. Her co-workers had been her family. That was, until she'd struggled to do her job at the same level as she had before her accident. Then her family had deserted her.
It wasn't fair what he did, letting you go.
Luther tried, but he couldn't quite keep the anger from his voice. In the end, it was for the best. He leaned forward, his gaze searching her face.
How can you say that?
I needed to understand that they weren't my family, that it was uber-efficient Natalia who mattered to them, not me. She lifted her chin. It was difficult. I'm not saying it wasn't. But I'd rather know the truth than go through life believing a lie. Being able to be outside on a beautiful summer day was another benefit to losing her job, Natalia thought, as she stepped into Shelby's bright yellow Bug 20 minutes later. The car, a vintage VW convertible, suited the perky redhead to a T. Luther's house is amazing. Shelby slanted a glance at Natalia. Kind of Good Hope's version of a mansion. I bet you love living there. It's very comfortable, Natalia admitted. When Shelby had arrived to pick her up, Natalia had been watching at the front window, ready to head out the door as soon as the car pulled into the driveway. Shelby smiled brightly. Ready to spend some money? Natalia laughed. Is there another reason to go shopping? My thoughts exactly. If it had been her house, Natalia might have invited Shelby inside and given her a tour. Luther probably wouldn't mind, but he'd been sitting on the sofa, working on his laptop, when Shelby had driven up. Although Luther had a state-of-the-art office on the second level, he'd been working downstairs since she'd arrived. I'd have invited you in. Natalia kept her tone matter-of-fact. But Luther was working, and I didn't want to disturb him. There'll be other times. Shelby shrugged and adjusted her sunglasses, thankfully keeping one hand on the steering wheel. You and me, chickadee, are going to have so much fun. We are. Natalia glanced at Shelby. "Do you mind if I make a quick call?" "Not at all." Natalia made quick work of the phone call to order a book for Luther, then turned back to Shelby. "This car is adorable," Natalia told her new friend. "Have you had it long?" As cute as the vehicle was, Natalia couldn't help wondering how it handled the Wisconsin winters. "I bought it last year from Oakley Marshall when she and her boyfriend moved to Alaska." Shelby patted the dash. "She gave me a great deal on the old girl. Other than the windows icing up on the inside when it gets really cold, it's a great car." Today, with the top down and the breeze blowing through their hair as they made the short trek to Sturgeon Bay, it was the perfect car for the moment. "I'm excited." Natalia slipped her own sunglasses from her purse and put them on. "I haven't had a chance to check out any clothing stores since I arrived." Shelby grinned. "That's because you've been spending all your time with Loverboy. With Luther." Natalia laughed. "Hey, I don't blame you. The guy is a hottie." "What stores do you have in mind for us today?" Natalia asked, determined to get the conversation off Luther's hotness. Though she did agree with Shelby, the man was a hunk. "I thought we'd start in Sturgeon Bay. If we don't have luck there's a boutique in Egg Harbor and another in Sister Bay we can check out." "Sounds like a most excellent plan." Natalia relaxed against the seat, concluding that the white daisy in the tiny vase in the center of the dash added the perfect touch of whimsy. How long, she wondered, had it been since she'd gone shopping with a friend? Too long. Way too long. "If you have time," Shelby slanted a sideways glance at her. "I thought we could grab lunch while we're out." "I've got nothing but time." It was a heady thought. Luther had been right when he'd urged her to not look for a job right away. Working the plan to get her memories back was more important. Besides, if she'd had a job, chances were she wouldn't be here now with Shelby. "Super! I thought we'd start our shopping frenzy at Stretch. It's my favorite clothing store in Sturgeon." Stretch. Natalia rolled the name around on her tongue. "It's not part of a chain?" Though she said it as a statement, Shelby must have heard the question. "No, it's local. It's located in a warehouse by the docks and has this amazing vibe with high ceilings and exposed ductwork, not to mention lots of fabulous clothes. If you're looking for fun, not too formal, not too spendy clothes, Stretch is the place to shop around here." Sounds perfect. Natalia's interest surged. "Have you bought a lot there?" Shelby appeared to consider the question. "Some jeans, a super cute sweater, and a couple dresses that I love. I'm in school and money is tight, but I can usually find something there, especially on clearance." As if a thought had occurred to her, Shelby cocked her head. "Is money an issue for you?" "A little bit. There are a couple of consignment—" "No." Natalia raised a hand. "Stretch sounds exactly like my type of store." "If you're sure." "I'm positive." "Great." Shelby spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. "And we're here." Natalia gasped when Shelby whipped the car across 2 lanes of traffic into a small parking spot directly in front of a renovated warehouse. "I thought it'd take longer to get here." This morning, Natalia had checked out the distance on her phone. 23 miles separated Good Hope from Sturgeon Bay. "Not the way I drive." Shelby flashed a smile. Stepping out of the vehicle, Natalia realized Stretch was right on the water. As she gazed out over the bay, she fully relaxed. "I could stand here all day and watch the boats. I love the way the sunlight dances across the water." Shelby studied Natalia for a moment. "If you're interested, there's a place I love to go for lunch that offers outdoor seating that overlooks the water." "Sounds wonderful. Is it nearby?" "Not far. Donkin's Grill is on a small peninsula between Little Sturgeon Bay and Riley's Point." Natalia nodded, though she had no clue where either of those places were located. "A grill, you say?" Shelby smiled. Fabulous fish tacos and amazing views. I vote yes. Natalia gestured to the large warehouse. So, this is Stretch. It's very cute. Shelby moved to the door and pulled it open. The best sales won't start until closer to the 4th, but we should still be able to find some summer items marked down. What do you say we check those out first? Fine with me. Then follow me to the bargains. Shelby pointed and led the way, weaving through the aisles like a running back on her way to the end zone. Finally, she stopped and pointed. We have arrived at our destination. Natalia rummaged through the racks with gusto, laughing as Shelby told her about the time she'd twisted her ankle while shopping at an outlet mall, and her friend had pushed her around in a shopping cart so she wouldn't miss out on the sales. Even before her accident, Natalia didn't have any memories of silly adventures with friends. The knowledge hurt. Thankfully, Shelby was there to jolt her away from her thoughts. I hope it's okay for me to ask this, but I'm curious. Your accident must have been pretty bad if it affected your job. Shelby cocked her head. What kind of injuries did you sustain? Natalia had learned that most people wanted her to spare the specifics when they learned of her accident. Shelby was proving to be the exception, which surprised her, until she remembered that the woman worked at a medical office. I was unconscious for 3 days. My head hit the side window. Natalia kept her tone matter-of-fact. My car was older, so it had no side airbags. Shelby's eyes widened. If you were unconscious, you had a pretty serious TBI. About as serious of a traumatic brain injury as it got, Natalia thought. Yes, once I was released from the hospital, I went back to my job, but found it difficult to keep up. Natalia turned her attention to a rack with clothes in her size. She idly sorted through the hangers on the circular ring. At the time of the accident, I was an executive assistant for the head of a mortgage company. I tried really hard to perform at the same high level, but I'd lost 3 months of my memory. Natalia lifted her hands and let them fall. A wave of sadness washed over her. She'd been hard on herself, but she now accepted she'd done the best she could. Hey, at least you tried. I did. I gave it my best shot. Natalia spotted a blue cotton top with white stars that would be perfect for the 4th. Draping the shirt over one arm, she returned her attention to the merchandise. If you ladies have questions or need any assistance, I'm Annie. The stylish young woman was in her early 20s, sporting cat-eye glasses and looking adorable in a ribbed t-shirt dress and sneakers. Thank you, Annie. Natalia returned the woman's smile. We're just browsing for now, Shelby told the clerk. But if we find something we want to try on, we'll let you know. I'm going to like buying something other than suits, Natalia murmured. The redhead's gaze refocused on Natalia. I have a question. Ask me anything. It sounds as if you liked the mortgage company you worked for. Natalia waited for the question. When none was forthcoming, she nodded. I did. A lot. If you liked it so much, why didn't you simply take a less demanding job with the company? The intensity of Shelby's gaze had an image of Gladys popping into Natalia's head. There was nothing appropriate. Natalia realized she would have taken something else, at least in the interim, had it been offered. But it hadn't been offered, and she hadn't thought to ask. And why hadn't she? Probably because she'd never questioned anyone at work, especially Randall. She'd believed Randall had had her best interests at heart. Look where that had gotten her. As she recalled that horrible day when he'd fired her without warning, the memory of a heated argument with Luther about trusting Randall surfaced. Everything in Natalia went cold. Had her passionate defense of Randall been the cause of her breakup with Luther? That's a bummer, but I'm glad,
Shelby said. Natalia pulled her attention back to the present.
Glad? That they didn't have anything suitable for you. If they had, you wouldn't be here.
Shelby smiled.
And we wouldn't be shopping and having lunch.
You are so right. Natalia expelled a breath. It really was for the best. Shelby glanced at the shirt in her hand, a sleeveless top covered in sunflowers. After a second, she put it back on the rack.
So you've been out of work for 3 months?
No, that's how much of my memory is missing. I can't recall the accident itself or the 3 months prior.
We studied traumatic brain injuries in school. Sounds like a frontal lobe injury.
Shelby's eyes snapped with excitement.
Has your memory returned?
Only bits and pieces. Natalia resisted the urge to sigh. I'm hopeful that eventually I'll get it all back. Shelby's gaze grew thoughtful.
How long ago was the accident?
6 months?
Shouldn't it have returned by now?
Resisting the urge to sigh again, Natalia nodded.
You know, if you think about it, it's kind of cool.
Natalia blinked. What is?
Losing some history.
Shelby grinned.
I can think of 3 months of my life I'd like to forget.
The woman's teasing tone took Natalia by surprise. I really hate not remembering.
Everyone is different.
Shelby lifted an orange shirt from the rack, then put it back and refocused on Natalia.
I still think amnesia is cool.
I don't see what's cool about it. Natalia kept her tone light.
It's simple. If you don't know who you are, you can be anything.
Shelby waved a hand, and her voice took on a fervor.
The way I see it, people always want to define us, whether they're coworkers or people we grew up with. It's easy enough to let them, to slip into the roles they want us to play.
Shelby's expression turned somber, and her green eyes no longer danced.
Even if we fall into that trap for a while, that doesn't mean we have to do it forever. To be able to forget who we were, or who we were told we were, wipe the slate clean and just start over, sounds kind of amazing. And incredibly appealing.
I never thought of it that way. Until now, Natalia had been focused on recovering the lost 3 months as a way to get back to who she was. Perhaps it was time for her to think about who she would like to be. Like Shelby had said, she'd been given the opportunity to start a new life and be whoever she wanted to be, to not be constrained by the path she'd previously chosen. Not simply in terms of a job, but also where she lived. While there would be more employment opportunities in a large city, the noise, congestion, and even the anonymity she'd once embraced no longer appealed to her. Good Hope appeared, at least at first glance, to offer what she wanted, maybe what she needed. For now, anyway. Perhaps that type of environment was what she'd needed all along. For all of Randall Harcourt's talk about the company being like a family, it hadn't been a family. Unless it was the type of family that kicked you when you were down and when you were considered no longer of use. Thanks to the amnesia and her inability to excel at her previous job as before, she'd been given a do-over, a chance to build a village, to surround herself with a community of people who truly cared about her, not just about what she could do for them. Chapter 8. Luther opened the door and smiled warmly at Izzy.
This is a nice surprise. Please, come in.
He stepped to the side and motioned her inside.
Can I get you something to drink? I've got coffee, freshly brewed, or...
Coffee would be great.
What brings you out this way?
He asked as Izzy followed him through the great room and into the kitchen.
I was at Book and Cup this morning. Bea mentioned she was going to call you to come in and pick up an order. I told her not to bother, that I'd be happy to drop it off.
An order?
Puzzlement furrowed Luther's brow.
I didn't place an order.
You're right. You didn't. Izzy smiled. Natalia called it in this morning. Luther pulled out a chair, and when Izzy sat down, he hurried over to pour them each a cup, before returning to the table and taking the seat opposite her.
Oh, wait, I'm confused. You're saying Natalia called B?
This morning. Reaching into her large satchel, Izzy slipped out a book and handed it to him. She wanted you to have this.
Button Man by Andrew Gross,
Luther read aloud. Puzzled, he shifted his gaze back to Izzy. It's a historical thriller set in the 1930s. Izzy lifted her shoulders in a slight shrug. Natalia told B you mentioned you liked this type of novel.
I did, but just in passing.
Luther shook his head.
I can't believe she remembered. I can't believe she ordered it.
He wasn't sure when she'd have had time to make the call. It had to have been either when she'd gone upstairs briefly before Shelby had arrived, or after she'd left the house. It's such a sweet gesture. Izzy practically sighed the words. By the way, where is your considerate housemate?
She's shopping with Shelby in Sturgeon Bay.
Luther's lips curved as he remembered how excited Natalia had been. They'll have fun. Izzy lifted the cup to her lips and took a long drink, then exhaled in pleasure. Thank you for the coffee. I haven't had any today, and I really needed a jump start.
Thank you for the book.
He placed his hand on the paperback he'd set on the table. I'm just the delivery person. Izzy chuckled. Natalia is the one you need to thank.
Once she gets back, I'll do just that.
How are you liking Good Hope these days? Wrapping her fingers around the Art Deco cup, Izzy rested her large brown eyes on him.
It's growing on me.
Luther smiled as he took a sip.
I'd come here on short vacations before, but I never paid attention to all the festivals and celebrations. There's definitely more to do than I expected from such a small place.
More to do, like Natalia? Luther choked on his coffee. He reached for a napkin as he coughed. Are you okay? Izzy handed him another napkin.
Yes, fine. Just went down wrong. What did you ask me?
Izzy picked up her mug again. I said, more to do with Natalia. Trying to hide his blush, he continued.
Yes, it's been nice having Natalia around to do things with. I'm surprised she's liking Good Hope as much as she seems to.
Izzy paused, the coffee cup halfway to her lips. Worrying he defended her, he clarified.
I mean, because she wasn't into small towns when I knew her before.
Izzy shrugged. Sounds like you weren't either. People change.
Attending events with someone is certainly more pleasurable than going alone.
Luther lifted the cup.
I originally met Natalia at a fundraising gala. I can't recall the charity, but I do remember her boss was supposed to attend. At the last minute, he sent her in his place.
Izzy's wide mouth curved into a slow smile. Your eyes light up when you talk about her. Embarrassed, Luther waved a hand.
That particular gala was stuffy, but she made the evening fun.
It's nice of you to show her Good Hope while she's here.
I'm working on helping her get back the 3 months of memories that she lost.
Curiosity flickered in Izzy's dark eyes. How are you doing that?
By recreating dates we went on during that time period to try to spur those memories.
Is it working? Luther nodded. I don't know what you did on your previous dates, but if you did any wine tasting, you could check out Wine and Cherries Wednesday.
I'll keep that in mind.
Luther knew Natalia would love a wine tasting, even if it didn't bring back any memories.
I'm still amazed at how easily she's embraced life in Good Hope. When I knew her before, she couldn't imagine herself living any place smaller than Detroit.
Izzy lifted her cup of coffee.
I don't know if Theo mentioned that I came here from New York City.
Luther pulled his brows together. He told me the two of you grew up together in Michigan.
We did, but I left there after high school and went to New York to pursue my art.
That's a big change from Holland, Michigan.
Yes, it was. It was also the perfect place for a young artist to launch her career.
Izzy's eyes took on a distant glow, and he could almost see her looking back.
I found success there, more than I ever imagined. But 5 years later, I was on the verge of burnout and ready for a change.
Was that when you came to Good Hope?
I'd been here on vacation and decided to come here for some R&R while I contemplated my next step.
Izzy's fingers wrapped around the cup.
I liked it so much, I never left.
Luther thought about his life in Michigan. He had a good life there. But like Natalia, he'd focused primarily on his career, to the exclusion of almost everything else. Coming to Good Hope hadn't changed that focus. That was, until Natalia arrived. Luther tapped his fingers against the tabletop. I have feelings for Natalia.
I can see that.
Izzy's expression softened.
If I'm not mistaken, she has feelings for you.
The problem is, we broke up over a fight.
All couples argue.
Luther met Izzy's gaze. Yes, but the thing is, if she remembers the argument, she might also remember that she said she never wanted to see me again.
Natalia breezed through the front door, shopping bags in hand. I'm home, she called out. She needn't have bothered raising her voice, not with Luther sitting right there in the living room. Placing aside the book he'd been reading, he rose, a smile on his face.
How was your day?
Natalia lifted the 2 bags. I'd say it was a success.
You got some sun.
He moved to her side to take the bags. The perils of riding in a convertible and eating lunch outside by the water. She expelled a happy breath.
Can't wait to hear all about it.
Setting the bags on the floor to the right of the stairs, he motioned toward the sofa. Natalia gratefully accepted the offer to sit. While the wedged sandals she'd worn today were cute, they weren't the most comfortable shoes. She dropped down onto one end of the sofa, smiling when Luther sat at the other end, angling his body to face her. The title of the book on the coffee table caught her eye, and she pointed. Looks like it came.
Izzy dropped it off shortly after you left.
His amber eyes resembled deep pools of gold.
Thank you for the gift.
Just returning the favor. She flashed a smile. I ended up loving Evie Drake.
This one is definitely keeping my interest,
he told her, slanting a glance at the book.
What I want to know is, when did you find the time to call and order it?
I have my ways. Reaching over, he took her hand and gave it a squeeze.
Well, it was a nice surprise and started my day off right.
Her fingers curved around his hand. I'd have thought having coffee with me first thing had already started your day off right. He released a full-throated laugh that wrapped around her heart.
That too.
Reluctantly releasing his hand, Natalia sat back against the couch and expelled a long breath. I'm exhausted. Shelby is a shopping machine. I can't begin to tell you how many stores we hit in Sturgeon Bay, not to mention stores in Egg Harbor and Sister Bay.
I'd like to hear about your day.
She waved a dismissive hand. You don't want to hear about shopping. It's boring.
Nothing that you do is boring to me.
Their eyes met, and there it was again, that connection, that energy that was a little bit scary and a whole lot thrilling. She had to force herself to breathe. Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you. Organizing the events in her head, she launched into the day's adventures, beginning at Stretch. Seriously? He laughed. A shopping cart? That's what she said. Natalia couldn't keep from smiling. Shelby said she wasn't about to miss out on the sales. Seeing her in action today told me she didn't make up that story.
Where did you go from there?
Natalia told him about the other stores in Sturgeon Bay they'd visited. Then we did a late lunch at this place Shelby knew of not far from there. Natalia pulled her brows together. It's called Donkin's Grill, and it's right on the water. The white fish tacos were amazing.
I like fish tacos. Perhaps you can take me there sometime.
I'd like that. Actually, as she'd sat there on the deck with Shelby, the sun shimmering off the water, she'd found herself thinking of Luther and wishing he were there with her. She offered him a warm smile. What have you been doing while I've been gone?
Got some work done. Also had a late lunch, although it was one that I cobbled together myself. Then I decided to check out my gift.
He returned her smile.
Over my solitary lunch, I thought about other dates we could recreate.
Then yay for solo lunches. Natalia leaned forward.
What did you come up with? Izzy mentioned there's this thing called Wine and Cherries Wednesday at Cherry Acres every week. I thought we could check that out.
I like wine, and I like cherries, so it's a thumbs up from me.
He smiled. There's one other thing, though it's nothing we did together. What would you think about hosting an open house sometime in the next few weeks? I realize those events are usually held shortly after someone moves into a new place, but
I think it sounds like a fabulous idea. Excitement ran through Natalia's voice, and her eyes sparkled as she clasped her hands together. Whatever help you need, I'm your gal.
Yes, you are.
His gaze met hers, and her heart flip-flopped.
While we'll have the event catered, I'll need your input on the guest list. The way things stand now, you know more people in Good Hope than I do.
Chapter 9.
I can't believe I haven't been to Cherry Acres before now.
Luther shut the car door and slanted a glance at Natalia. This is why it's good that I'm here to force you to finally explore what Good Hope has to offer, Natalia said with a smile as they strode from the parking lot.
Luther chuckled. It's true. You've barely been here 2 weeks, and you already know more about what's going on than me.
When we had dinner with David and Hadley, she encouraged me to subscribe to the Open Door. The e-newsletter includes a schedule of upcoming events. Natalia smoothed the front of her sleeveless dress. You should sign up. Luther nodded, unable to pull his gaze from Natalia.
I really like your dress.
I hope I didn't overdress. Natalia glanced down at the midi dress with white and gold dots.
You'll fit right in.
Luther shot her a wink.
And you'll definitely be the prettiest one here.
That's sweet of you to say. She might have said more, but her eyes widened. Wow! Look at all the people! Cherry Acres, owned by Wyatt and Greer McConnell, sat on the edge of Good Hope. Not only were massive amounts of cherries grown in the acres of orchards, but there was a processing plant on site and a shop that sold all things cherry. According to an article in the Open Door that Natalia had read, a 40-acre RV campground had been added this year. After Luther introduced Natalia to Kinsley Ferris, Mayor Greer McConnell's administrative assistant, the young woman wrapped a band around Natalia's wrist, then turned and did the same to Luther. This band allows you to participate in the wine tasting and gives you access to 5 dessert bites. You do have the ability to purchase more. Kinsley smiled. All proceeds from the wine tasting and desserts go toward the Giving Tree. Based on the crowd and the entry fee, Luther concluded that the Giving Tree coffers would be getting a big boost tonight. I'll pay you back the entry fee when we get home, Natalia told Luther as they moved farther into the park-like atmosphere. Luther gave what he hoped was a non-committal nod, not wanting to argue the point. Natalia frowned. It looks like there's quite a line for the wine tasting.
No worries.
He gestured.
We'll just start with the desserts.
The cherry clafoutis, French desserts made with a custard-like batter and filled with cherries, got an enthusiastic 2 thumbs up from both of them. As the lines for the wine tasting were still long, they decided to check out the store. The structure, made to look weathered, sported a large covered front porch and a row of rocking chairs. As Luther held the door open for Natalia, he noticed most of the chairs were occupied. They wandered around the store, which offered everything from pot holders covered with cherries to swaddling blankets decorated with cherries. The variety of food items boggled Luther's mind. He moved slowly down the aisles at Natalia's side, making no effort to rush her as she scrutinized the merchandise. "Look at this!" Natalia held up a sack of coffee beans. "Cherry-flavored coffee. There's also a black cherry one." Luther studied the label.
I wonder which is better.
Before she could respond, he picked up the black cherry beans.
Let's get both and find out.
As he paid for the beans, Luther pictured himself sitting at the kitchen table, enjoying coffee and conversation with Natalia while sunlight streamed through the windows. Luther believed that's how it could be between them, unless she remembered what happened their last time together. Pushing aside the disturbing thought, Luther stepped out of the store and glanced toward the wine tasting. If anything, the lines appeared even longer.
Reminds me of the crowd at a night at the museum,
he murmured. "Are you referring to the pure spirits tasting event?" He found himself unable to stop the slow grin.
You remember that night?
"I do. I also remember that was the night you first kissed me." Her blue eyes turned soft, even as she gave a little laugh. "I wonder now how I could have forgotten something that important."
I guess it wasn't that memorable,
Luther quipped. Natalia gazed at him through lowered lashes, her lips curving up in a feline smile. "I wouldn't say that." As if a switch had been flipped, electricity sizzled in the air. Their eyes met, and he couldn't look away. Luther was seized with an urge to kiss her again, right then and there. He wanted to hold her close and never let her go. He took a step forward and held out a hand.
Natalia,
A trill of laughter had him whirling.
It's Gladys and her friends.
Luther sprang into action. He took Natalia's arm.
Let's go for a walk.
Where? He smiled grimly. Anywhere away from the matchmaking threesome worked for him. A sign offered a possibility.
The campgrounds.
Puzzlement furrowed Natalia's brows, but she shrugged good-naturedly and fell into step beside him. Luther wasn't interested in the campgrounds, but he was interested in being alone with Natalia and far away from Gladys and her friends. "Do you like camping?" she asked, wrapping her hand around his forearm.
Not particularly,
he admitted, liking the feel of her warm fingers against his bare skin.
What about you?
Not my thing. Her gaze turned thoughtful. There were lots of people in the office who were avid campers and went out every weekend once the weather turned nice.
I had a fraternity brother in college who was into survivalist camping. He tried to get me involved.
Natalia chuckled. By your tone, I take it that didn't work.
I wasn't particularly interested in being dropped off in some remote wilderness with only minimal provisions.
His lips tipped into a wry smile. Roughing it has never held much appeal, Natalia admitted. I enjoy hiking and other outdoor activities, as long as I can come home at night to a hot shower and a soft bed. He slung an arm around her shoulders and gave her a squeeze.
You're my kind of woman.
The sentiment hung in the air for several long seconds. What's that? Luther blinked, then looked to where she pointed.
Looks like a second entry point to the event, likely used by the campers.
The boy manning the entry point offered them both a friendly smile. He was tall and thin with a thatch of unruly brown hair. If you'll be coming back this way, be sure and keep on your wristband. That's your ticket back into the event. Natalia gestured. Is this the way to the campground?
Yep.
The boy nodded.
Keep going in that direction. You can't miss it.
They stayed on the road that was barely more than a wide path for several minutes, passing several groups headed toward the wine and dessert event. It wasn't long before Luther caught sight of a large number of recreational vehicles parked in the distance. I'm glad you suggested this. Natalia gave his arm a squeeze. It's a beautiful night for a walk. It surprised Luther how comfortable he felt around Natalia. Though conversation flowed easily, she never seemed to feel the need to fill every second they were together with chatter. In minutes, they reached a covered picnic shelter where a small crowd had gathered.
Luther! Hello!
Katie Ruth, the wife of the minister and someone he'd met several times in passing, hurried over to greet them.
You must be the Natalia I've heard so many nice things about.
Katie Ruth, a perky blonde with a bright smile, extended a hand to Natalia.
I'm Katie Ruth Marshall. My husband, Dan, is the minister at First Christian.
Natalia took her hand. It's lovely to meet you.
My husband will be preaching tonight.
Katie Ruth informed them both.
I'm so happy you came.
For the first time, Luther noticed a sign announcing Wednesdays at the well. Should he know what this was?
When did you, start doing this?
We wanted to reach out to those who work or find it difficult for whatever reason to attend worship services on Sunday morning.
Katie Ruth smiled at an orange-haired woman passing out flyers. Luther recognized her as Helen, a waitress at Muddy Boots.
This is also a way to reach those who spend their summers camping and away from their church home.
There's a coffee cart. Natalia's tone reflected her surprise.
Ryder and Trinity are kind enough to bring their coffee cart every week. The drinks are complimentary, so feel free to grab a cup.
Katie Ruth glanced around as if making sure everything was in place.
The service will start in 10 minutes. It's short, just 30 minutes, if that helps you plan.
It does.
Luther slanted a quick glance at Natalia before returning his gaze to Katie Ruth.
You've put a lot of effort into this.
It's a labor of love.
Katie Ruth might have responded to Luther, but her focus was on Natalia.
I heard you were at Book and Cup on Thursday. I would have been there, but Eve was running a fever.
Eve is...
Luther began.
Our daughter.
Katie Ruth squeezed Natalia's arm.
We'll have to find a time to talk. Right now, I need to hustle.
Once she'd hurried off, Luther turned to Natalia.
Getting out of this will be awkward.
I don't mind staying. She spoke in an equally low tone. Surprised, Luther inclined his head.
Are you religious?
Not particularly. She waved an airy hand. But I wouldn't mind grabbing a cup of coffee and hearing what the minister has to say. Plus, Katie Ruth seems friendly, and she's clearly put a lot of effort into this. It's nice to have people appreciate your hard work.
Works for me.
Luther shrugged.
Pastor Dan has been after me to attend since I moved here. Hopefully being here will get him off my back.
I guess that's one reason to sit and listen.
Natalia turned in the direction of the coffee cart. The minister has been hounding you?
Hounding me hard.
Luther kept a straight face.
He told me I'll go to hell if I don't start attending services.
Natalia blinked.
Just kidding.
She laughed.
Well, just in case, I don't want to be responsible for you going to hell. Besides, I really want a latte.
They were almost to the coffee cart when music filled the air. Luther turned to see a blonde girl who looked to be 12 or 13 at a keyboard.
That's our daughter, Zoe,
the woman behind the cart told him.
It's nice to see you here, Luther.
Trinity shifted her gaze to Natalia and offered a welcoming smile.
I'm Trinity Goodhue.
Natalia Costa. It's a pleasure. Did I hear that you and Wyatt are...
He's my brother.
Warmth filled Trinity's tone.
What can I get you?
After receiving their drinks, they found a seat on one of the wooden benches that had been set up in the shelter. While some of those in attendance sat on the benches provided, others appeared to have brought their own lawn chairs. Though the bench was hard, Luther had to admit he liked the easy atmosphere. Single sheets of paper were handed out to newcomers by Helen in the same efficient manner she handed out menus at Muddy Boots. Glancing down, Luther scanned the order of the service. The first hymn was a familiar one. Luther enjoyed how his voice blended with Natalia's. He'd attended Sunday services with his parents growing up. While this service wasn't anything like the formal one at the ornate church his family attended in Detroit, the informality had him relaxing even more. By the time Dan stepped in front of the group, Luther was prepared to tune out. Sitting so near Natalia, breathing in her sweet strawberry scent, had him reflecting on the kiss they'd shared. Time to consider what's important in life. The minister's words, spoken in a voice that reached to the back row of the benches where he sat with Natalia, snapped Luther's attention back to the sermon. Though some of us are more into planning than others, we all have plans, ways that we imagine our life going. When I came to Good Hope after finishing the seminary, my own plan was simple. I would stay here long enough to gain experience, and then I would move on to a larger congregation. In my mind, bigger was better. More souls to reach, a larger community to serve. Dan's expression turned solemn. Several years ago, I had the opportunity to do just that when I was recruited by a congregation in the Chicago suburb where I grew up. Murmurs sounded from several in the audience. Deciding to accept an offer should have been a slam dunk. After all, it was part of my plan. The perfect answer. Until something happened, and I realized my plan was not necessarily God's plan. Dan's gaze swept the group. Most of us don't like it when the plans we've made change, especially if the change requires us to pivot, to move from the solid shore of what we've always known into unfamiliar waters. Beside him, Natalia shifted in her seat, as if the bench that had been perfectly comfortable only seconds before now held splinters. What is important to remember is that God is with you as you navigate these changes. It is through these unexpected pivots that we grow, that we dig down and discover strengths we didn't know we possessed. It is through meeting these challenges that we become the best version of ourselves. Natalia leaned forward, her intense gaze now firmly focused on the pastor. Luther wondered if she was applying the words in the minister's sermon to her own life. He had to admit, Dan's words were also making him think. Professionally, he'd been successful. Still, there was no denying there had been an emptiness to his life. Luther realized now that had been part of the reason he'd sought a change. He'd needed time to reflect on what he really wanted and what was really important. The trouble was he hadn't used this time in Good Hope to relax and reflect. Instead, he'd launched himself into building plans and meetings with contractors to build a house he really didn't need in a community where he didn't intend to stay. Good Hope residents had reached out to him, but he'd rebuffed their overtures and remained in his own bubble. He'd told himself that simply being here was respite enough, and that the time away from Detroit would allow him to return recharged. Yet, what had he done to recharge? Other than Theo and Izzy, he'd kept a distance between himself and those who lived here. Though he might have attended events, he'd never volunteered or been actively involved. He'd excused his aloof behavior by telling himself it was okay because he was a single guy who wasn't from the area, who didn't fit in, and who wasn't staying. Only now did he recognize the fallacy in those arguments. Only now did he accept that his time with Natalia would likely end up with her not only discovering more about herself, but him discovering a few things about himself as well. Only now did he accept that Natalia wasn't the only one facing a pivot. Chapter 10. Once they were back in the car, Luther slanted a glance at Natalia.
What did you think of the service?
Though Luther had kept the conversation light on the walk to the car, she could practically see the wheels turning in his head. She sensed that the minister's words had affected him as much as they had her. It was an interesting sermon, one that made me think. Natalia took a moment to organize her thoughts. Shelby told me on our shopping trip that I should forget about trying to retrieve old memories and embrace starting over with a blank slate.
He inclined his head. How do you feel about that suggestion?
If I'm being totally honest, I'd say I find it both scary and exciting. She gave a little laugh, especially for someone like me who likes having all relevant information, as well as a solid plan before moving forward.
The silver lining is that you have the luxury of time to consider what you want to do. You might never have this opportunity again.
You don't mind me hanging around while I figure everything out? She kept her tone light, trying to ignore the rapid beating of her heart.
I don't mind at all.
He shot her a wink.
Take as much time as you need.
Relief surged. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I do think it's time for me to pivot, to not worry so much about the past, but focus instead on the future. Natalia wondered if Luther would be part of that future. She hoped so. Her feelings for him continued to grow stronger each day. It was becoming increasingly difficult, impossible, to imagine her life without him in it.
The part about pivoting caught my attention, too.
Luther's comment had her refocusing on him.
I've been lucky. My life has been pretty much mapped out since childhood. That isn't a problem, since I enjoy my work with Gannon and look forward to eventually taking over the company when my dad retires.
You've never had to pivot. Natalia nearly sighed the words, knowing that fact alone would make it more difficult for him to understand why she was struggling.
I've had to pivot.
His lips curved.
Most recently, when a certain someone showed up on my doorstep unannounced.
Don't give me that, Natalia chuckled. I didn't show up on your doorstep unannounced. You invited me over.
Oh, that's right.
You can be such a goof sometimes. She knew she wasn't the only one who heard the affection weaving through the words like a pretty ribbon. If she didn't get her emotions under control, Natalia feared she might embarrass them both by admitting she was falling in love with him. Focus on the sermon, she told herself. I liked the part that through the adversity we grow and become the best version of ourselves. That's what I want for myself. She gave a decisive nod, feeling the rightness of the sentiment. I'm starting to believe that I can make that happen in good hope. Keeping his eyes on the road, Luther reached over and took her hand.
I have no doubt you can make that happen wherever you are.
When they got home, Natalia excused herself and headed up to bed. It had been a long day, but a very enjoyable one. She found herself humming under her breath. Spending time with Luther had quickly become her favorite activity. Once inside her suite of rooms, she washed off her makeup and changed into pajama bottoms and a tank top. Spotting the relationship cards Gladys had given her on the bedside stand, Natalia scooped them up. She smiled, recalling how Luther had turned in the opposite direction when he'd spotted Gladys and her friends earlier this evening. Well, she liked the older ladies and appreciated Gladys giving her the cards. Although she'd determined that remembering everything that had gone on during those 3 months was no longer vital to her happiness, she loved anything that made her think. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Natalia flipped over a card and read. She inhaled sharply and widened her eyes. She hadn't expected the questions to be, so blatantly sexual. Have you ever tried using food during foreplay? Reading the question again, Natalia thought of the man downstairs. Blood coursed through her veins like an awakened river, and she couldn't keep from smiling. Yes, she could definitely see herself and Luther using The yearning that rose inside her had her shoving aside thoughts of Luther and placing the card at the bottom of the deck. No need to get hot and bothered before bedtime. Holding her breath, she flipped over another card. Are you still in touch with your childhood friends? Natalia thought back to her youth. Once her father died, her mom had worked hard to make ends meet. During those early years, they'd moved a lot, sometimes because money had grown tight, sometimes because a neighborhood had taken a downward turn and had no longer been safe. Her last year of middle school, they'd moved into a tiny apartment on the edge, but still within the boundaries of a good school district. Despite the apartment being much smaller, the rent had been a lot more expensive. Out of necessity, her mother had taken a second job. Once she'd turned 14, Natalia had obtained a work permit and gotten an after-school job. Mostly her money had gone for school clothes and activities, but sometimes, when money had been especially tight, it had gone for food or rent. Natalia was proud of her mother, who'd done what had to be done and never complained. She was also proud of herself for stepping up to do whatever she could to help out the household. Compared to more recent memories, those experiences felt true to her. She knew in her heart that it was those experiences that had given her a strong work ethic. Between keeping her grades up and working at her job, there hadn't been much time for play. Friends from those days? None that had stuck. Things should have been different as an adult. Impulsively, she hopped off the bed and headed downstairs. She found Luther on the deck, a glass of wine in one hand as he stared out into the darkness. He turned when he heard the door open. As soon as his eyes met hers, he smiled.
Couldn't sleep?
Just that single question, coupled with his familiar warm smile, had her relaxing. She smiled back. Mind if I join you?
Please do.
He gestured with a hand holding the wine glass to an empty chair beside him. I haven't even tried to sleep. She held up the deck, clutched in one hand. I got distracted by these. Luther took a drink of wine, his lips curving ever so slightly.
Ever hear the saying, curiosity killed the cat?
Natalia dropped down into the chair beside him. Last I looked, I wasn't a feline, so I think I'm safe. He grinned.
What are the questions like?
The first one was all about sex, she told him. Kinky sex. Interest spiked in his amber eyes.
Tell me more.
Laughing, she swatted his arm with the back of her hand. That's not what I wanted to talk about.
Story of my life.
Luther gave a melodramatic sigh.
Business supersedes sex.
I don't believe that for a second. Natalia put thoughts of the sexy question aside. A Herculean task, considering that the man who was the object of those kinds of daydreams sat beside her. Seeing Gladys today reminded me of the cards. I had them on my bedside stand, so I thought I'd check out one or two. At his look, she added, Gladys assured me the cards would give me insight.
Why would the sex ones be included if they aren't relevant?
She ignored the question. Let me read you this one. Natalia didn't wait for him to agree. She lifted the card she'd placed on the top of the deck and read, Are you still in touch with your childhood friends? Luther shifted in his seat to more fully face her.
What's the answer?
Perhaps it was the darkness that surrounded them, or the lack of pressure to respond, that had the words flowing out before she could censor them. I'm not in touch with any of them, but that's not what troubles me.
What is troubling you, Natalia?
She nearly sighed. On his lips, her name sounded like a caress. When I think about work, about Randall, heck, about any of my time at the company, it just doesn't feel right. I know I prioritized work over everything else, but now I can't imagine it. I know I spent time with women who also lived for their job, but now I wonder why I never coveted a deeper connection. He didn't say a word, simply set down his wine glass, then reached over and took her hand, clasping it in his. The crazy thing is, I don't fully remember you, but I feel connected to you. Luther brought their joined hands to his mouth and placed a kiss on her knuckles.
I'm glad.
He studied her for a moment, the only light coming from inside and the glow of the moon overhead.
I can see how this might be troubling, but what does any of it matter in the grand scheme of things? You survived a car crash that could have easily ended your life. Now you've been given a chance to take a step back and consider where you want to go from here.
When she didn't respond, he fixed his gaze on hers and gentled his voice.
Just remember, no matter what you decide, you're an amazing woman.
The air between them suddenly seemed to stand still. Natalia moistened her lips with the tip of her tongue. Maybe I'm concerned because I'm just not sure where I go from here. Luther rubbed his chin, and his gaze turned thoughtful.
Do you still want to try to get back those memories?
If she said she didn't want to pursue those memories at all, would that mean it was time to leave Luther? She couldn't take the risk. It's not as imperative as it was initially. She spoke slowly, as if feeling her way over uneven terrain. But I'd still like to try. He nodded.
The issue is that even though we were together for 2 months, we didn't actually go out that many times. Between your work schedule and my work schedule, there were a lot of things we talked about that we could never actually find the time to do.
She inclined her head. What are some of the things we talked about?
You know, like taking a trip somewhere. You also mentioned at the gala that you really wanted to learn to dance.
2 bright spots of color dotted her cheeks. I stepped all over your toes that night, didn't I?
A gentleman doesn't dance and tell.
She chuckled. That's okay. Since I didn't have those skills in the past, I can paint a pretty good picture on my own.
I hear free dance lessons are going to be offered in the barn at Rake's Farm Friday night.
Natalia pulled her brows together. Dancing? In a barn? Like square dancing?
Good God, I hope not.
Luther laughed.
Trust me, this isn't just any barn.
I'll believe that when I see it.
Done.
The warmth and humor in his eyes arrowed straight to her heart. What do you mean, done?
You and I, Ms. Costa, are going to take dance lessons this Friday in a barn.
You're serious? Natalia couldn't quite keep the laughter from her voice. She realized she didn't care where they were or what they did, as long as they were together. Once again, Luther brought her hand to his lips.
I'm always serious about dancing the night away with a beautiful woman.
Even if it's in a barn?
Even then.
His amber eyes appeared golden in the dim light.
The only thing that matters is I'll be with you.
Chapter 11. Thursday morning dawned bright and sunny. Though there was plenty of food in the cupboards, and Natalia had offered to prepare a meal, Luther insisted he was in the mood to go out. Muddy boots? Natalia inclined her head at the bright blue awning with the cafe's name and image of bright red boots. What a strange name for a cafe.
From what I've been told, that was already its name when Beckett Cross purchased it.
Luther held open the door for Natalia.
He apparently had extensive renovations done, but kept the name. The food is excellent.
It smells wonderful in here. Natalia paused just inside the entryway and inhaled deeply. The scent of grilling meat and onions mingled with the pleasant aroma of cinnamon, sugar, and rich coffee. They stood in line for several minutes before reaching the hostess stand. Helen, the orange-haired woman from the church service, paused by the empty stand with a platter of burgers and fries in each hand. She gestured with her head to a two-top along one wall. "Take that one," she instructed. As they wove their way through the tables, Natalia noticed Gladys sitting at a nearby four-top with her two friends. Gladys's eyes lit up when she spotted them. "How lovely to see you both out together on this beautiful morning." Luther made quick work of introducing her to Catherine and Ruby. "I saw the two of you at Wine and Cherries," Catherine commented. "Then you disappeared." "We went to church," Natalia responded. She slanted a cheeky glance at Luther even as her mind returned to the pastor's sermon. She hadn't been able to stop thinking about the perfectly timed message. Gladys's dark brows pulled together. "Church is on Sunday. They must have gone to Wednesdays at the well." Ruby spoke quickly, as if eager to impart her knowledge. "Pastor Dan offers a service near the campgrounds for those who can't make church on Sunday, and also for those staying at the campgrounds." "Why is this the first I'm hearing of this?" Gladys directed the question to Catherine. "Dan mentioned it several weeks ago." Catherine sipped her coffee. "There was a recent feature on it in the Open Door." "You've been really busy." Reaching over, Ruby patted Gladys's hand. "It would have been easy to miss." Gladys snatched her hand back, not appearing mollified. She refocused on Luther and Natalia. Her red lips lifted in a feline smile. "Attending church together, sharing a meal. I must say I'm pleased to see that you're getting along so well." Before Natalia could respond, Luther's fingers closed around her hand. "I don't know anyone who couldn't get along with Natalia." Ruby tittered. Gladys's smile widened. "That's what I like to hear." "We're going to be taking dance lessons at Rake's farm tomorrow evening." Natalia smiled. "Will I see you ladies there?" Gladys tapped two fingers against her lips. She opened her mouth to speak, but Ruby spoke first. "I'll be there." Her words tumbled out in an excited rush. "I love to dance. Eddie and I used to go to dances every week. That's what everyone did when we were young. I guess that's why I'm so excited about the Under the Stars event." When Ruby paused to take a much-needed breath, Natalia inclined her head. "Under the Stars?" "It's what they're calling the dance that immediately follows the lessons." Ruby's expression turned dreamy. "It's going to be amazing. Finn and Jeremy are hoping for a big turnout. I'm happy to hear that you'll be there." "I'll be there too." Natalia turned at the sound of the familiar voice. By the bill in Shelby's hand, she guessed her new friend had already eaten and was on her way to pay. Where had she been seated? How had Natalia missed seeing her? Then again, the cafe was packed. "You're going to the dance?" Natalia couldn't keep the pleasure from her voice. "You bet. Not only for the dance, but I'll be there for the lessons, too." Shelby smiled. "We can learn together." "Shelby?" Gladys dipped her head, like a queen might when speaking to a subject. "I'm surprised someone from your generation would be interested in ballroom dancing." "I have a lot of interests," Shelby told Gladys cheerfully. "Just like Natalia." Sensing Gladys's intense scrutiny, Natalia smiled at the older woman. "What about you? Will we see you there?" Gladys's gaze shifted between her and Luther. "I wouldn't miss it." After they ate, Luther suggested to Natalia that they take a walk on the beach. They took off their shoes at the steps leading down to the sand, the sun shining brightly in the cloudless sky. As for the beach itself, well, the area buzzed like a hive on full alert. Kids were everywhere, building sandcastles, playing in the water. Couples basked in the sun's rays or swam in the bay. Laughter and conversation wrapped around Luther as he and Natalia strolled along the water's edge, the sand squishing between their toes. Natalia slanted him a sideways glance. Sounds like we're really going to do it. Luther arched a brow. Dance in a barn.
If you don't want to.
He stopped when she chuckled. I admit I had reservations, but I'm excited now. Natalia moved even closer to the water, the waves lapping over her feet as she continued walking. I'm just warning you to keep your expectations low.
Duly noted.
He grinned.
Though something tells me that with a few minutes of instruction under your belt, you'll own the dance floor.
I'm usually a quick study, but no promises, since it's dancing and not computer systems. Her lips quirked upward. When we got new accounting software last fall, I had that mastered in... She came to an abrupt halt, a look of distress on her face. Alarm skittered up Luther's spine.
What's wrong?
He watched her take a couple of steadying breaths, and his concern ratcheted up another notch.
Natalia, please tell me what's wrong.
It's nothing, really. It's just that when I think about work... Her voice shook with emotion. I know I was happy at Harcourt, but thinking of my time there has brought this strong sense of unease lately. I don't know why, but I feel this dread that I don't understand and can't shake off. Luther placed his hands on her shoulders, wanting her to feel his support. He met her gaze, and when he finally spoke, he gentled his tone.
Were things tense at Harcourt before you had your accident?
That's just it. I don't know. Her voice rose before she pulled it down.
You and I weren't seeing each other in January, so unfortunately, I'm no help to you.
Why did we break up, Luther? Confusion clouded her brilliant blue eyes. I don't understand what happened between us. Why did it end? It doesn't make sense, especially since all the memories I've recovered of our times together are happy ones. Luther wasn't proud of what he'd said to her during that last conversation, and understood why she'd told him she never wanted to see him again. He knew better now, knew her better now, and her eyes had been opened to the kind of man Randall was deep inside. If she did remember, surely she would forgive... Luther. She took a step back, and his hands fell to his sides. Please tell me.
We weren't actually in an official relationship, so no breakup was necessary.
Luther kept his tone light.
We'd simply gone on a handful of dates.
They walked for several feet, side by side, close enough to touch, but not touching. But you quit calling. Or I assume that's what happened. Stopping, Natalia leaned over, picked up a rock, and sent it skipping across the top of the water. I may not remember specifics, but I know I liked you. Once I saw the picture of us, the warm feelings it evoked made my decision to come here an easy one. I felt certain that even if you couldn't help me, you'd be kind. The words arrowed straight to Luther's heart. Despite the nasty breakup, he'd experienced a return of those same warm feelings when he'd seen her. They were, he knew, part of the reason he'd invited her to stay with him, part of the reason he'd agreed to help her.
I had similar feelings for you,
he admitted when the silence lengthened. Natalia's dark hair fluttered around her face, her cheeks pink from the sun. They'd reached a point where the beach ended and the sand turned rocky. A point where they needed to look back instead of forward. When she turned to face him, her beauty stole his breath. But these weeks with her had reinforced what he'd always known. Natalia was beautiful, inside and out. I don't want to belabor the point, but I need to know why you quit calling. I accept we were both busy people, but I also believe we're the kind of people who make time for what's important. Luther hesitated for a long moment.
That's what you believe now. Back then, your job at Harcourt was the most important thing in your life. Randall kept you hopping 24/7. Everything else took a back seat.
You're saying that the reason you quit calling was because I was married to my job? Distress sounded in her voice. It was true, as far as it went. Agreeing would end this discussion. What would be the point in saying more? Please be honest with me, Luther. I can take it. There was that quiet confidence with an underlying hint of steel that said she could handle whatever life tossed her way. That strength had sucked him in that first night at the gala. She deserved the truth. You were extremely loyal to Randall at a time when Gannon banks were poised to lose millions because of Harcourt's practices. Discovering you were unable to entertain the thought that Randall might have done something wrong was a deal-breaker for me. You're saying... She spoke slowly and distinctly, as if wanting to make sure there was no misunderstanding. My loyalty to Randall and Harcourt Mortgage was the reason you quit calling. Yes. She nodded, accepting the answer. Then her brows pulled together. You mentioned something about this before, the day I came to your house that first time. We didn't get into it then, but I'm surprised I didn't have knowledge of those supposed shady practices. I'm surprised, too. Natalia inhaled sharply. Do you think I would knowingly participate in something illegal? Luther shook his head. I believe Randall went to great lengths to keep you away from that information. Being gullible, accepting things at face value, doesn't sound like me. You said it yourself. Harcourt was your family. We trust our family, especially if we've seen nothing to the contrary. Natalia's gaze shifted to the water. Still, I can't believe I wouldn't have had questions and even done some investigating on my own. Maybe you did. Perhaps you uncovered something. Despite the sun's warmth, a cold chill traveled up Luther's spine. Tell me how your accident happened. She lifted her hands, then let them drop. There isn't much to tell. What do you remember? It was a one-car accident, late at night. The police said I was traveling at a high rate of speed down Lakeshore Road. I lost control and hit a tree. You didn't live or work in that area. What were you doing on Lakeshore at that time of night? I don't know. Natalia paused, and her eyes narrowed. Do you think I discovered something? It's possible. A sick feeling took up residence in the pit of Luther's stomach. You mentioned before that all your personal belongings were taken from the car. Yes. My purse, briefcase, and phone were never recovered. Do you think someone deliberately ran me off the road? She spoke slowly, as if trying to make sense of random puzzle pieces. I don't know. Luther clenched his jaw. I'm just glad you're here with me now. As he tugged her close, Luther vowed to do whatever was necessary to keep her safe. On Friday, Luther planned to kick off the day with an 8 a.m. conference call. He realized he'd grown used to the more casual atmosphere of working from home when it felt like an imposition to put on a suit for the Zoom meeting with Gannon's board of directors. He made it downstairs at 7, intending to make coffee, but found a pot already brewed. Natalia sat at the table, her laptop open on the table in front of her. You're up early? He strode to the coffee maker, catching the faintest whiff of cherries as he poured the steaming brew into a cup. He rested his back against the counter. Thanks for starting the coffee. You're welcome. Pulling her gaze from the screen, she offered him a smile as sunny as her bright yellow shirt. What can I fix you for breakfast? We've got fresh eggs, or I can whip up some pancakes if that sounds better. Nothing to eat for me, thanks. After taking a long drink of coffee, he lifted his cup. This is all I need, at least for now. Unlike him, she looked ready for a walk on the beach in her white shorts and sleeveless top. He searched her face. Did you sleep well? Not really. She leaned back in her chair. My mind was stuck on the night of the accident.
Have you recalled any new details?
She shook her head and expelled a breath.
I bet you'll remember, given time.
Maybe.
What are you working on so early?
He gestured with his head toward her laptop. I just ordered a copy of my accident report through TCPS.
TCPS?
Traffic Crash Purchasing System. All the Michigan law enforcement agencies submit data on accidents that result in death, injury, or property damage of $1,000 or more. Since mine resulted in injury, it was on there. She inclined her head. Is it okay if I use your printer to print it?
Of course.
Luther pulled out a chair and sat.
Did you find anything new in the report?
I haven't had a chance to really look at it.
Why don't you print 2 copies, and we can both look at the report?
Good idea. In only minutes, the report sat on the table in front of him.
You were definitely not in your neighborhood, or even in the area where Harcourt is located.
He looked up.
You were close to where I live.
Her gaze sharpened. Do you think I could have been coming to see you?
Possible, but that seems like a long shot.
He studied the report.
There's no explanation for why you veered off the road and hit a tree. The roads were dry and the weather good.
It's interesting that there were no traffic cams in this particular stretch of roadway. Natalia pointed. The officer mentioned that in the report.
Since Lakeshore is a main arterial, there are numerous cams along that route. I believe most of them are mounted on traffic lights at intersections.
This particular area has no intersections. Natalia chewed on her bottom lip, then looked up at him. Convenient. Luther leaned forward, every part of him on alert.
You think someone ran you off the road?
Just saying the words aloud somehow made the possibility real. Her brows knit together. I don't...
Try to focus. Do you just think it's possible? Or do you remember another car? Headlights behind you, the sound of an engine, anything like that?
I don't know if I remember or if I'm imagining it now. Appearing agitated, Natalia raked a hand through her hair. For the first time, Luther saw the lines of fatigue around her eyes. He stopped himself from saying more, worried he was pushing her too hard.
Let's set this aside for now.
He forced a casual tone at odds with the tightness in his gut.
Tell me what you have planned for the day.
Barn tonight, but nothing during the day. As she shifted gears, he watched her shoulders relax.
I have a suggestion. I have a Zoom call at 8. It should last 90 minutes or so. How about after it's over, I'll change, and you and I will head to the porch and do some planning.
She cocked her head. What kind of planning?
Party planning.
Luther flashed a smile.
I think it's time we started planning our open house.
Chapter 12. After settling on a date, compiling a list of people to invite to the open house, and deciding to have Muddy Boots cater the event, Luther asked Natalia if she'd like to take a drive to explore a local attraction. She jumped at the chance. The attraction ended up being only a short distance away.
Paintbrush was originally conceived, I believe, as a place where artists who were wounded in World War I could recover. Ethan Shaw's family started it, and Izzy did some work on the interiors. Either one of them could tell you more.
Luther pulled off to the side of the road.
From what I understand, there are cabins all along this roadway. Feel like taking a stroll?
Absolutely. Natalia had her door open practically before he'd stopped speaking. It's such a beautiful day that it would be a shame not to get out and walk. Pausing to take stock of her surroundings, Natalia inhaled the pungent scent of pine. Tall evergreens lined both sides of the narrow road. The trees blocked some of the light, but the sun shone down on the road, as if lighting the way for them. It seemed natural to take the hand Luther extended and lace her fingers with his. She liked the feel of his skin against hers as they headed down the road that reminded Natalia of a woodland path. She'd needed this break. She admitted, but only to herself, that last night's discussion about their breakup had sent her emotions into a tailspin. Had she really put her job at Harcourt above friendships and relationships? Sadly, that appeared to be exactly what had occurred. The women she'd worked with for years had considered her to be only an acquaintance, and Luther had stopped calling because of her total devotion to Randall. More troubling was the possibility that someone had deliberately run her off the road. That thought had made sleep difficult, especially when her mind kept circling back to Randall as the possible instigator of such an action. She didn't want to believe that the man she'd worked so closely with for so many years was capable of such an action. Could it have been someone else in the Harcourt organization? Unlikely, as nothing went on at Harcourt Mortgage without Randall's knowledge and approval. Luther gave her hand a squeeze, then released it as the first cabin came into view. The log structure, steep roof and brightly colored door and trim had Natalia clasping her hands together. "It's like something out of a fairy tale!"
I'd say we could look inside, but it appears by the car parked out front that the cabin is occupied.
"Who do you think lives there?"
No idea.
Luther's brows pulled together.
Izzy mentioned they were recruiting artists. We'll have to ask next time we see her.
We. Natalia liked the sound of that on his lips. She liked the growing connection between them.
Shall we keep walking?
Absolutely. She shot him a mischievous smile. "I'm hoping at least one of the cabins will be empty. Then we can look in the window." Luther laughed.
I never pegged you for a peeping Tom.
She laughed along with him. Natalia was glad they hadn't looked inside the first cabin because, as they were passing, she caught a brief glimpse of a slender woman, a hoodie pulled up over wisps of blonde hair, taking out the trash. Keeping her face averted, she scurried back into the cabin. The next 3 cabins they saw, each with a similar exterior but sporting doors and trim in different colors, had cars or trucks parked outside. Finally, they reached one, the sign proclaiming it to be Hummingbird, with no vehicle in the drive. She started up the walkway, but Luther grabbed her arm.
What if someone is inside?
Natalia gave him a pitying glance. "I'm not going to look in the window."
Well, that's a relief.
"I'm going to knock on the door." She gave him a bright smile. "If no one answers, then I'll look in the windows." When they returned home from Paintbrush, Luther picked up his laptop and settled on the sofa. While he worked, Natalia took advantage of the home gym. She found that, instead of sapping her energy, being out in the fresh air had energized her. After a rigorous workout, she showered, then made lunch for her and Luther, a hearty soup accompanied by slices of crunchy beer bread. After spending more time on party planning, Natalia headed upstairs to get ready for what she'd begun to think of as an evening of dancing in a barn. She donned one of the summer dresses she'd picked up in Sturgeon Bay. This one, a belted halter in a tropical print, made her feel as if she should be lounging on a beach somewhere, sipping a fruity drink with a little umbrella. Despite not quite knowing what to expect of the evening, Natalia found herself in high spirits as they made the drive to Rake's farm. Some of that, she knew, had to do with the fact that she'd be spending the entire evening with Luther. When he turned the car into the parking lot that appeared to have been recently paved, she realized they'd arrived at their destination. "I'm thinking of this as a great adventure." Natalia couldn't keep the excitement from her voice. Luther shot her a wink.
I'm looking forward to it.
She arched an eyebrow and forced a teasing tone. "You're looking forward to me stepping all over your feet?"
I'm looking forward to having you in my arms.
With those words humming in the air between them, Luther pushed open his door. Natalia stepped from the car and glanced around. She widened her eyes when she caught sight of the gorgeous home at the top of the hill. She'd been so busy telling Luther on the drive over how much she'd enjoyed working out in his home gym that she'd paid little attention to her surroundings.
That house!
She stammered, gesturing with one hand, unable to find the words.
It's impressive.
Luther rounded the vehicle to stand by her side. Having him so near had Natalia forgetting all about the house. The man standing oh so close was much more enticing a sight, with his recently cut dark hair, clean-shaven cheeks, and amber eyes shining gold in the sunlight. As the event was billed as casual, he wore dark pants and a gray shirt open at the throat. He looked, she thought, positively yummy. She wondered what he'd do if she flung her arms around his neck and kissed him on the mouth. Before she could make her move, he took her arm and gestured with one hand.
The house is classic Victorian. The exterior colors are true to the era.
Sensing the time for spontaneity had passed, Natalia returned her attention to the house, doing her best to ignore the scent of his cologne wrapping around her like a lover's hand. The house sported 3 colors: salmon, green, and yellow. Leaded glass topped each window, and a turret made out of copper drew the eye.
The colors are striking, but I really love the wraparound porch.
Luther slanted her a sideways glance.
Do you like this house better than ours?
Ours. Such a wonderful word. Her heart swelled with emotion. The lengthening silence told Natalia he was waiting for a response. No contest. You know how much I love modern architecture. She flashed him a smile, then glanced at the steps leading up the hill from the lot to the home. How far from the house is the barn?
Not far.
Luther's brows pulled together.
Though it'll be quite a trek for the seniors.
The sound of a motor had Natalia turning. She smiled. Something tells me they won't be walking. Before Luther could reply, an 8-passenger golf cart pulled to a stop beside them. The driver, a man in his 60s with silver hair, offered a friendly smile.
I assume you two are headed to the barn?
You assume correctly. Natalia returned the man's smile. Are you our ride?
I am.
The man's gaze scanned the lot before returning to them.
Looks like it's just you two for this trip.
Once they were seated, the man turned around, his easy smile showing a large gap between his front teeth.
I don't believe we've met. I'm Len Schwartz. In another life, I was Good Hope's sheriff.
She and Luther introduced themselves, then Len hit the gas. They turned onto the road they'd left to enter the lot and continued up the hill. Len reminded Natalia of a tour guide, pointing out the orchards and telling them Rake's farm consisted of 500 acres of tart cherries and 30 acres of apples and pears. The barn was in sight when a pleasant scent teased her nostrils. What is that incredible fragrance?
Lavender.
Glenn chuckled.
Guess I forgot to mention the fields around here bloom from mid-June through the end of August. These are nice, but if you're a big fan of lavender, you should check out the fields on Washington Island.
Len stopped the cart in front of the barn. Natalia had a feeling he would have helped her out of the vehicle, but Luther beat him to it. When Luther reached into his pocket to pull out a bill for a tip, Len shook his head and pointed to a no-tipping sign.
I volunteered for this duty because I love this community,
Len explained.
Also, it gives me a chance to see old friends and meet new ones.
Thanks for the lift, Natalia told him. It was lovely meeting you.
I enjoyed meeting you both. Now, duty calls.
Len pushed the pedal, made a U-turn, and went back down the hill. Natalia took a deep breath. I could stand here all night and smell the lavender.
We'll definitely have to check out Washington Island.
Luther opened the door to the barn. Sounds like a plan. She smiled, her heart light. Tonight, all worries would be kept at bay. This was a night for her and Luther to simply have fun. I'll let you in on a little secret. She leaned close and inhaled the tangy scent of his cologne, a fragrance she found more appealing than the lavender. I don't care if I don't learn a step tonight. Being here with you is enough. He brushed a kiss across her hair.
I feel the same.
Pleasure coursed through her, and she practically floated the last few feet to the entrance. Stepping inside, Natalia gaped. For the Under the Stars event, thousands of twinkling lights had transformed the ceiling of the barn into a night sky. You were right. She turned to Luther. This isn't like any barn I've been in.
Not a hay bale or cow in sight.
Luther smiled as his gaze swept the room, taking in the abundance of flowers, the large hardwood floor, and the faux starlit sky.
Very nice.
I bet that's our instructor. Natalia gestured with her head toward where several people were clustered around a man with a clipboard. It looks like the class is about to start. Natalia had barely taken a step when the door behind them opened. Turning, she offered Gladys and her two friends a friendly smile, only to turn again when she heard someone say her name. Natalia! Shelby hurried over. The class is ready to start. The redhead offered Gladys and her friends an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, ladies. I didn't mean to interrupt. It's just that Don and Polly are eager to get started. Will you be joining the class?
The girls and I are here to observe,
Gladys explained.
Who all is taking lessons?
Shelby rattled off the names. And Albert and me. Albert August is your partner? Ruby's voice rose. She shot Gladys a pointed look. Who is that? Natalia asked, certain she hadn't heard the name before. He's a former principal in Good Hope, Shelby advised. He's such a nice grandpa type. He was telling a story about how he and his wife used to love to dance.
Albert is extremely proficient on the dance floor.
Gladys inclined her head, her gaze assessing.
Why is he taking the class?
I invited him to come with me. I explained I was taking lessons and told him I needed a partner. Shelby smiled. Being the nice guy he is, he said yes. He's very nice, Ruby agreed. He's also Gladys's... Gladys stopped whatever Ruby had been about to say with a tiny head shake. A hand clap had them all turning. The tall man with the clipboard made a come-ahead motion. It's showtime. Shelby lowered her voice. We better not keep Don and Polly waiting. Don and Polly? Natalia managed to get out as Shelby grabbed her hand. They're former Arthur Murray dance studio instructors, Shelby explained. Super nice, but real sticklers about time. Introductions had just concluded when Gladys joined the group with an older gentleman on her arm. Gladys smiled at Don and Polly. Room for one more couple? She might have posed it as a question, but she and the man had already stepped into the semicircle of students. Shifting to her left to make room for Gladys, Shelby remarked, I thought you and your friends were just here to observe.
We were, but when asked to dance by such a distinguished gentleman, how can a lady resist?
Natalia and Luther shared a smile at Gladys's dramatic words and Shelby's subtle eye roll. Catherine and I are joining the group as well. Ruby pulled a clearly reluctant Catherine forward. She's agreed to be my partner as long as I let her lead. Well, welcome all. Polly, tall and slender, her gray hair styled in a wispy bob, offered a bright smile. Her husband lifted the clipboard that he'd just set on a table against one wall.
I know you,
Don said to Gladys.
And the other ladies as well. It's lovely to have you in my class. I just need the name of the gentleman. Lloyd Steenson.
Lloyd, a burly man with a handlebar mustache, leaned forward when Don entered his name on the class roster.
Though it's pronounced Steenson, it's actually spelled S-T-I-N, not S-T-E-E.
Don made the correction and smiled.
Looks like we're ready to get started. We're going to tackle the waltz first. If you've already waltzed before, Polly and I will work with you on fine-tuning your moves. If you've never waltzed before, you'll have the basics down by the end of this class.
Natalia leaned close and whispered to Luther, "Mastering the basics is my goal." Because Don had begun to speak, Luther's only response was a smile.
This is what we used to call, in the Arthur Murray world, a social group class. Most of these types of classes range from 10 to 20 people, sometimes even more. You'll get a chance to switch partners and meet new friends as we progress.
Don glanced around the group.
Is there anyone who hasn't waltzed before?
Natalia was relieved to see that hers wasn't the only hand that went up. Like her, Shelby raised her hand high.
Don turned to his wife. Polly, why don't you take the other couples and work with them? I'll keep these two with me.
Polly led the couples, including a clearly reluctant Gladys and her partner, across the room. Whatever she said must not have taken long, because it felt, at least to Natalia, that the music started almost the minute they reached their destination. Don studied Albert and Luther.
Tell me about your dance experience.
Albert, a tall, attractive man somewhere in his 80s, had thick gray hair and wore silver wire-rimmed glasses. His Van Dyke beard held equal amounts of white and gray, and his bow tie added a whimsical touch. He appeared to be waiting for Luther to respond. When he didn't, Albert explained,
My wife, who passed away several years ago, loved to dance. I enjoyed it as well. There used to be a dance hall in Sturgeon Bay that we frequented, but it's gone now. Polly and I used to go to dances at the Turnpike when we were first dating.
Don smiled.
It sounds like you have a good amount of experience.
I don't have any experience, Shelby piped up, but I catch on quick. Don nodded and turned to Luther.
Since you didn't raise your hand, I assume you have experience? I took classes as a child. My parents thought all their children should know how to dance. When my older sister married 2 years ago, they brought in an instructor for private refresher classes. Wonderful!
Don now focused on Natalia.
And you, young lady?
No experience, unless you count stepping on toes. That brought a laugh from the group. Natalia smiled. You should also know that, unlike Shelby, I make no promises on being a quick study.
Don't worry.
Don patted Natalia's arm.
You'll do fine. I haven't lost a student yet.
Chapter 13. This is going to be fun, Shelby whispered to Natalia. Don didn't offer Natalia any more reassurances. The lesson clock was ticking. If Luther wanted to bet, he had the feeling the class would be over right on time, ready or not. After explaining what the waltz was and about the waltz box step, a series of 6 dance steps that formed the shape of a box, Don had each couple stand about a foot apart, facing each other. Luther wasn't sure if the sweet pineapple scent teasing his nostrils was Natalia's shampoo or a new lotion. Whatever it was, he liked it. His gaze met hers, and he offered her a wink. He was rewarded with a quick smile. Luther couldn't help wondering what his friends in Detroit would think if they saw him in a barn, taking ballroom dancing lessons. When Natalia's soft blue eyes sought his, he realized he didn't care what they thought. Right now, there wasn't any other place he'd rather be.
This is considered a closed position dance because the two partners hold each other while facing each other.
Don shifted his gaze to Luther.
It's a popular dance at weddings.
After a quick glance in Polly's direction, Don focused on the two couples.
It's customary for the man to lead, and as both men have experience with the dance, we'll keep it that way this evening.
After walking them through the steps, first making sure that the men truly knew how to lead, Don focused on instructing Shelby and Natalia on what he called the follows steps. Once he was satisfied that they had the basics, it was time to put them together. Luther couldn't wait to take Natalia in his arms. Men, I want you to place your right hand on the back of your partner's left shoulder. Ladies, place your left hand on his shoulder. Your right hand should be wrapped in his left hand. Make sure your elbow is up at shoulder height. Don moved between them, critiquing their positions until he was satisfied. Now we'll begin. Remember to keep those elbows up. Don studied them thoughtfully for another second, listened to the music wafting from across the room, and nodded. Begin. 1, 2, 3, the instructor counted. Luther heard none of it. All he cared about was Natalia and doing what he could to make this an enjoyable experience for her. Her movements, stilted at first, came easier as she appeared to relax. Land softly on the balls of your feet, Don called out. Keep your feet low to the floor as you move side to side. Natalia tensed, then stumbled. Ignore him. Luther spoke in a low tone for her ears only. While he knew Don was only doing his job, nothing would go right until Natalia felt more at ease. You're doing great. They made it through the next series of steps without her stumbling. Look into my eyes, Luther instructed. Not at your feet. Trust me to guide us around the room. Her blue eyes, large and wide, met his. I don't want to step on your toes. I'm not worried. He offered her a smile. I like having you in my arms. You do? He nodded. Pretend it's just you and me dancing under the stars, holding each other close, never wanting to let go. Luther wasn't sure how long they danced. Like an irritating mosquito, Don buzzed out suggestions that Luther heeded, mainly because he was concerned that if he didn't raise his elbow or land softly and elegantly on the balls of his feet, the dance might come to an end. Natalia took the constant suggestions in stride, embracing Don's input. As time passed, there were no more stumbles to mar their smooth movements on the shiny hardwood. Don's instructions and praise had clearly boosted Natalia's confidence. She hadn't stepped on Luther's toes once. He wouldn't have minded if she had. Having her in his arms tonight was worth a few toe crunches. Luther wasn't sure how long he and Natalia danced, only that by the time the music ended, his entire body hummed with desire. From the need reflected in her blue depths, he wasn't the only one who wanted. Though the dance had concluded, Luther kept his hand in Natalia's. You both did fabulous. Don beamed, then turned to Natalia. Did you enjoy yourself? I did. She slanted a glance at Luther and grinned. I think I might be a quick study after all. Natalia resisted the urge to sigh as the class broke up. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Shelby hug Albert before hurrying to Natalia and Luther. I had a blast. How about you? Shelby asked. It was so much fun. Natalia smiled. Being so close to Luther, waltzing with his strong arms around her to romantic music, had been amazing. I'm glad we came early for the class. Luther stood with his palm resting lightly against the small of Natalia's back. You two didn't need the class, Shelby said pointedly. I kept my eyes on you guys. You were in perfect sync. And, Luther, you looked as if you could be teaching. If I was teaching, Luther smiled, I wouldn't have been able to dance with Natalia. And I wouldn't have had such an excellent partner. Natalia surprised Luther, and herself, by brushing a kiss across his cheek. Thank you for your patience. A spark ignited in his amber eyes. Well, it's been a blast, but I'm off. Shelby gave Natalia a quick hug, then startled Luther by giving him one too. Toodles! Wait! Natalia grabbed her arm. Aren't you staying for the dance? Shelby hesitated. It's tempting, but I'm addicted to Friday night karaoke at the Ding-a-ling. I was planning to go there instead. You should consider staying. Natalia pointed to where a group of younger men and women gathered. Those guys are going to want someone who knows what they're doing to dance with. Appearing to reconsider, Shelby studied the men in the group. She smiled. I bet I'd have to lead. That might be fun. You're staying? Natalia didn't bother to hide her delight. I figure the Ding-a-ling will still be there tomorrow night. Wiggling her fingers, Shelby made a beeline for the group.
A lovely young woman.
Albert strolled up, smiling at Shelby's retreating back.
So much energy and light. She reminds me of someone I used to know, so many years ago.
Gladys stood beside the principal, her pleasant expression giving nothing away. She fixed her pale blue eyes on Natalia and Luther and smiled.
I hope you two are staying for the dance.
Absolutely.
Luther gave a decisive nod. I'm eager to practice what I learned. Natalia couldn't imagine anything better than more hours of dancing with Luther's arms around her. For now, though, I'd love something cold to drink.
We'll catch up with you two later.
Luther smiled at the couple, then steered Natalia toward the nearest bar. They were nearly to it when Luther grinned at the sight of a blond man striding across the floor with the strap of a woman's handbag over his shoulder.
Jeremy!
Luther called out.
Nice purse.
The man stopped and chuckled. He patted the red bag.
It's my grandmother's. Ruby came by the farm today for lunch. It wasn't until after she left that we realized she'd forgotten her purse.
Jeremy shifted his gaze to Natalia and held out a hand.
I don't believe we've met. Jeremy Rakes.
Natalia Costa. She returned his handshake with a firm one of her own. Your grandmother is a delight.
We think so.
Jeremy's voice remained pleasant as he studied her with warm blue eyes.
You're Luther's friend from Michigan. You're staying with him while you're in Good Hope.
That's right. Luther was kind enough to come to Don and Polly's class with me and be my partner. Jeremy inclined his head, no longer appearing in any hurry.
How did you like the class?
It was fun and informative. Natalia thought of all she'd learned in one short hour. Don was my instructor. He's amazing.
Glad to hear it.
Jeremy rocked back on his heels.
My wife and I are considering having these types of dances monthly during the season, depending on the response, of course.
Luther glanced around at the steady stream of people entering the barn.
Looks like you're getting a good turnout.
While all ages were represented, the vast majority of those in attendance had silver in their hair. Still, considering all that was going on in Good Hope this weekend, Jeremy had to be pleased. Under the stars, Natalia sighed. Even the name is romantic. When both men looked at her, she flushed.
I'm glad you think so. We wanted the name of the event to have a romantic vibe.
Jeremy smiled.
Since the ceiling had already been constructed for a recent wedding, the name seemed to fit.
Tipping her head back, Natalia gazed for several seconds at the lights that resembled twinkling stars. Well, I, for one, am very glad you decided to do this.
Jeremy used to be the mayor,
Luther informed her.
His wife, Finn, is in charge of PR for the community.
Jeremy flashed a smile.
We both like to keep our fingers in the Good Hope pie.
Don't back up, Jeremy, Shelby called out as she slipped around him, a beer in each hand.
Shelby, good to see you. How's the testing coming?
Jeremy's question had Shelby's steps faltering. My friends and I will be doing the challenges this weekend. Shelby's smile turned sheepish. I'm sorry we haven't gotten to it before now.
You still have time, Jeremy assured her. Sunday night is the deadline I gave you.
Something in Jeremy's eyes told Natalia that he expected whatever Shelby was doing to be completed on time. You'll have it, Shelby said before hurrying off.
Great.
Jeremy obviously saw someone over Natalia's shoulder because his expression brightened.
There's my grandmother.
The former mayor clapped Luther on the shoulder and offered Natalia a smile.
Sorry to rush off, but I really want to get rid of this purse.
Once Jeremy was out of earshot, Natalia turned to Luther. What kind of testing do you think Shelby is doing for Jeremy?
No idea.
Luther shrugged.
But by that look in your eye, I bet you'll have the answer by the end of the night.
It was after midnight by the time Natalia dropped down on the sofa and kicked off her heels, happy to be home finally. Luther paused on his way to the kitchen.
Are you sure you want water and not a glass of wine?
Wine sounds wonderful, Natalia admitted, seriously tempted. But I already had 2 glasses at the dance.
Water it is.
Hearing him whistle as he got their drinks had Natalia smiling. Despite her stepping all over his feet, at least until she'd gotten the steps down, she knew Luther had enjoyed himself this evening.
Here you go.
He handed her the glass.
Water, no ice, just like you prefer.
Red for you. She gestured to the glass in his hand. Just as you prefer.
You know all my secrets.
Natalia laughed. I doubt that. Instead of taking the nearby chair, he sat on the sofa beside her, lifting his glass in a toast.
To Natalia, who makes any evening fun.
A warmth traveled through her veins at the light-hearted toast. Thank you for the compliment.
What did you think of Shelby's request?
Luther brought the glass to his lips, studying her over the rim. Since we, or rather I, already wanted to see Washington Island, helping her out seemed like a no-brainer. When she'd run into Shelby later at the dance, Natalia had asked and gotten her answers. Shelby was testing a Door County scavenger hunt app. She was really stressed about completing it on time, Natalia added. She and 3 friends were confident they could cover the Good Hope sites, but worried they wouldn't have time to do the ones on Washington Island. Luther's brows pulled together.
I'm surprised she didn't ask you to join them before.
I'm not, Natalia answered honestly. Evie, Peyton, and Kinsley are all young and single, just like Shelby. I'm older and...
Involved?
Luther took her hand and twined his fingers with hers. A wave of longing washed over Natalia. Would what was building between her and Luther continue to grow? She hoped so. It sure feels that way. After shooting him a quick smile, Natalia lifted her hand from his and picked up her phone from the shiny black nesting coffee table. I already downloaded the scavenger hunt app. Luther pulled out his phone.
I did too.
Do you have the code Jeremy gave us so we can familiarize ourselves with the Door County Explore game?
I do.
Luther scrolled to it on his phone and rattled off letters that they then entered into the app, along with their location. Natalia stared at her phone. I can see now why Shelby needs help. Just the ones in Good Hope could take all weekend.
The Washington Island ones can be easily done in a day.
The sites listed look like fun, Natalia admitted. Luther's tone turned thoughtful.
I bet Theo and Izzy would enjoy this game. Perhaps this fall we can check out some of the other locations with them.
Natalia wondered if Luther realized he was acting as if they would both be in Good Hope in the fall, and they would be together. Not quite knowing how to respond, Natalia settled for a smile.
I think it would be best,
Luther continued to study his phone,
if we did our exploring tomorrow.
Shelby doesn't have to give her report to Jeremy until Sunday night.
Yes, but there's a chance of rain in the forecast for Sunday.
He looked up from his phone.
I believe these activities will be more pleasurable if it's not raining.
I won't melt, she teased.
I know you're nearly back to normal, but I never want to push you too hard or too fast.
Natalia's heart fluttered at the look in his eyes. Was that desire she saw there, or was it only a reflection of her own need? She wanted to tell him he didn't need to worry about moving too fast, but she knew he did worry. Which meant, when the time was right, it would be up to her to make the first move. Chapter 14. Standing on the deck of the ferry that would take them to Washington Island, Natalia closed her eyes and leaned her head back, reveling in the feel of the wind whipping her hair as sprays of water lightly danced across her face. Exhaling a happy sigh, she opened her eyes and found Luther watching her. She grabbed his hand and gave it a squeeze. "I'm so glad we're doing this together." He returned the squeeze.
I am too.
"I'm thinking that once we get there, we should try to check the locations off in the order they're listed in the game."
I thought you'd want to just see which ones we stumble across as we make our way across the island.
Natalia blinked. "That doesn't even make sense. We could end up missing some of the—" Then she saw his lips twitch. "You're teasing me."
It's so much fun.
He dodged her playful punch.
The only thing on my to-do list is picking up the mopeds we reserved.
Since the island is only 5 miles across, I hoped we could walk it, but
Everything I read last night says it's very hilly.
I read that as well. Natalia had checked out several online sources this morning and felt confident she could answer most questions on the island that Luther tossed her way. "We need to make sure we see everything in the game."
Of course, but I also want to make sure you get to see anything on your personal list.
A surge of warmth swept over her, and she linked her arm with his. "I was trying to think back to the last time I did something like this."
A scavenger hunt?
Taking an entire day off for fun. It's been forever. She inclined her head. "What about you?"
It's been a long time for me, too.
Excitement surged, and Natalia pointed. "There it is!" Luther rubbed his chin and studied the island. While he really rocked a suit, Natalia liked him better this way. No one looking at him in deck shorts and polo would know he came from one of the most prominent families in Michigan. Natalia also guessed that few people in Good Hope, other than maybe Theo and Izzy, knew what a kind and generous heart lurked beneath his reserved and sometimes aloof demeanor. They picked up the mopeds and started off in the direction of the lavender fields.
What will we do at this lavender farm?
Luther's tone held only curiosity. "We can walk the fields, inhaling the amazing fragrance from 20,000 plants, then have some lavender ice cream before we get back on our bikes and head for the nature preserve. After that, it's Schoolhouse Beach."
Sounds like a plan.
Luther slanted her a sideways glance.
But lavender ice cream? Seriously?
She chuckled. "All the reviews say it's delicious. I'm going to give it a try. You don't have to, though. I thought, based on past events, that you were more adventurous."
I like trying new things.
His slow smile had her heart flip-flopping. "Good, because it's part of the challenge." Luther cocked his head.
Challenge?
Natalia pulled up the game and read, "Find a place that serves ice cream and submit a selfie with the item." Instead of a selfie, a stranger snapped their picture as they held out their cones, bright smiles on their faces. Natalia liked that the photo was on her phone. That way, she could look at it whenever she wanted and remember this wonderful day. Their second stop was the Little Lake Nature Preserve. They drove past the trail access to the preserve the first time, forcing them to turn back and look again. Natalia hoped this site would be worth the extra effort. After parking their mopeds, they strolled hand in hand down a path flanked by tall stands of white cedar and hemlock trees. "Those stalks are wild parsley," Natalia told him, then pointed. "That's marsh bellflower. The article I read said when you start to see these, it means you're nearly to Little Lake."
"What's my challenge?"
Luther asked. They'd decided this morning they would alternate who did the challenges in the game. Reluctantly releasing Luther's hand, Natalia pulled out her phone, wishing she could leave it in her pocket. This preserve didn't seem the place for technology. She would have much preferred to focus on the beauty around her and the feel of Luther's hand against hers. After reading, she glanced up. "Capture a picture of a kingfisher." Luther chuckled.
"As if that's going to happen."
"I think you'll get it."
"Ah, an optimist."
Natalia had always considered herself more of a realist. Today, she felt optimistic. She slanted a glance at Luther. "About? Well, everything." As they drew closer to the water, the trees began to thin. The path ended at a rocky isthmus with Little Lake on the left and Green Bay on the right. "Well, we're here." Natalia swept out an arm. "The view is incredible."
"Yes, it is."
Something in his voice had her turning. She found him staring. He stepped to her, brushing her hair back from her face with gentle fingers. He was going to kiss her. Her heart began an erratic rhythm while her lips tingled in anticipation. Luther's mouth was mere inches from her when, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a colorful flashing movement. She jerked back. "Bird! Camera!" She wasn't sure how Luther managed it, but he got a pic of a kingfisher on Little Lake. "Yay!" Natalia launched herself at him, wrapping her arms around his neck. "We did it!" Luther smiled and pulled her to him.
"You know what I believe, Natalia?"
he asked, gazing down at her with such warmth that it made her shiver. "What?"
"I believe that together, you and I can do anything we set our minds to."
After a stop at Nelson's Hall for a shot of bitters, they swung by Schoolhouse Beach. Luther stood with Natalia for the longest time, inhaling the fresh air, his arms slung around her shoulders, the smooth stones at their feet and endless water stretched out before them. As he stood there with her, everything in Luther relaxed. Being with Natalia felt right, as if he was where he needed to be and with the one woman he was meant to be with. On their way back to the ferry, they ended their day on Washington Island with a win when Luther spotted the one thing on their list that had eluded them.
"Look over there."
Luther slowed his moped to a crawl and pointed at a ramshackle building barely visible from the road. She flashed a smile. "I told you we'd find it." They parked the mopeds, and Natalia took his arm. With the sun shining high overhead, they ambled down an overgrown path to the building. While not in imminent danger of collapse, the structure, with its weathered wood and broken windows, had clearly seen better days.
"We're going to miss the 5 o'clock ferry,"
he told her. She waved an airy hand. "There'll be another one at 6. Luther couldn't believe this woman beside him was the same woman he'd known back in Detroit. That woman had had every minute of every day scheduled and had stuck to that schedule. Her phone had been like a third appendage. The woman beside him now took each day as it came. Natalia's eyes were no longer edged by strain, and her laugh came frequently.
"Appears to be an abandoned storage unit."
Luther surveyed the area.
I'm surprised it's still standing.
I'm glad it is.
Why is that?
Now we can mark it completed in the game.
Only after you do your pretend battle with a lightsaber.
To his surprise, her mouth widened into a smile. That's my challenge? He nodded. Finally, a good one. Startled, Luther watched her pretend to lift a saber with both hands and hold it high. Start the video, she instructed. He hit record just as she gave an unearthly howl and brought the saber down in a battle to the death. The battle went on for a good 20 seconds. Luther watched, mesmerized by her joy. Finally, just when he was beginning to wonder if this battle would ever end, she sliced the saber sideways, stepped back, and announced, "Victory is mine!" Stopping the video, he slipped the phone in his pocket and stepped to her.
Long live the victor.
Then his lips were on hers, and he was kissing her, and she was kissing him back. This wasn't like the sweet kiss they'd shared before, but one filled with urgency and need. She pressed herself against him, soft where he was hard. They fit together perfectly. He slid his hand into her hair, reveling in the feel of the soft strands around his fingers, holding her so their mouths could come together again and again. Luther wanted her more than he'd ever wanted a woman. Angling his head, he swept his tongue across her lips, and she opened to him. He deepened the kiss, the sweet taste of her setting his blood on fire. He wasn't sure what would have happened if not for the sound of childish laughter drifting on the breeze from the direction of the road. He suspected they would have been down on the floor in seconds, but Natalia jerked back. When she swayed slightly, he grasped her shoulders, steadying her. Her blue eyes were large, her lips swollen from his kisses, and her cheeks flushed. She was, he thought, the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. That was... He waited for the accolades. Stupendous, amazing, wonderful. Unexpected? Luther blinked, frowned.
Unexpected?
Had she really no clue how he felt about her? Did she not understand how his feelings had grown in the few short weeks since she'd shown up on his doorstep? She stepped close, then, and placed her palm flat against his cheek. Unexpected, in that I've never kissed anyone who makes me feel the way that you do.
And how...
Luther cleared his throat.
is that?
Like my blood is on fire? Her gaze remained firmly fixed on his face. Like I want to crawl under your skin. Okay, Luther thought. This was more like it. But that can't happen here.
Because of the kids out there?
He gestured vaguely in the direction of the door. Because anyone could wander in. And because... She kissed him gently on the mouth. When we do make love, I don't want it to be on a dirty floor. Natalia's words rang like a promise in his ears as they turned in the mopeds and made it to the ferry in time for the 6 o'clock ride across the stretch of water known as Death's Door. By the time they reached Luther's car, they were both hungry and ready to eat. Don't ask me why, but I'm in the mood for fajitas, Natalia told him when they settled in his car. I've seen food trucks at the festivals, but I haven't seen a Mexican cafe in Good Hope.
There isn't one,
Luther advised.
There is a Mexican cafe in Egg Harbor that's pretty good.
Perfect. Natalia pulled out her phone. I seem to recall a challenge in the game that involved a Mexican restaurant. You did the last one, when we took a picture of us on our mopeds, so this one would be mine. Luther turned onto Highway 42, which would take them past Good Hope and into Egg Harbor. Now this is a challenge I can get behind, Natalia smiled and set down her phone. Continue onward. He waited for her to tell him the challenge, but she remained silent, her lips curved upward. Finally, he could wait no longer.
Are you going to tell me what the challenge is?
You don't want to be surprised?
If I wanted to be surprised, I wouldn't have asked.
No need to be grouchy. This is one you're going to like, because you'll be a participant. He shot her a pointed, sideways glance, but it was only for form.
I'm not participating when it's your challenge.
This challenge takes two, Natalia teased.
Then enlist someone at the cafe.
That's a possibility. Natalia tapped 2 fingers against her lips. I bet I could find someone to kiss me. Luther went on alert.
Kiss you?
That's the challenge. Hug something or kiss someone. She shrugged. If no one appeals, I'm sure I can find an outside post or something to hug.
No worries,
Luther said immediately.
I'm happy to help out.
She smiled. I do like a man who is a team player.
I'm at your service.
By the time they reached Sombreros, Natalia's heart was light, and she couldn't keep from smiling. Even Luther appeared relaxed when he reached around her to open the door to the Mexican cafe. Welcome to Sombreros. A brightly colored skirt and top flattered the dark-haired beauty. Dinner for 2? Natalia looped her arm through Luther's. That's right.
When do I get my kiss?
Luther murmured in a low tone meant for her ears only as the hostess showed them to a table near a window. Will this table be okay?
It's fine.
Luther nodded. The hostess placed 2 menus on the table. Your server will be right with you. Enjoy your evening. Always the gentleman, Luther pulled out her chair before taking a seat to her right. Instead of glancing at the menu, he continued to study her, his eyes dark and intense on her face. Heat traveled up Natalia's neck at the intense scrutiny. After a moment, she lifted a hand to her cheek. Do I have something on my face? He shook his head, but was precluded from saying anything by the arrival of their waitress, who introduced herself as Angela, placed 2 glasses of water on the table, and announced she would be taking care of them this evening. Have you had a chance to look at the menus? Angela asked, her gaze appearing to take note of the closed menus on the table. I'm afraid not. This is my first time here, Natalia told the woman. Could you give us a few minutes? Absolutely. May I get either of you something to drink other than water? What flavor of margaritas do you have? Natalia asked. Angela rattled off the flavors. Available both on the rocks and blended. I'll have a watermelon blended, please. Natalia offered the woman a smile and received one in return.
Michelada, for me,
Luther said when the server's gaze shifted to him. Very fine. I'll get your drinks, and you can order whenever you're ready. What's in a michelada? Randall ordered one when we went out to lunch shortly before he let me go. For some reason, the memory of that lunch had a headache trying to form.
Beer, tomato, and lime juices, with some assorted sauces.
Luther smiled.
I can let you have a taste of mine.
Maybe. Feeling strangely unsettled, Natalia lifted her glass of water and took a long drink.
Where did Randall take you for this lunch?
Side Street Diner.
The one on St. Clair?
She nodded.
Why the lunch?
What do you mean?
I thought you told me once that you and he didn't see each other socially.
We don't, didn't. Natalia pulled her brows together.
Was it a business lunch?
No. Natalia rubbed her temples. Worry filled his eyes.
We don't have to talk about it if it upsets you. It just seemed odd to me, that's all.
At her questioning glance, he continued.
Taking you out to lunch, then casting you aside?
Natalia took another drink of water. I thought he was just being nice. The conversation revolved around me, how I was feeling, if I'd gotten any more of my memory back.
You told him you hadn't.
Natalia nodded. Yes, because at that time, everything from November on was a complete blank.
How did he respond to that news?
Luther lifted his own glass, but didn't bring it to his mouth. Natalia was quiet for a moment, closing her eyes as if to picture the day in her mind. When her eyes opened, her expression was puzzled. That's the strange part. Natalia flipped open her menu, but didn't glance down. She kept her focus on Luther. At first, I assumed he was disappointed, especially because he fired me not long after that. Now, I'm not sure that was it. Luther leaned forward.
What do you think now?
It's odd, but he appeared relieved.
What makes you think that?
He kept asking if I was absolutely sure I couldn't recall anything about the day of the accident. Then, when I told him, yes, I'm absolutely sure I can't remember anything, he sat back in his chair and said, "Okay, that's good."
He said that's good? Why would he say that?
Natalia slowly shook her head. It doesn't make sense. I thought he was disappointed and just trying to be kind and not make me feel bad. But he should have wanted me to get my memory back.
But he said that's good, not that's okay, don't worry. That doesn't make any sense.
You're absolutely right. It doesn't make sense. Natalia expelled a frustrated breath and raked her fingers through her hair. I figured I was seeing his disappointment because it was only a couple weeks later that he told me he was letting me go, and I had a lot more on my mind than analyzing his response. Natalia stared, unseeing, at the menu for several heartbeats. You know, when he told me he had to let me go, I was convinced it was the end of the world.
And now?
Luther prompted. She impulsively reached over and covered his hand with hers while meeting his gaze. Now, I realize it was the beginning of a whole new life for me. Chapter 15. Natalia paused on the porch and turned to him, placing her back against his front door. I can't remember when I had a nicer time.
There's something else I need to remind you of.
What is that? Her smile turned coquettish.
The kiss. Part of the challenge in checking off the Mexican cafe.
Luther held up a hand.
Now, you may have hugged that burro statue outside the restaurant or kissed the busboy when I wasn't looking. If not, that challenge still needs to be completed.
I believe a good night kiss will satisfy.
It was a start, but Luther knew it wouldn't begin to satisfy the need inside him.
Still, he stepped to her, and she lifted her arms, twining them around his neck as his hand settled on her hips. Her dark hair shone like highly polished wood in the glow of the porch light, and the lipstick she'd reapplied when they'd gotten into his car for the drive home reminded him of ripe cherries.
If I kiss you, I'll ruin your lipstick,
he said in a teasing tone. Sometimes the fun is in the taking off. Her words had his mind jumping ahead to something far more interesting than lip color to take off. In his mind, he saw her dress hit the floor and her kick it aside. He saw himself studying what she wore under that halter dress and then taking those garments off, too. Luther wondered if she preferred lace or cotton. He already knew he'd find either incredibly sexy. Arousing? Well, simply standing this close to her had him already there. She lifted her face, and he closed his mouth over hers. Despite the strength of the emotions pulling at him, he kept the kiss light and altogether too brief. Not because he didn't want to kiss her, But because he feared if things heated up like they had the last time they'd kissed, he'd be making love to her on his porch. Which held some appeal. But he also wanted to make sure she was totally comfortable taking this next step and not giving into emotion in the heat of the moment. With all the restraint he possessed, Luther took a step back. For a second, confusion furrowed Natalia's brow. Then she smiled. Removing her arms from his neck, she gestured to the door. "It's your house. You do the honors. You've got the code?" He'd given it to her a couple of days ago. "Your house," she repeated. Luther keyed in the code. After holding the door open for Natalia, he stepped inside, then immediately moved to the kitchen to disarm the security system. By the time he returned to the living room, she was nowhere in sight. "Natalia?" he called out. "Where are you?" "I'm upstairs," she called back. Her bedroom was upstairs. His heart kicked into overdrive. Was this her way of inviting him to join her? Those hopes were dashed when she said, "I'll be down in a minute." "I'll be on the deck." Instead of waiting for her in the living room, he headed to the back of the house and out into the cool night air. He could have turned on the outside lights, but he kept them off. The light filtering through the windows provided enough light to see, but also allowed the night sky to be on full display. Gazing up at the star-filled sky, he didn't even turn his head when he heard the French doors open. When she moved silently to the rail and looked into the backyard, he saw that she'd changed out of the dress and into yoga pants and a long-sleeved tee. She'd also pulled her hair up into some sort of messy tail. If anything, she was even more beautiful than before. "This is the most amazing view." She tipped her head back and expelled a long breath. "Standing here, I'm reminded of that quote from Twilight. Without the dark, we'd never see the stars." It seems oddly prophetic. "How so?" Another thing he liked about her, Luther realized, was she had depth. With her, it wasn't an endless game of superficial. "If you put my accident in the dark category, which I do." She turned and rested her back against the rail. For the first time, he saw that her feet were bare, her toes as bright red as her lipstick had been. Sexy. The woman had incredibly sexy feet, long and slender with... Well, if the accident hadn't happened, I'd likely be back in Detroit, working 60-plus hours a week, not knowing all I was missing. Abruptly, she crossed the short distance to the chair beside him and dropped down into it. I would never have been forced to examine my life, to take a good hard look at the direction I was headed, and decide if I wanted to stay on that track. She was staring at him so expectantly that Luther felt he had to comment. "Given time, you probably would have done that anyway." "That's kind of you to say, but I'm not sure that's true." She brought her feet up, settled them on the woven hassock, and crossed her ankles. "When you work so many hours, it doesn't leave much time for introspection." Luther nodded. There was a lot he could say, a lot he wanted to say about how being with her, having her with him, made him feel. But he sensed this conversation was about more than stars and night skies. She was working through some heavy-duty issues and seemed to feel the need to talk them out. Well, if that's what she needed, he was happy to listen. "Since coming to Good Hope, I've started to see the stars. Not simply the ones in the night sky." She waved one hand in the direction of the heavens. "But all the wonderful things that are out there." Her gaze settled on him, and her expression turned pleading, as if it was important to her that he understand. "For once, I'm taking time to make friends and build what I hope will be lasting friendships. Most of all, I'm building a strong relationship with you. At least, I think that's what you and I are doing." The tentative look she shot him had him reaching over to take her hand. He brought it to his lips and pressed a kiss into her palm.
That's how I see it.
Relief washed across her pretty face. None of this would have happened if I'd stayed in Michigan. Heck, if you'd stayed in Michigan. Whatever happens between us, however it ends up, I believe this time together will end up changing both of our lives. Natalia couldn't believe she and Luther had been able to pull together plans for the open house on such short notice. When they'd considered setting the date in a couple of weeks, Izzy had strongly advised against it. According to her, Independence Day in Good Hope and the days surrounding it were filled with activities that locals and visitors alike looked forward to all year. Izzy had recommended they either do it soon or wait until August. Luther had opted for soon, which was why, on a Thursday night less than 2 weeks before the 4th, he'd thrown his home open to friends. Tim and Grant, his new associate, were among the first to walk through the door.
Welcome.
Luther's eyes held amusement as Tim's gaze swept the interior. Tim stepped farther into the room, and Natalia half expected him to bring out a tape measure, a notepad, and a camera. "I'm happy you could make it." Natalia offered the two men a warm smile. Though she assumed she'd be overseeing the food and beverage service, Luther had insisted she was here to make their guests feel welcome, not work the party. Tim slanted a glance at Luther.
I was hoping the invitation was your way of saying, come see my house and find someone interested in buying it.
Though a smile remained firmly fixed on Grant's face, out of the corner of her eye, Natalia swore she saw the man wince. Luther only laughed and clapped Tim on the back.
Tim, I assure you that if I decide to put this home on the market, you're the one I'll call.
There's a bar over there. Natalia gestured. Please grab a drink and enjoy the amazing appetizers.
Thanks.
Tim glanced around, his sharp-eyed gaze taking note of the guests.
We're going to do a little mingling first.
Once the two men strolled off, Luther slung an arm around Natalia's shoulders and kissed her temple.
Thanks for doing this with me.
It's my pleasure.
Have I told you how lovely you look this evening?
Only about 1,000 times. She smiled up at him. I don't mind hearing it again. Knowing how casual everything was in Good Hope, but not wanting to appear too casual for guests who wanted to dress up, Luther had chosen to wear navy trousers and a slim-fit sharkskin jacket with a black crewneck t-shirt. Natalia loved how the look blended trendy with stylish. She'd chosen a tie-waist jumpsuit with sheer polka-dot sleeves and neckline. It was one of the outfits she'd picked up on her shopping trip with Shelby. Totally impractical, but it had been marked down and fit perfectly. I told you you'd find a place to wear that gorgeous jumpsuit. Natalia whirled, and there was Shelby, giving her a hug, her green eyes dancing with excitement.
If you're the one responsible for her buying that jumpsuit, thank you.
The warm and friendly smile that Luther offered Shelby appeared to put her instantly at ease. She thought it was impractical, Shelby confided to Luther. But I love it on her.
I love it on her, too.
Something about the look Luther shot her told Natalia he'd like it even better off her. Ever since their trip to Washington Island, desire hummed in the air whenever they were close. Actually, Natalia was a bit surprised they hadn't made love already. There wasn't any reason they shouldn't act on their growing attraction. They were both single, consenting adults. As long as they had their eyes wide open when they got intimate, no one would get hurt. It was that last part that Natalia was having trouble believing. If something bad happened between her and Luther, well, she wasn't sure her heart would survive. She wanted to be rational and not give in to emotion, but her feelings for him grew stronger every day. Not only was he super sexy, Natalia liked Luther. She liked his kindness, his sense of humor, and his honesty. If she was being totally honest, she'd have to say that she was already a little in love with him. Heck, who was she kidding? She loved him. which should be ridiculous since their time together had been so short. She refocused on Shelby. "Can I show you around?" "You stay and greet your guests." Shelby's smile turned impish. "I can snoop on my own." "I'll catch up with you in a little bit," Natalia promised.
Are you enjoying yourself?
Luther handed her the glass of wine he'd snagged from a passing waiter.
You look thirsty.
I am. I can't recall the last time I talked so much. Natalia absently sipped the drink. I'm stunned by the number of people who showed up, and on a Thursday night. He chuckled and confiscated a glass for himself.
Don't forget the late notice.
That too. She took another sip. I feel foolish for worrying that no one would show.
I certainly didn't expect this turnout, though I'm not sure why. It's been my experience that people in this community always show up.
I'd love to mingle. Natalia glanced around the crowded great room. But guests are still arriving.
Since it's an open house, people will likely be coming and going all evening.
Luther's gaze turned thoughtful. What are you thinking?
I'm wishing we had family here who could take over manning the door and greeting guests.
Tim would probably jump at the chance.
No doubt. And while he was at it, everyone would get his business card as they walked through the door.
A smile tugged at the corners of Luther's lips.
I couldn't be that cruel.
His gaze landed on Gladys, who'd been one of the first arrivals, standing with her friends.
What about Gladys?
Wouldn't that be asking a lot? Natalia lowered her voice. I thought she was in her 80s, but Shelby told me it's more like mid-90s. Luther arched a brow.
Your point?
That expecting someone her age to stand at the door might be asking too much.
The woman could probably run rings around both of us. I have a feeling she'd love being asked.
Luther shrugged.
If she doesn't want to do it, she won't have any problem saying no.
Minutes later, Gladys replaced Luther and Natalia at the door. Luther had been right, Natalia realized. Gladys was in her element, greeting guests. Being at the door allowed her to keep her finger on the pulse of the party.
Now,
Luther took her arm.
It's time for you and me to mingle.
They hadn't even taken 5 steps when Natalia heard the happy sound of her name coming from behind them. She turned around and found herself embraced by a beaming Izzy. Theo clapped Luther on the back.
Thanks for the invitation. I appreciate you coming.
Luther gestured with one hand.
It feels like half of Good Hope is here tonight.
Izzy scanned the room, then grinned. I believe you're right. Theo turned to Luther.
If you'll excuse me for a second, I promised my wife a club soda.
Leaning over, Theo brushed a kiss against Izzy's cheek.
Be right back.
Izzy smiled up at him. I'll be right here. When Theo hurried off, Natalia turned to Izzy. Did you and Theo by any chance do Jeremy's Door County Explore experiment? When they'd turned in their information to Jeremy on Sunday, Natalia had discovered that a number of couples had been asked to check out the game and the sites. We did. I enjoyed it. Izzy inclined her head, her gaze sliding from Luther to Natalia and back again. I take it you tried it out too? We did Washington Island and then Sombreros in Egg Harbor. It was fun. Natalia glanced at Luther.
It was more fun than I thought it'd be,
he said. Well, that's not saying much, Izzy teased.
I had a great time,
Luther insisted. That's us, too. Izzy turned to her husband, who held out a glass of clear liquid topped with a lime. Thanks, honey.
Did you have any suggestions for improvement?
Luther asked.
Improvement?
Theo asked. We were talking about the scavenger game, Izzy told him.
None, other than we suggested eliminating the police car challenge.
Theo lifted his bottle of beer to his lips and took a sip.
Apparently, simply touching a police vehicle can be considered vandalism.
Izzy shot her husband an impish smile. Theo nearly got arrested.
Seriously?
Natalia widened her eyes.
No,
Theo said, then laughed.
Well, one of the deputies did come over to speak with us. He wasn't particularly happy. Thankfully, Cade intervened. Did I hear my name?
The sheriff paused by them, and the conversational circle opened to include him. How strange, Natalia thought, that she could feel so much a part of this group so easily. Some of it, she knew, was because of Luther's friendship with Theo and Izzy. Still, everyone was so welcoming. I was telling Natalia and Luther about Theo almost getting arrested. Izzy brought the glass of soda to her lips and gazed at Theo.
Travis is very diligent.
Kate appeared to be trying hard not to smile.
I think the police cruiser challenge should be eliminated.
Theo gestured with the beer bottle.
That's what I told Jeremy. I agree. I also mentioned that to him.
Cade told them. Where's Marigold? Izzy asked abruptly.
She's over.
Cade glanced around the room, then smiled when he spotted his wife's blonde curls.
There. I was surprised to see the two of you here,
Theo remarked.
Who's watching the kids? The in-laws came over.
Cade smiled.
3 little ones are a lot for one person to handle. Steve and Lynn are pros.
3 little ones. Natalia glanced at Luther. What would it be like to have children with this man? She immediately shoved aside the thought. There was still a lot of ground to cover before they reached that point. Yet an image of a dark-haired little boy with his father's gold eyes and a brown-haired girl with Natalia's blue eyes flashed before her and brought an ache of longing.
Just the person I needed to speak with.
Jeremy smiled at Luther. Only then did he appear to notice the rest of the group.
I'm sorry. Am I interrupting?
Not at all, Kate assured him. Let's grab Marigold. It feels like forever since she and I have talked, Izzy told Cade. The 3 slipped into the crowd, leaving Natalia and Luther alone with Jeremy. Puzzlement furrowed Luther's brow.
I thought we answered all your Washington Island questions.
Jeremy glanced around the crowded room, and Natalia knew what he was thinking. Even though everyone was doing a good job of mingling, this was their party. Or, rather, Luther's party.
This should just take a second. I won't keep you from your guests for long.
I can stay out here and make sure, Natalia began, but Jeremy shook his head.
Please, come with us. This involves you two,
Jeremy told her.
In a roundabout way.
Luther cast a glance at Natalia, then nodded agreement.
Let's go into the kitchen.
Luther gestured with one hand.
It should be quieter in there.
Natalia and Jeremy followed Luther into the kitchen, but if Luther thought they'd be alone, he was mistaken. Jeremy's grandmother, along with Catherine and Gladys, sat at the table. Gladys looked up. She must have seen the question in Luther's eyes.
Shelby took over the door duties. She insisted I needed a break. The girl is very tenacious.
Was that approval Natalia heard in Gladys's voice?
Thanks for helping.
Luther might have said more, but Jeremy cocked his head, his gaze focused on the 3 women at the table, glasses of wine in front of them.
Why aren't you ladies out enjoying the party? It isn't like you to hide out in a kitchen.
Gladys visibly bristled.
We aren't hiding out. We're enjoying a quiet moment.
We're strategizing, Ruby explained. One glance from Gladys quelled whatever Ruby had been about to say.
Perhaps you could strategize somewhere else for a few minutes, Jeremy suggested. We came here for quiet. There's something I need to speak with Luther about. Don't mind us.
Gladys waved a dismissive hand.
We'll be quiet as church mice.
Jeremy shot the 3 women a pointed look.
This is confidential.
A spark lit Gladys's pale eyes. Ruby made a zipping motion across her lips. Catherine looked at him.
You know I don't gossip.
Okay. Jeremy expelled a breath and turned to Luther.
David mentioned you played baseball in college. Is that right? I pitched.
Luther's gaze grew watchful.
You've probably heard about the vintage baseball game that occurs every year around the 4th?
Luther nodded.
The one played by 1860s rules.
It's extremely popular, Ruby explained to Natalia. The stands are always filled to bursting. Afterward, there are picnics and other events in the park. Everyone is happy, especially when we win. The year David pitched, we mopped the field with Egg Harbor. They're our rivals. Jeremy settled his gaze on his grandmother. Oh, sorry. Once again, Ruby mimed zipping her lips. The former mayor's lips twitched before he continued.
I'll get to the point. We'd like you to pitch this year. I realize it's short notice, but Kevin Greenway, who was supposed to pitch, informed me just today that he'll be out of town on the 4th and won't be able to pitch after all.
Unexpected business trip?
Luther asked.
No.
A muscle in Jeremy's jaw jumped.
The guy just bailed at the last minute.
Jeremy's gaze swept his grandmother and her friends.
This information is not for public consumption. All that will be said is Kevin unexpectedly had to be out of town.
I'm not surprised. Catherine sniffed. Kevin's grandfather was the same way. You could never count on the Greenways for anything. Ruby's mouth dropped open. Natalia could see Ruby was ready to speak when Gladys's hand squeezed hers. Luther rubbed his chin.
I don't know what to say.
How does this involve me? Natalia asked.
There are numerous practices, especially the closer we get to the 4th,
Jeremy told her.
If you two have plans...
We don't have any special plans. Natalia shifted her gaze to Luther. If you want to do this, I certainly have no objections.
You're a member of this community, Luther.
Jeremy met Luther's questioning gaze with a serious one of his own.
Right now, this community needs your help.
Chapter 16. I'm never going to remember everyone I met tonight, Natalia muttered as she changed from her jumpsuit and heels into yoga pants and a t-shirt. Then she headed downstairs to meet with Luther for their end-of-the-day wrap-up. The first time they'd recapped their days in this manner, Natalia had wondered what was the point. Now she looked forward to it, especially once she was in comfortable clothes. When she reached the living room, she saw Luther hadn't changed. Obviously, he didn't find dress clothes as uncomfortable as she did. Natalia hadn't felt this way in Detroit, where she'd practically slept in her business suits. After reaching the main level, she moved to the sofa. Did I complain about dressing up before? Luther turned from the window to give her his full attention.
Pardon?
I love wearing comfortable clothes now. She plopped down on the sofa. Once the cleaning crew left, I couldn't wait to go upstairs and change.
You look lovely in whatever you wear.
Luther crossed the room to sit beside her.
I want to thank you again for making all our guests feel so welcome.
I had fun. There were quite a few here tonight that I already knew, and others I met for the first time. Natalia smiled. Amy Cross and I got to talking, and she told me she thinks of strangers as friends she hasn't yet met. Luther's lips tipped in a wry smile.
I guess that's one way of looking at it.
I don't know if you noticed, but while you were tied up speaking with David and Theo about what to expect when you take the mound on the 4th, Gladys took me under her wing and introduced me around. Natalia shook her head. The woman knows everyone and everything about everyone. She's amazing.
She's a bit scary.
The humor in his tone belied the comment. She has a kind heart.
You like her?
Surprise filled his voice. Why does that surprise you?
You told me once you didn't particularly care for old people.
Natalia frowned. Are you serious? I said that?
You did.
What were we talking about when I told you that? Do you remember?
I mentioned my grandparents were coming to Michigan to celebrate Christmas with the family.
Oh, no. Natalia's heart flip-flopped. Please tell me that's not the moment I said something like that.
I'm afraid so.
He reached for her hand, but Natalia was already covering her face. After a moment, she expelled a shuddering breath and lowered her hands. Why would I ever say something like that?
No clue.
Okay, now I understand why our relationship ended. I get it. She lifted a hand. You didn't ask why. You just showed me the door. He blinked, an odd look crossing his face before he grinned.
That's not what happened.
I'm sorry. I realize it's way after the fact, but there was no call for me to say something like that. A lump formed in Natalia's throat, and she paused to clear it. I hope you can forgive me.
Nothing to forgive.
Reaching over, he took her hand and brought it to his lips, brushing a kiss across her knuckles.
I got the feeling it had more to do with you being alone for the holidays than hating old people.
Still, there's no excuse. Another reason, Natalia thought, to take Shelby's advice to forget the past and focus on the future.
You're a good person, Natalia. You were a good person back then, and you're one now.
Was she? Natalia wondered if this was the time to mention the disturbing dreams she'd been having about the accident, nightmares that involved shattering glass. If I was so good, you wouldn't have walked away.
That had more to do with your undying devotion to Randall. You didn't need a boyfriend.
He nudged her with his elbow.
You were already married to your job.
His light-hearted tone chased away the shadows and had her scooting closer. She brushed her mouth against his. Not anymore. He smiled.
No, not anymore.
Lifting her hand, she marched her fingers up his arm. You know what that means, don't you? His amber eyes darkened.
Why don't you tell me?
No job, no Randall, just you and me. Though heat flared in those amber depths, his expression remained cautious.
You sustained a serious head injury.
I was cleared for active duty months ago. Her gaze searched his. Do you have condoms? He flashed a smile.
It just so happens that I do.
When he reached for her, she held up a hand. I need to be honest with you. I don't have much experience. In fact, my experience is limited to a single short-term relationship back in college. She saw the surprise that skittered across his face. Hey, I was married to my job, she said. I'm nothing if not loyal. He chuckled.
Want to go upstairs with me?
Natalia grinned. I thought you'd never ask. Chapter 17. Gladys gazed down at the food on her plate.
This is like prison food.
Ruby laughed aloud. Catherine shook her head. Despite being out late the previous evening at Luther's open house, the threesome had met for breakfast bright and early in the Living Center dining room. Instead of sitting at one of the large round tables with friends, Gladys had directed them to a foretop by the window overlooking the pond. Gladys! Ruby's tone held a hint of chiding. This cherry-stuffed French toast is excellent. Since I've never spent time in the penal system, I could be wrong. Catherine's bite of French toast hovered on the fork near her mouth. But I don't think the prison in Waupun serves French toast to the inmates, much less French toast stuffed with cherries and cream cheese.
It isn't as good as what's served at Muddy Boots, Gladys insisted.
Ruby took another bite, and her expression turned contemplative. I believe it's every bit as good.
You seem in a puckish mood this morning. Catherine inclined her head. The question is, why?
I know.
Ruby raised her hand as if she were a schoolgirl in a classroom. Catherine gave Ruby a nod of permission before Gladys could respond.
She hasn't yet come up with a couple for us to match.
Ruby sighed as Catherine poured herself another cup of regular coffee from the carafe on the table.
And Oakley's news has her feeling sad.
Catherine's expression turned somber. That email was distressing for all of us.
I wish Oakley was here,
Ruby lamented, referring to the fourth member of their group, a young woman easily 60 years their junior.
While I can understand how Isaac might feel the need to stay in Alaska to help his mother,
Gladys mused,
now that the woman is out of the hospital, why does Oakley have to stay?
Ruby's eyes widened in shock.
Of course she would stay. She loves Isaac, and he loves her. They might not be married, but they're partners, a team. She would never leave him.
Gladys knows that, Catherine said, as if Gladys weren't sitting right there at the table. I understand her disappointment. I was hoping Oakley would be back by now. Since she left last fall, it feels as if we're a pack who is missing one of our members.
Perhaps we should consider bringing on someone new.
Ruby's gaze settled on Shelby, who was seated across the dining room, animatedly talking to Albert. When the two women's eyes met, Ruby gave a friendly wave, and Shelby waved back. Gladys turned, and though her expression remained placid, her tone brooked no argument.
If you're considering Shelby, the answer is no.
But,
Ruby began, stopping her protest when Catherine placed a hand on her arm.
It's too soon to talk about replacing Oakley, Catherine said.
You're right.
Ruby expelled a sigh.
I guess it'd be like getting married the day after your husband died.
Not exactly,
Gladys said.
But Catherine is correct. It's too soon.
Don't you worry,
Ruby assured Gladys.
We don't need Oakley's assistance. We'll find someone to match.
I gave the cards to Luther and Natalia.
Picking up her fork, Gladys absently stabbed a bite of French toast.
I wondered why you took them from Theo instead of having him give the cards to the next couple.
Excitement reverberated in Ruby's voice.
You wanted to deliver them yourself.
Catherine frowned. You specifically said we don't know Luther and Natalia well enough to match them.
I said I gave them the cards,
Gladys reiterated, speaking slowly and deliberately, emphasizing each word.
I didn't say we were matching them.
Ruby's brows pulled together in confusion.
I don't understand.
That doesn't make sense. Catherine set down her fork.
You know, there are more important things in this world than matchmaking.
Pushing to her feet, Gladys strode off. Ruby and Catherine exchanged glances.
What's up with her?
Ruby asked. I don't know. Catherine's jaw sat in a determined tilt. But we're going to find out. Luther woke the next morning, immediately conscious he wasn't alone in his bed. Natalia slept beside him. Her arm was across her face, as if to block the sunlight streaming through the windows. Despite her protest that it had been a long time and she had little experience, she'd given as good as she got. Her capacity for pleasure had left him in awe. While the lovemaking had been incredibly satisfying, what they'd shared had gone beyond physical pleasure. There was a bond between them, a connection that had added an extra sweetness and brought an extra intensity to their passion. When she'd come apart in his arms, Luther had wanted nothing more than to hold her tight and never let her go. The look in her eyes had told him he wasn't the only one overcome with emotion. He was in love with her. Here,
In the silence, he could admit that to himself. Somehow, when he hadn't been looking, she'd snuck in under his guard. Her intelligence, her humor, and her kindness had taken him by surprise. When they'd dated last year, he'd liked her, sure, but she'd always been so focused on her job. He hadn't been any better, always putting work first. Still, it had been her absolute loyalty to Randall Harcourt that had become an insurmountable wall between them. Frustration over her refusal to see her boss was a crook had had Luther accusing her of being the same. The words, tossed down in anger like a gauntlet, had effectively severed whatever had been building between them. She'd told him she could never be with a man who believed the worst about her. She'd said she hated him and made it clear she never wanted to see him again. That was then. Randall was now out of the picture, and he and Natalia had been given a second chance. Natalia was opening herself up to new places, people, and experiences. She'd opened herself up to him, discussing her fears and her dreams. What would happen if he told her the truth about their breakup? Would she accept his apology, understand that things had changed? Or would he only reawaken her anger? Propping himself up on his elbows, he gazed down at her face relaxed and serene in sleep, her hair like a dark cloud on the pillow. He ignored the admonishing voice in his head that said he should have come clean before they went to bed. He wanted her again, wanted to hold her, to kiss her, to make love to her. Not only because she was a beautiful woman and he was attracted to her, but because he wanted to reassure himself of the connection. Leaning over, he brushed a kiss on the arm still blocking her eyes.
Natalia.
Luther kept his voice deliberately low, not wanting to startle her. She turned, not toward him, but away, the sheet dropping to expose her back as she turned. He planted a kiss on her shoulder. A chuckle told him she was finally awake. She wrapped her arms around his neck and lifted her face for his kiss.
Yes, Luther thought. This was the perfect way to start a weekend.
Natalia reveled in the sun against her face and the scent of spices and smoked meat wafting in the air. Though the weather and the luscious smells in the town square had much to do with her happy mood, she knew it also had to do with the man at her side. They'd ended up spending most of Friday in bed, laughing, talking, and making love. Luther had pizza from Bayside delivered at noon, so they didn't need to get dressed. He'd simply tossed on a robe and given the delivery girl a generous tip. Then he'd returned to bed, where they'd eaten and talked while cross-legged with the box between them. Once the lunch had worn off, they'd showered, together, then dressed and headed downtown to the barbecue festival. Now, here they were, her hand in his, and all was right in her world. Best day ever. She exhaled the words, unable to keep what she knew had to be a goofy grin from her face.
I agree.
Bringing their joined hands to his mouth, he brushed a kiss across her knuckles.
What would you like to do first? Check out the food trucks or the booths?
Let's do the booths. I'm almost ready to eat again, but not quite.
Your wish is my command.
You're mighty agreeable. She studied him from beneath lowered lashes.
I'm feeling mighty agreeable.
He gestured with his free hand.
I wonder if we'll see anyone we know.
Natalia laughed, the sound a joyous tinkling like that of a bell. I'd say that's pretty much a given. She was right. They'd barely gone 10 feet when they encountered a coffee cart manned by Ryder and a boy with a pudgy face and an unruly mop of blonde hair.
Ryder.
Luther offered a smile.
I thought you'd be with your wife enjoying some barbecue. Trinity is overseeing the barbecue competition.
Ryder gestured in the direction of shrieking kids and laughter.
Zoe is assisting with the bounce house. It's all good hues on deck today.
We'll have to try volunteering. Natalia slanted Luther a questioning glance.
We definitely will.
Luther inclined his head.
Would you like a coffee?
Not right now. Natalia shot Ryder a smile. But we'll be back. Ryder placed a hand on the boy's shoulder.
Treach and I will be here.
As Natalia had at the last festival, they ran across Izzy doing caricatures. The two young girls she was sketching had barely gotten out of their chairs when an older woman sat down.
"This will be a gift for my husband," she called out to Izzy.
"I'm sure he'll love it. Let me take care of finishing this transaction, and I'll get right to you." Izzy smiled and offered her thanks when the girl's mother handed her several bills. Then she blinked. "Oh, this is too much." "Oh, honey, you captured their likenesses perfectly." The mother gave Izzy's arm a squeeze. "It's worth every penny." "Hey, you two," Izzy said when the mother and daughters walked away. "It's good to see you." "I can see you're busy." Natalia briefly glanced at the woman in the folding chair.
Is Theo here?
Luther looked around as if he expected the doctor to suddenly materialize. "He's staffing the medical tent this evening." Izzy brushed a strand of curly hair that had come loose from the clip holding it back from her face. "If you get a chance, stop by and say hello. I know he'd love to see you. Have fun." Natalia wiggled her fingers and gave Luther's arm a tug. "We need to let the woman work." She looped her arm through his as they strolled through the aisles of booths. At the Cherry Acres booth, they paused and picked up another bag of black cherry coffee beans. Wyatt wasn't there, neither was Greer. Though Natalia hadn't expected the mayor or her husband to be manning the company booth, Ryder owned a string of coffee shops, and he was working tonight. "You and Greer met earlier this week." Natalia suddenly remembered the meeting hadn't been part of their evening wrap-up. "How'd that go?"
It was interesting.
Luther studied a booth featuring all organic vegetables and products. The older man behind the counter was having a spirited discussion with a pretty brunette with a baby strapped against her chest.
Greer is a savvy businesswoman. I'd love to acquire the banks the Chapin family owns, but she made it clear they aren't interested in selling.
Banking, especially on the scale of Gannon Financial, was a different animal. Natalia realized that while she knew Luther oversaw acquisitions, she wasn't quite sure what that involved. And shouldn't she know? Especially as they were now together? Why would you want to acquire their banks? Or, for that matter, any more banks? Natalia pulled her brows together in thought. You already have so many. As if he realized she was seriously trying to understand, rather than asking a throwaway question, Luther appeared to give some thought to his response.
Chapin banks are healthy and well-performing. Those are the type of banks we seek to acquire. We don't have many banks in Wisconsin, so purchasing the Chapin banks would result in more geographical diversification, one of the key drivers in mergers and acquisitions.
The passion in his eyes and voice told her, job-wise, he was in the right field. I heard on the news that Gannon is going to take a big hit because of its warehouse lending to Harcourt. Natalia had turned on the television while she'd dressed, and the mention of Harcourt Mortgage had jumped out at her.
We've made corrective changes, but you're right. We're taking a hit.
A muscle in Luther's jaw jumped. The television anchor said it could be as much as $200 million. Luther's expression turned grim.
That's right.
I'm sorry. Natalia stepped in front of him. I want you to know that I would never have knowingly worked for a company that did anything illegal or unethical. I may not remember all of who I was, but I'm sure of that. If I defended him to you, and, based on what you've said, I did, I feel horrible.
Natalia,
Luther began.
You have nothing to feel horrible about. And I have been wanting to tell you.
Suddenly he stopped, snapping his mouth closed. He turned to face her fully.
Wait, what did you just say? Do you think now that Randall was doing something illegal?
Natalia hesitated. Would it sound strange if she told him she simply felt it? That though she wasn't involved, she knew in her bones, somehow, Randall was guilty. She stuck with what she knew for sure. They don't plan to convene a grand jury for no reason. It sounds as if there will be multiple charges. Do you have any idea what charges they're considering?
Bank fraud, making a false statement to a financial institution, money laundering.
Money laundering. Why, of all the charges, did this one have her heart beating faster? Money laundering is where you divert money obtained through crimes into legitimate sources, right?
In a nutshell.
Luther's tone remained flat.
Listen, if you don't mind, let's talk about this another time. The investigation isn't something I like to dwell on.
I understand. With the sudden feeling of foreboding flooding her, Natalia wasn't sure she was prepared to have this conversation now either. Look, she pointed. I want a cone, has a stand. Let's get some ice cream. Chapter 18. Other than the brief discussion about banking and Randall Harcourt, Luther had thoroughly enjoyed the barbecue festival. He'd seen more people he knew manning the booths or overseeing the festival than walking around enjoying it. No, he told himself, that wasn't true. Everyone volunteering had appeared to be having just as much fun. They ran into Shelby as they were headed to the car. She greeted Natalia with an effusive hug, then surprised Luther by hugging him, too. It's so good to see you both. Did you have fun today? Natalia glanced at Luther and smiled. We did. Or, rather, I did.
Very much so.
Something about the look Luther gave her caused Shelby's gaze to narrow and fill with a speculative gleam. Something is different about the two of you. Shelby spoke slowly, tapping her fingers against her lips. I just can't figure out what it is. Natalia laughed. I'm the same as I've always been. No? Shelby slowly shook her head. You're different. I'm happier, Natalia admitted. I've fallen in love with Good Hope. Is it Good Hope you've fallen in love with? Shelby mused. Or perhaps a certain...
Shelby!
Shelby's head swiveled at the sound of the male voice. Her lips parted in a wide smile. Albert! I know you said you'd be here, but then you didn't stop by the tent, so I thought your plans must have changed.
I came with my daughter and her husband.
Albert's tone gave nothing away.
Once they called it a day, I stopped by the medical tent. Dr. Holbrook told me your shift had just ended. I thought I'd missed you.
I guess this is our lucky day. Shelby flashed the older gentleman a smile. Can I buy you a coffee?
No, but I wouldn't say no to an ice cream.
A man after my own heart. Albert laughed, and Shelby took his arm as they strolled off.
Where are they headed?
Luther turned, and there was Gladys, only the woman was alone this time. To get ice cream. Natalia offered her a warm, welcoming smile. Where are your friends?
They're perusing a booth with antiques.
Gladys waved a dismissive hand.
I'm not interested in purchasing something I tossed out decades ago.
Luther noticed how the woman's gaze remained on the retreating backs of Albert and Shelby, returning to him and Natalia only after the two disappeared from sight.
I thought you'd be telling fortunes. You're not doing that today?
Luther meant it as a simple conversation starter, but quickly realized he'd said the wrong thing when her blue eyes snapped.
My crystal ball frees my third eye, which allows me to offer insights.
Gladys spoke slowly and deliberately.
I am not, and have never been, a fortune teller. Duly noted.
Luther kept his tone easy.
How are you liking the cards?
Luther stared at her.
Cards? The deck I gave Natalia. The relationship cards, with questions you would both answer?
We haven't done any, Luther said. I looked through the deck and answered one myself, Natalia told Gladys, then turned to Luther. You and I discussed the question about childhood friends. Luther gave a grudging nod.
I remember now. You need to answer 3, Gladys told Luther. You have 2 to go before you can return the deck to me.
We could just return the cards to you now. Gladys narrowed her gaze, and he had the uneasy feeling she saw straight to his soul.
Accepting the deck is akin to entering a contract. The question, I suppose, is, are you a man who follows through on his commitments, or one who slides around them?
As soon as they arrived home, Natalia went to her room and grabbed the deck of cards. She found Luther in the living room, pouring himself a shot of bourbon from the sideboard. He looked up when she entered the room. His smile disappeared when he saw the deck in her hand. He let out a groan.
Are you serious?
Most of the time, I'm too serious. She kept her tone matter-of-fact as she sat on the sofa. I thought this might be a good time to get the 2 questions out of the way.
I knew it. You're one of those.
She frowned. What exactly do you mean by that?
You know, one of those people who likes to move things off her plate as soon as possible.
Natalia considered, then nodded. Yep, I'm definitely one of those. Moving to the sofa, drink in hand, Luther dropped down beside her. Taking the glass from his hand, Natalia took a sip. Surprise flickered in his amber eyes when she handed it back to him.
I didn't know you like bourbon.
Just getting primed for an exciting game of cards. She held up the deck. Want a cut?
A better question would be, do I want to play?
He took a healthy sip of bourbon.
The answer to that question would be no.
I guess I can play by myself. If I come across one of the sexy ones that requires some acting out. She expelled a melodramatic sigh and watched his eyes darken. I guess I'll just have to go up to my room and do it alone. His gaze narrowed.
You are messing with me.
Natalia leaned over and did what she'd been wanting to do all evening. She kissed him. Then she sat back and patted his cheek. Up to you.
Go ahead. You draw, I'll answer.
I think we both have to answer. Natalia's lips twitched. Just another of those pesky rules. She pulled a card from the deck and paused. I'm sorry, not a sexy one this time. He took another sip of bourbon.
Ah, well, hit me with it anyway.
Natalia took a breath, then read the question. What can I do to help deepen your trust in me?
That's about as far from sexy as it gets.
Luther's gaze dropped to the amber liquid. For a second, she thought he might not answer. When he lifted his gaze and met hers, Natalia realized that Luther wasn't someone who shot from the hip. This was a man who carefully considered.
The way I see it, we're already well on our way down that road by not holding things back from each other.
Setting down his glass, he reached over and took her hands in his.
Keep talking to me, Natalia. Keep telling me what's going on in your head and in your life, even if you're not sure it's something I want to hear.
I can do that. It won't be easy. I'm a private person. I spent most of my career keeping my mouth shut, so being open doesn't come naturally. But I'll do my best. Luther gave her hands a squeeze, then let go and sat back.
That's all I can ask.
Okay, now you ask me. She waited, then waited a little longer.
Just when she thought she might have to remind him of the question, he spoke.
What can I do to help deepen your trust in me?
Maybe it was the look in his eyes or the deep timbre of his voice. Whatever it was had her heart swelling. She realized this discussion was another step in building a strong and healthy relationship. Just as he had, she carefully considered her response. For starters, don't make promises you can't keep. Inhaling deeply, she let the breath out slowly and forced herself to steady. Randall did that to me when he told me that Harcourt was like family, and I'd always have a place there. Because she didn't want this conversation to be about Randall, she hurried on. Think before acting too quickly, before promising too much. Be honest with me, even if what you're telling me isn't something I want to hear. Oh, and admit your mistakes. I don't think that's too much to ask.
It isn't, and I'll do my best,
he told her. His gaze searched her face.
I care for you, Natalia. Things have moved quickly between us, but what we're building feels right.
She wanted to throw her arms around his neck and kiss him until she was drowning in sensation. But Luther had been right. She didn't like uncompleted tasks, which was why she picked up the deck and held the cards out to Luther. Heaving a long-suffering sigh, belied by the twinkle in his eyes, he drew a card.
Your wish is my command,
he told her, and glanced at the card. Aloud, she told him. Read it aloud. Luther shook his head.
No, let me pick another one.
No! Natalia pulled the deck out of his reach. That's against the rules.
Whose rules? Gladys's? I won't tell if you won't.
Somehow I feel like, whether we tell her or not, Gladys will know. When Luther still hesitated, Natalia rolled her eyes. Just read the darn question.
Sounds like you're getting impatient with the game.
I have plans for once it's over, she told him, glancing up the stairs.
Let's definitely move this along.
Luther lifted the card and sighed.
What is your most cherished memory?
Cocking his head, he gazed expectantly at her.
If you don't want to answer this one, you don't have to.
No, it's fine. I'm just thinking. Natalia thought back on her life and realized her most cherished memory hadn't taken place in the workplace, but long before, when her mother was still alive and Natalia had been in high school. This is one of those good-bad memories, she said.
Most cherished,
he reminded her. Yes, though it started out badly, it had a happy ending, of sorts. But, she continued when he opened his mouth, thinking about that day still makes me smile. Her heart swelled with emotion as she remembered how scared she'd been initially, and then how grateful. Luther reached over and laced her fingers with his.
If it's painful,
it's one of those good hurts, she assured him. When I was in high school, I took on jobs outside of school hours that would bring money into the household. One of the things I did on a very part-time basis was tutor other students, especially in English. I would proof papers, things like that.
I can see where you'd be good at that.
He took a sip of bourbon and relaxed against the back of the sofa, giving her the time she needed to tell her story without feeling rushed. One of the guys I tutored was dyslexic, but he had an amazing imagination and a way with words. Ted was always getting marked down for his spelling and punctuation, so he was barely passing. The memories of that semester washed over her. I would go through his paper and circle the errors, then we would talk about why they were incorrect, and he would correct them. Simple, right?
I'm sensing this story is about to take a bad turn.
The teacher didn't like Ted. I'm not sure why, but it was obvious to everyone. I think she wanted to fail him. Natalia expelled a breath. She had him stay after school, and he told her I was helping him, not with the content, but with the spelling and stuff like that. I got called in then, and she accused us both of cheating. She wouldn't even allow me to explain. We were both threatened with failing the class, and Ted, who was hoping to get a football scholarship, well, she told him playing sports was a privilege and not for cheaters. She said she would make sure he was off the team.
Luther blinked. She sounds like a horrible person.
She was. I don't know why. I went home and cried and told my mom the whole story. Natalia shifted on the sofa to face Luther. Now, keep in mind, this tutoring was done immediately after school when my mom was working. Other than my word, she had no direct knowledge of what had occurred. Despite the principal backing the teacher, my mom stood up for me.
What happened?
In terms of failing the class or Ted losing his playing privileges, nothing. Warmth flooded Natalia as she recalled sitting on the sofa that night with her mother beside her. When I asked her how she knew Ted and I didn't cheat, she said it was simply because I told her we didn't. I don't think I ever loved her more than I loved her in that moment. A look Natalia couldn't quite decipher crossed his face. He took another sip of bourbon.
She had your back,
he said finally. She did. Natalia smiled. She never doubted me, and it meant the world to me. What about you? What is your most cherished memory? Luther started to shrug, but must have decided it wouldn't be fair not to answer.
I screwed up by vouching for Randall and Harcourt Mortgage.
A muscle jumped in Luther's jaw.
I don't know that cherished is the right word, but my father told me that, despite me vouching for Randall, the decision was ultimately his as CEO. Errors in judgment happen, though not usually such costly ones, but he assured me we'll weather this together.
He has your back. You and your dad are a team. Luther nodded.
When I told him I needed a change of scenery, he encouraged me to do whatever I felt was necessary. Thankfully, being able to do my job from any location made my leaving Detroit easier.
Natalia looped her arm through his and leaned her head against his shoulder. You, Mr. Gannon, are blessed with a loving, supportive father.
I guess.
Luther cleared his throat.
I guess I am.
Having him support you in that way definitely falls under a cherished memory. Natalia expelled a breath. My mom was that way with me. Right now, I don't have anyone in my life like that. No one who I can count on to absolutely trust me, even when things look bad. Luther's gaze turned distant.
Sometimes things can look very bad.
Natalia knew he had to be thinking of what had happened with his company. The important thing is that someone believes in us, she said. She wasn't sure what to think when Luther tipped her face up and gazed into her eyes, or when he brushed a kiss across her forehead, then pulled her tight against him.
You can count on me, Natalia. Put your faith in me. I won't disappoint you.
Chapter 19. Natalia moved into Luther's bedroom that night. She had to admit she found that simply having someone so close, someone who cared, was reassuring. She hoped that having him beside her would be enough to keep the nightmares at bay. Instead, her dreams became more vivid and frightening. On Sunday, she bolted upright in bed, her heart pounding a fast, erratic rhythm, a buzzing like 1,000 bees in her ears. Luther continued to sleep. Over the past week, she'd learned an interesting fact about her boyfriend. To wake him, she'd have to detonate a bomb in the bedroom. Though the room was warm, goose flesh dotted her skin. Slipping out of bed, Natalia grabbed her robe, then headed down the stairs. She thought about getting something to drink, but went for fresh air instead. The night air was cool, but not cold. Still, she cinched the belt of her silk robe tight and wrapped her arms around herself. What should she do? She didn't have any real, concrete information to offer about her accident, other than now she remembered driving that night, and her missing briefcase had been on the seat right beside her. She didn't know where she'd been going or why, but she remembered now that the briefcase had held documents she wasn't supposed to have, and they'd had something to do with money laundering. A tightness gripped Natalia's chest. Had she been part of Randall's schemes all along? She remembered asking Luther if he'd ever suspected her, and he'd told her no. She'd been so happy that he'd trusted her. Had his trust been misplaced? Should she wake him up and tell him that she might not be the woman he thought she was? But really, what was there to tell? She didn't remember taking the documents from Randall, or from anyone at Harcourt Mortgage for that matter. She simply remembered having them in her briefcase. The bottom line was, she had no specifics. Until she did, she wouldn't discuss this with Luther. She needed more information. As her mind seemed unwilling, or unable, to provide the information, she would go to the source. She would make Randall tell her the truth. She slipped back upstairs and dressed quickly, relieved to find Luther was still sleeping soundly. She hoped that by the time he awoke, she'd have answers to the questions haunting her. With her heart hammering, she crept downstairs and opened her laptop. After so many years as his EA, she had Randall's private phone number permanently imprinted on her brain. She could simply call him on the phone, but she wanted to see his face when she spoke with him. Ignoring the fact that it was only 6 a.m. and determined to get answers, she dialed Randall's cell phone number in the video chat app they'd used regularly.
What the?
Hair tousled, blue eyes annoyed, Randall snapped out the words before recognition dawned.
Natalia, good morning. This is a surprise. How are you? Well, I hope.
I'm well. Natalia forced a cheerfulness she didn't feel. I'm feeling stronger every day.
Good.
Randall flashed a smile and raked a hand through his hair.
Glad to hear it.
I'm also starting to remember things, Randall. Randall's gaze sharpened, but his tone remained easy.
Really? That's incredible. The doctors said you wouldn't, right? What kinds of things have you recalled?
Well, for instance, I remember I had my briefcase in the car with me the night of the accident. I remember that in that briefcase were documents, Randall. Documents about Harcourt and money laundering. For just an instant, a look of panic crossed his face, but it was gone so quickly it would have been easy to think she'd imagined it.
You're mistaken.
A cagey look filled Randall's eyes. In that moment, Natalia realized he knew exactly what had been in her briefcase that night.
That documentation doesn't exist, because there was no money laundering. You're imagining things, Natalia, not remembering.
Natalia met his gaze. The way he made his voice extra gentle for that last line, as if she were a child, made her blood boil. Somehow, she held on to her composure. You knew I had the documents, Randall. Natalia sensed movement behind her. She glanced over her shoulder. Her heart sank at the sight of Luther. Not now, she thought. Not yet. Not until she had answers.
What's going on? What documents are you two talking about?
Luther had moved into camera range, and Randall jolted.
Oh my God, is that where you've been?
An incredulous look crossed Randall's face.
Don't tell me you're back with him. Don't you remember why you broke up with him? He accused us of being criminals. He said you were hiding information. Those documents you think you remember? He probably manufactured them, trying to smear our good names, Natalia. He's manipulating you, taking advantage of your injury, playing with your mind. You can't believe— Enough.
Luther slammed the cover of her laptop shut. The snap of the laptop case acted as a lightning bolt to her brain. Wait. Natalia blinked. He's right. Oh my gosh. Randall is right. I remember now. You accused me of being a criminal, even when I told you I'd done nothing wrong.
Have you been in contact with Randall the entire time you've been in Good Hope?
Hurt underscored the anger in Luther's voice. You believed the worst about me. Her voice rose as the memory of their last conversation flooded back.
You were intensely loyal to Randall, Luther pointed out. So loyal, you refused to see what was right in front of you.
While she accepted the truth in what he was saying, that wasn't the point. You didn't trust me. Her voice rang heavy with disappointment.
Why were you talking to Randall, Natalia?
Luther's tone turned conciliatory.
Tell me.
She shook her head in disbelief. You accused me of a crime.
I heard you tell Randall you had documents.
A muscle in Luther's jaw jumped.
What documents do you have?
When I came to Good Hope, you told me you believed I wasn't involved, that you'd always believed that. A tightness gripped her chest. That was a lie.
Tell me about the documents.
The tight set to Luther's jaw told her he was angry. Well, she was angry too. I remember the argument now. How you didn't believe me even when I told you I was innocent. I was so angry at you. More than that, I was hurt. She gave a humorless laugh. Incredibly hurt. You knew me, or I thought you did, yet you accused me of being part of something illegal. Her heart broke as she recalled that horrible day when she'd told him she hated him and never wanted to see him again.
You have documents.
Luther gestured with one hand to the laptop.
That's what you told Randall.
You thought I was in league with him back then. Even when I told you I wasn't, you didn't believe me. You didn't have my back. She brushed back the angry tears that threatened to fall. That's what you still think. Why else would you ask if I've been talking to Randall all along? Why else would you assume he sent me here in the first place? You still don't trust me.
Look, okay.
He held up his hands.
You're right. I'm sorry. I was completely wrong back then. But I do trust you, Natalia.
He reached for her, but she took a step back.
I am sorry.
Luther's intense amber eyes never left her face.
Right now, I'm simply asking you to tell me why you called Randall.
I called him because I don't know what I know, she cried out. The memories are flooding back in bits and pieces, and I can't make sense of them. I remember that documents proving Harcourt was engaged in money laundering were in my briefcase the night of the crash. I don't know why I had the documents or where I was taking them. Sympathy softened the hard planes of his face.
Why didn't you tell me that?
Does it matter? She gave a little laugh. You just believe what you want.
It does matter. Listen, Natalia.
He took a step forward, but she shook her head vigorously. I can't do this, Luther. I have all these thoughts clamoring in my head. I can't think straight, and I can't be around you right now. She had to get out of there, go someplace where she could think, someplace where she could fall apart. Scooping up his car keys, she headed to the garage. Natalia glanced back only once, just long enough to see Luther standing on the porch, watching her drive away. Less than an hour later, Natalia sat across from Shelby in the tiny apartment her friend rented at the Good Hope Living Center. She'd clearly gotten Shelby out of bed, but Shelby had taken one look at Natalia's tear-streaked face and ushered her inside. Then, without asking any questions, Shelby had wrapped her arms around Natalia and held her close while she cried. Once Natalia stepped back, Shelby set a pot of coffee to brewing and pushed a Danish pastry across the table toward her. Natalia shook her head. "I can't eat." She forced a light tone, but Shelby's gaze remained watchful. "If you're turning down a cherry Danish, whatever is going on must be serious." "Luther and I broke up." "That is serious." Reaching across the table, Shelby placed a hand over Natalia's. "What happened?" For an instant, Natalia nearly said she didn't want to talk about it. But that would be silly. If she didn't want to talk, why had she come here? Natalia laid it out for Shelby, beginning with the troublesome memories that were returning and ending with the most recent one. "That's when I decided to go to the source and ask Randall." Shelby took a sip of coffee, her green eyes never leaving Natalia's face. Natalia expelled a ragged breath. "Then Luther came downstairs and heard me talking with Randall. He went ballistic. It's over between us." "I can understand your thinking on this," Shelby began, then paused. "I hear a but in there." "Well, I can kinda see why Luther accused you. I mean, he comes downstairs and you're talking with this sketchy dude who cost his company billions." $200 million, Natalia murmured. "Whatever." Shelby waved a dismissive hand. "A whole boatload of money." "I told you, I was trying to figure out what I was remembering." "Why didn't you speak with Luther about it first?" Natalia shouldn't have been surprised that Shelby had managed to get to the heart of the issue so quickly. "I guess because I worried I may have done something I wasn't supposed to do." "You thought you might be guilty." "I didn't know." Natalia shrugged. "Maybe?" "Well, if that was the issue, why are you mad at Luther?" "He said he trusted me, but he doesn't." "Do you trust you? Because if you thought you might be guilty, it kinda sounds like you don't." Natalia didn't know how to respond to that. Fortunately, Shelby didn't need her to. "Natalia, he does trust you. You and I both know that." Shelby's eyes turned soft. "He also loves you, and you love him. Face it, these are just weird circumstances. I think you and Luther both need to take a step back and calm down." "Don't you understand? I didn't share with him because I don't share, and he didn't trust me because he doesn't trust." Natalia's laugh sounded nearly like a sob. "We make quite a pair." "Talk to him, Natalia." Shelby's hand on her arm was soft as a caress. "Together, you can decide where you go from here." Chapter 20. Luther raked a hand through his hair and motioned Theo and Izzy inside. "Thanks for coming over." Since Natalia had taken his car, he was stuck at home. "Is she still not answering her phone?" Theo asked, following Luther into the living room. Luther motioned for the couple to have a seat on the sofa and took a nearby chair for himself. "The phone calls go straight to voicemail, and she's not opening the texts I've sent." "Do you think you should let Cade know?" Izzy asked, two lines of worry between her brows. "I mean, would she hurt herself, or—" "No." Of that, Luther was certain. "She's just angry with me. And she has good reason." Theo and Izzy exchanged a glance. "Look, there's a piece that I never told you guys about that goes along with the Harcourt investigation. I originally came to Good Hope because I got conned by her old boss. This all came to a head when we were dating. That had to be awkward, Theo's tone gave nothing away.
The awkward part was that I accused her of being in on the con. She told me she hated me and never wanted to see me again. When she came here, she didn't remember that.
How could you accuse Natalia of that, Luther? Confusion blanketed Izzy's face. I've only known her a few weeks, and I know she'd never do anything like that.
Yeah, exactly. She would never do anything like that, which I knew even then, but I was just so frustrated. I couldn't understand how she could continue to defend Randall. And then, when I wanted to apologize, she wouldn't speak to me.
Luther surged to his feet and moved to the fireplace, unable to sit for another second.
When she showed up here and didn't remember that conversation, I thought I could make it up to her by helping her. And we would never have to talk about what a jerk I was, right? Unfortunately, I was a jerk again. And she remembers.
The sound of the door opening had them all shifting their attention. Luther's heart jumped when he saw it was Natalia. He had to resist the urge to race across the room and pull her into his arms. Instead, he smiled.
I'm glad you're back.
Theo and Izzy rose. We need to get going. Don't leave on my account, Natalia told them. Theo has appointments starting at 10. When Izzy reached Natalia, she gave her a hug. We'll talk soon. Theo offered Luther an encouraging smile before following his wife out the door. Natalia met his gaze. I didn't mean to run them off.
I meant what I said. I'm glad you're back.
I've been doing some thinking, and I need to get this off my chest. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her expression bleak. A frisson of fear traveled up Luther's spine, even as he nodded and gestured to the sofa.
Let's sit.
Without waiting for her, he took a seat in the chair. She hesitated for a moment, then dropped down on the sofa. Look, it should be clear to both of us now that we're not meant to be together. You thought the worst of me before, and I withheld information from you now.
Natalia,
he began, but she held up a hand. Please, let me get this all out. She took a breath, then continued. The way I see it, neither of us is really ready to be in a relationship because we don't fully trust each other. You might think you do, but look at how quickly you flipped. At the end of the day, you do think I'm capable of illegal behavior. You also kept information from me when I was at my most vulnerable, when I needed all the information about myself that I could get. You've helped me, and I thank you, but I don't see how we can move forward.
I'm sorry about accusing you. Please know I never really believed you could do something illegal. And you're wrong. I do trust you.
He opened his mouth, wanting to explain again why, but shut it and shifted focus.
I don't agree that we can't move forward from this. I believe you and I are capable of conquering any obstacle in our path as long as we're together.
Natalia offered a non-committal smile, then glanced around the room, as if desperate to look anywhere but at him. Her expression stilled. Luther saw she was staring at the television he'd muted when Izzy and Theo had arrived.
What's wrong?
The silver car. Wide-eyed, she pointed. The one driving Randall away from the reporters. It looks like the one that ran me off the road. She shifted her gaze back to Luther. I can't explain it, but I know now that's what happened.
I believe you.
His jaw tightened.
Now that you know the crash wasn't an accident and that you had sensitive documents in your briefcase, you need to go to the police with that information.
How can I? I have no proof, she insisted. The police found no evidence that another car was involved.
Except now you remember the car and what happened that night.
Not everything. I don't remember where I was going or exactly what was in the documents. Natalia bit her lower lip. What if you were right? What if the final bit I don't remember is that I was in on it, and I was fleeing with the evidence that could convict me?
There's no way.
He reached over and took her hand.
I know you're innocent, Natalia. I'll do whatever it takes to help you prove that.
A look of wonder crossed her face. You really do believe me?
I do.
He kept his gaze fixed on hers, trying to will her to see the truth.
I do.
Okay. She blew out a breath. What's the next step?
We talk to the police. You and me, together.
Natalia and Luther got home late that afternoon. After first meeting with Cade, they'd driven to the FBI resident agency in Green Bay to speak with one of the agents. Natalia had initially thought she might have to go to Detroit, but apparently the information she possessed wasn't crucial to the case against Harcourt Mortgage. The information I had to share wasn't much, Natalia admitted when they stepped into the quiet house. It seemed huge in my mind, but all I could tell them was that I thought the papers in my missing briefcase contained information about money laundering, and that a silver car that looked like Randall's deliberately ran me off the road.
The papers in your briefcase are long gone by now, though, and it's unlikely the feds would call you as a witness. Randall's defense would try to discredit you because of your memory loss.
Luther put a hand on her shoulder, as if to rub some of the stiffness away, then dropped his hand. On the drive back from Green Bay, they'd carefully avoided talking about what would happen next between them. Natalia supposed she should move into a hotel, but knew with Independence Day right around the corner, the chances of her finding a room were nil. Is it okay if I spend the night? Natalia chose her words carefully, not wanting to presume anything. The rental car agency's closed hours ago, and I doubt I can find a hotel room. I bet Shelby would let me crash on her couch, though.
Why do you think you can't stay here?
Luther asked, his gaze searching hers. Because we're no longer together.
Look.
He gestured from her to him.
You, me, together.
When she opened her mouth, he smiled.
It's been a really long day. Why don't we both take this evening to relax? Stay here tonight, Natalia. Nothing has to be decided now.
Natalia nodded. Thank you. You're right, it has been a long day. She saw the same weariness she felt reflected on his face. I think we could both use a nap. She didn't think she could sleep, was certain she was too wired to do anything but lie there with her mind racing. But 2 hours later, she awoke, fully clothed on top of her bed covers, feeling remarkably rested. Downstairs, she found Luther in the kitchen. Leaning her back against the door jamb, she watched him put a pan of something in the oven and shut the door. What are you making? He whirled, then smiled.
Lasagna. One of the pre-made meals we bought at Muddy Boots for evenings when we were too tired to cook.
When she said nothing, he added,
I thought you might be hungry when you woke up. I know I am.
Did you sleep too? She asked, keeping her voice casual as she moved to the wine bottle on the counter.
About an hour?
He gave a little laugh.
It's amazing how even that much sleep clears the mind and gives perspective.
She glanced at the wine label and did a double take. This is my favorite Pinot.
Why don't you pour yourself a glass?
Luther rested his back against the counter.
While you're at it, I'll take one.
So easy, Natalia thought. So natural. It was almost as if this morning hadn't happened. But it had, and their conversation couldn't be swept aside as if it didn't matter. Natalia poured them each a glass, then gestured to the deck. Want to sit outside? His gaze turned watchful.
Yes.
Another evening wrap-up. Was that what was going through his mind? That this would be the last time they would ever sit like this in the warm summer breeze, with the sounds of wind rustling through the trees and bird song in the air. The thought had her heart swelling, and she had to force herself to swallow the sip of wine she'd just taken.
I want to apologize again,
Luther began, ignoring Natalia's effort to wave him silent,
for not telling you the truth about how our relationship ended. It was wrong.
You knew it was wrong, but you did it anyway.
Yes.
He took a long drink of wine and moved to the railing. Why? Had she asked that question earlier? Maybe. She wasn't sure. The argument was a jumbled mess of feelings in her mind.
I knew I'd been out of line to accuse you. I guess I hoped we'd been given a second chance, to move on from that. I thought I could make it up to you by helping you. I know now that was wrong. I should have told you.
I made mistakes too. Natalia cleared her throat. My unwillingness to consider Randall could be culpable was a big one. I see myself as a sensible, rational woman, but I didn't act that way in regards to him.
You considered him family,
Luther said simply. Yes, but he wasn't family, and certainly didn't deserve my loyalty. Luther said nothing to that.
What could he say? It was the truth.
You spoke of a do-over, she said. He looked at her then, and she saw the bald hope in his eyes. You said that's what you hoped would happen when you helped me get my memory back. She took a sip of wine and noticed her hand trembled. Tightening her hold on the stem of the glass, she smiled. Luther moved to her then, so close she could feel the heat from his body.
What are you saying?
I think you and I make a pretty good pair. Her smile wobbled ever so slightly.
I agree.
I can forgive and forget if you can. I mean, I don't want to brag, but forgetting is kind of my specialty. Her lips quirked slightly before she met his gaze. What I'm saying is that I'd like to continue to build a relationship with you here in Good Hope, if you're willing.
First, I think this is the perfect time for some honesty.
Her heart clenched. Absolutely.
I love you, Natalia.
His gaze searched hers.
I've known it for some time, and don't know why I didn't say it before now.
She smiled. I love you back.
Know what else I think?
She tipped her head back. What? Luther slung an arm around her shoulders.
I think this is the perfect time to toast the beginning of a new life for us here in Good Hope.
Natalia grinned. That's a plan I can definitely get behind. They toasted, and when he took her glass from her fingers and set it on the table along with his, Natalia wound her arms around his neck and brushed his lips with hers. The lasagna won't be ready for a while yet. Let's go upstairs and celebrate.
What are we celebrating?
He asked, planting kisses on her neck. Remembering. Her voice thickened with emotion as she gazed into the eyes of the man she loved. And how lucky we are to have been given a second chance. Epilogue. Tell us everything, Shelby ordered. Not knowing has been driving me crazy, Izzy added. Now you know how I feel, Natalia quipped, unable to hide her smile. Shelby and Izzy sat next to Natalia on the bleachers at the high school ball field, ostensibly there to watch Luther and the other Good Hope players practice for the upcoming vintage baseball game. When Natalia had arrived to meet Izzy and Shelby, she'd been surprised by how many women in the stands and how many men on the field she knew. It had been a busy week, and other than assuring her friends that everything was fine with her and Luther, and with the authorities, she and Luther had taken the past 3 days to simply spend time together. I gave the information I had to the FBI field agents, Natalia told her friends, her smile turning rueful. They didn't appear impressed. Luther went with you. Izzy might have phrased it as a comment, but Natalia saw the question in her eyes. He did. Natalia smiled. He was very supportive. You two are really back together? Shelby arched a brow. We really are. Natalia had found it surprisingly easy to forget about the past and focus on the future. When's the wedding? Shelby's eyes sparkled in the bright summer light. Can I be a bridesmaid? Whoa! Natalia held up a hand. You're putting the cart before the horse. Luther and I haven't even discussed getting married. Natalia's gaze shifted to the field just in time to see Luther glance her way. He lifted a hand and waved, the smile on his face arrowing straight to her heart. Maybe you haven't discussed it, but you don't need to be Madame Gitana to know it won't be long before that finger will be sporting an engagement ring. Izzy's tone held a certainty that made Natalia wonder if Luther had said something to Theo. At this moment, I'm content savoring the here and now. Natalia's gaze returned to Luther, and her lips curved. And discovering just how much fun a do-over can be. Good Hope style. The Open Door. Up close and personal. Wedding plans are in the works for Luther Gannon and Natalia Costa. Reports that Shelby Waters will be maid of honor are unconfirmed at this time. Congratulations to the happy couple. Isaac Cochran's mother, who sustained serious injuries in a car accident, is now out of the hospital and progressing in her rehabilitation. Isaac and Oakley Marshall will remain in Alaska with her for the foreseeable future. We miss our friends, but know Mrs. Cochran will continue to heal with their care. Ethan Shaw and the Triad Group have more plans for Good Hope development. They are reportedly in talks with Sage McConnell, sister of Trinity Goodhue and Wyatt McConnell, about a new business venture. Dexter Woodard will be moving back to Good Hope permanently. The former Good Hope High School valedictorian has been visiting off and on to help care for his mother. Now that she's improved, it seems Dexter has found another reason to stay. Stork Report. Dan and Katie Ruth Marshall were blessed to welcome their first child, a baby girl, Eve. David and Hadley Chapin were thrilled with the birth of their son, Graham. Graham joins brother Carter and big sister Bryn. Theo and Izzy Holbrook have welcomed a daughter, Ivy. Dr. Holbrook says Ivy is beautiful and strong, just like her mother. The community eagerly awaits the birth of Clay and B. Chapin's bundle of joy. The couple have opted not to learn in advance if they'll be having a boy or a girl. However, some say Madame Gitana already knows. Adam and Charlotte Vogel are expecting again. The baby, due in the fall, will join big brother Joseph, who turned 1 in March. Parents and grandfather Stan are thrilled by the unexpected blessing. An unconfirmed rumor has Anders and Piper Cross expecting. True or not, we wish the couple well. This has been Remember Me in Good Hope by Cindy Kirk. Narrated by Amy McFadden, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2022 by Cynthia Rutledge. Production copyright 2022 by Cynthia Rutledge. Thank you for listening.